Hey everybody, how you doing? Let me make sure I'm in the right Zoom room. I believe I am. Good to see you. Good to see you. We're gonna get started in 1 second. Believe it or not, my wife is telling me that the laundry guy's here and I gotta carry the laundry upstairs because I'm a big, strong man and she needs some help carrying everything. So give me 1 second, everybody, and I'll be right back. So if anybody comes in looking for me, if you could let them know what's going on, I would greatly appreciate that. 1 second. I'm coming, babe.
Oh, they can hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
They didn't say March. I said March on Monday night. I said my assistant will be in contact with you. She's already sent him an email. Oh, okay. All right.
All right. See you later. Okay, I'm here. Hold on, let me hit the button. Did y'all hear me and my wife yelling back and forth? Like, wait, you said it was March? It wasn't March. What are you talking about? I said, they can hear you, right? They can hear us in here yelling and being ghetto. So please stop it, ma'am. All right, anyway, so how are we doing today? I hope we're doing well. It wasn't really a quarrel though. It was more like a misunderstanding, right? So really that's welcome to marriage, right? Okay, so give me 1 second. Um uh give me 1 second here. All right. So if you have a question, put your question inside the Q&A section and I will answer every single question that you have and I will make you a better investor by the time we're done. Um uh mm, yeah, okay. So let me hop in and sorry, okay, sorry, it was complete chaos. Like literally the right when I was about to start with you guys, I ended up she's like, "Boys, the laundry guy's here." And I'm like, "But I gotta go. We're about to start class." And she's like, "But he's outside." And da, da, da. So that's what happened here. Was it food poisoning or neurovirus? It was neurovirus. She gave me neurovirus. Thank you, Andrew. We're both alive and well, but you don't want neurovirus. It ain't fun. Neurovirus and Disneyland are two opposite experiences. Okay, so Christian Ray, do you recommend putting stock in an investment LLC? I'd look into it because you can write off your losses at a much higher level if you have an LLC, and that is a more efficient way to be able to get tax benefits from investing. What do you expect Powell to say this week? What do you expect inflation to be? I don't have enough data to have an expectation. I do know that right now there's a lot of anxiety around Trump's tariffs. And I'm sure that the Fed is scrambling to try to figure out how to respond to that because his policies are definitely unconventional and they're going to cause some chaos. Tariffs are a really interesting thing. On one hand, tariffs can cause tremendous amounts of inflation. The market's adjusting to that. The market was down a little bit this morning. It's actually up a little bit now, but not much. It's pretty much even. And so ultimately, the tariffs will increase. It's where you increase the prices of foreign goods. And what happens is countries typically have retaliatory tariffs. So when they retaliate, everybody just pulls out their guns on each other and it slows down international trade. The upside of tariffs is that some argue that it can protect local jobs. And I don't disagree. I definitely can say that the United States, we're at a trade deficit with the rest of the world, and a lot of your big cities that had manufacturing bases like Milwaukee and Pittsburgh and Toledo, Ohio, got hit really hard when NAFTA came along and it's stuff like that, which was designed to reduce tariffs. So things are cheaper, but we're making everything in other countries. So, where does that leave the American worker? That's the question that can get asked. I don't know. It's a complicated issue for sure. What do you think about the Robinhood Gold credit card, Mark? I love it. I have one. I like it. Um, I gotta pay that thing down, by the way. I think I did use it because it's good. It's a good card. It has good terms. I researched it. I was like, okay, is this and now it looks like they have a new Robinhood Cash Card, which is a debit card that helps you invest as you spend, issued by Sutton Bank. Let's see here. It invests your spare change, right? So and now I think Acorns and Stash kind of have something like that too. So what you can do is you can round up your investing. You can say something like, like every time I spend $2.45, round it up to $3. Or then what you can do is sometimes you can 10x it, right? So you can say, instead of rounding it up to $3 and having to be 62 cents, 10x that to a real number that's really going to be a little heftier to $6.20, right? So that kind of allows you to get that consistent investing. Remember, it's all about what you're doing in the background and getting things happening consistently over time. That will make you wealthy. That will help you to become economically successful. So I'm all for it. I'm here for it. I support it completely. Would I recommend the Robinhood Cash Card? I'm not going to tell you, I don't give that kind of investing advice, but I can tell you that when I just saw it, I put myself on the wait list because I want to get in on the cash card too. I love the credit card though. The credit card, all the perks and benefits, because I did an analysis and I was kind of looking at the other cards and stuff like that, and I was like, okay, this card is actually good. Like, and the reason that they made the card so good is because they wanted it to be something that is going to help you achieve the real important goal. Their goal is not to make money off a credit card. The amount of fees that they make from a credit card are nothing compared to the fees they make when you're trading stock options and doing your trading on Robinhood. So what they're really trying to do is to get you to become more of an investor and get more of a connection to your overall banking experience, right? Like the more we can get you to just really be in our ecosystem in every way, the more access we'll have to making money, right? And but just because they're thinking that doesn't mean you can't still win though. Like, I love my Robinhood account. I like being an investor. And I think it's good for you. And I know Apple, but Apple does the same thing. Why do you think Apple has so many transaction-y kinds of stuff going on? And then also, even right now, if you've seen what's going on a more sinister level, right now, Trump and Elon Musk are attacking the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Well, why would they be doing that? Well, because X is trying to also get into your financial or get you to be part of their financial ecosystem, and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is basically one of those groups that protects consumers from banks when they do predatory things, right? So if I were you, I would. I would be very careful going forward. I don't know if they're gonna, achieve their goal, which is probably to abolish the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I don't think that they're this horrible, corrupt organization like they're gonna claim it is. They're probably gonna say they're terrible, they're stealing money, they're hurting people. But actually, Maxine Waters made a good point. She said, no, they've actually recovered $20 billion for consumers over time by going after banks that were doing predatory lending, things like that, and that's accurate. I think even under the Biden administration, they did something about fees. They forced banks to get rid of junk fees, and they could only charge you so much for an overdraft. That's fair and that makes sense. The challenge with that though is that when you're putting too much of a grip on banks, what that does is that causes a lot of people to be unbanked, right? Like it's like almost like the insurance thing in California. Part of the reason that a lot of people in California can't get insurance is not because insurance companies wouldn't offer it to them. It's because there's so many restrictions on what you can charge and what you're allowed to, how you can adjust your rates. And on one hand, it protects the consumer, but on the other hand, it might make the business owner say, "Well, I'm not going to do business there because I'm going to lose money." So that's the debate over things like predatory lending. I can tell you, I have taken a predatory loan when I was financially desperate, when I was younger and broke and needed money. A predatory lender was better than no lender at all. And I would have been hurt if somebody was like, well, we want to protect you, so we're going to get the predatory lender out of here. Well, if you take something away and you don't replace it with something better, then you're actually hurting the consumer, not protecting them. It's like if I say your mother is a bad mother, so we're going to take your mother out of the house and leave you with no mother. Well, you're not necessarily going to be better off. You might be like, yeah, my mama had a drug problem, but at least she fed me 4 times a week, or something, right? In between, going to the crack house or something, right? Like, but still, like that's still my mama. Like give me a better mama. That would be better. Don't just take my mama, right? So ultimately, um, with Robinhood, I can tell you right now that that's what they're doing. I think that what's going to happen now is you're in an era of extreme deregulation. And this era of extreme deregulation, which is going to happen under Trump and Musk and all that stuff, because these guys do not like regulation because they can't make money in a highly regulated environment. It's going to be a little bit like the Wild Wild West. So here's how the Wild Wild West works. The Wild Wild West is not a place where people make a lot of money. The Wild Wild West is not a place where people lose a lot of money. The Wild Wild West is where the big fish eat and the little fish starve. It's where it's big bank take little bank. It's the prepared people um, do well, and the unprepared people get eaten up. And so by you even coming to finance class and talking to me about these sorts of things, you're one of the big fish. You're not a victim. You're not somebody that's gonna just go and make a financially unsound decision. We all make mistakes, but you're gonna make better decisions than most people will. Unfortunately, most Americans never take a class in basic finance. So most Americans don't have basic financial literacy. I think that that is deliberate because, for example, maybe it's at some point in Money in the Morning, you might have heard me talk about how banks go about sneaking little fees into your transactions in order to make money. That's how they make their money. They wait for people to slip up and you have an overdraft, they charge you $35 or something like that. So ultimately, this is going to be interesting to see how this works. So what's going to probably happen is the economy is going to take off because deregulation tends to push the stock market up, pushes the economy up, and then you're going to have this horrible crash. There's going to be some crisis. There's like some crisis brewing somewhere, and then one day it's going to come to a head, and 100, $200 billion is going to get lost, and then everybody's going to say, "Oh my God, what happened?" Then they're going to start regulating everything all over again. Like I think gambling is one of those areas. Well, as well, we've talked about that. It's like sports gambling. Sports gambling is gotten way out of control. It's hitting black people the hardest because they're using black men in these ads, and it's going to destroy and devastate a lot of families. And there are big scandals waiting to happen. There's some professional athlete that you know of who is, got some sort of financial addiction or a gambling addiction or something, and he's handling that addiction by by cutting the score of a basketball game or whatever. It's going to be all discovered, found out, and then next thing you know, everyone's going to be shocked. It won't shock me because I know these things happen. Even the singer Bruno Mars. I don't know if y'all know this. Have y'all? Tell me if y'all have heard this. Bruno Mars actually. The report is, and this a lot of people have said this, that he actually was in a casino and he got $50 million in the hole with MGM. And he was like, I can't pay you back. So they're making him do all these shows so they can make their $50 million back. So even somebody as wealthy as Bruno Mars and as talented as him could get deep in a financial hole from gambling. So just be really careful with that and talk to your sons about that because as of next year, Robinhood's probably going to offer sports betting too, because the regulators are going to be knocked out of the way and they're going to be doing whatever they want. So it will be the Wild Wild West, which means that personal responsibility is going to be huge in this environment. It's not going to be a game. All right, so let's see here. If you only purchase 10 shares of stock, can you protect your shares from losing money? Well, it's hard to protect from losing any money at all. Protection costs money. It's just like getting security. If you want a security guard, it costs you, or getting insurance. Insurance is going to cost you. So, effectively, if I want to protect against losing money, I buy my shares. Maybe I buy safe companies. Maybe buy some stable companies. Coca-Cola, Exxon, stuff like that. Stuff that isn't going to move much. Maybe also you could get put options, right? So if I buy a stock, they would call that a married put. So you buy the stock, you marry it to a put option. So let's say that I want to go and I want to buy me some stock in, let's say Meta, the Facebook company. I like Meta a lot. I've owned Meta and it's made me a lot of money. So let's say Meta. I just love what Meta's doing. I like the metaverse and all that. So Meta's $714, right? So let's say I buy one share of Meta, which is just like buying any other $714 investment. You only have one share, but it doesn't mean you own like less. Like the size of shares of stock has nothing to do with the value of your investment. The value of your investment is the dollar value that you put in. So if I bought another stock that was $7 and I got 100 shares, I'm not getting more stock. It's the same stock because Meta could easily be a $7 stock if they chopped it up more, right? So think of it like a pizza, right? It's not a bigger pizza. It just looks bigger because it's sliced up more. All right. So here, I could also buy a put. So if I wanted to protect my investment in Meta for the rest of the year, I could buy me a put, which basically means I have the ability to sell my stock at this price if it ever collapses on me, and I maintain that ability for the rest of the year. So I could go out to December 19th. I could pick a price that would disturb me. Let's say I'm scared that the stock will drop below 670. I could buy that put for $58, right? So what that means is that for an additional $58, it's almost like if you go to Best Buy and they sell you a laptop and they say, "Would you like the coverage to go with the laptop?" I always say no because their coverage is too damn expensive, and I learned the game. The way Best Buy does is they make most of their money from the coverage. They don't even make their money from the actual thing they're selling. They make their money from selling you the coverage. And like, nah, you ain't getting my money. But the coverage is an extra fee on top of that that would protect the laptop. So here you're buying coverage. So for $58 for that share, you could get your coverage on your stock. And what it would do is it says that if your stock drops below 670, and it's below 670 on December 19th, not before, on December 19th, if your stock is below 670, you can sell your stock to another party for $670. Now, that put is worth $58.15. What would happen is if the stock stayed the same, then there would be what they call a time decay. The value of your put, the put that you buy is a separate asset from the stock. So those are the transactions are connected, but those are two separate transactions, right? So this put that you bought for $58, if the stock doesn't change much, the put would just drop in value over time, and then on the expiration date, it would dwindle down to something close to zero, right? Especially if the stock never goes down, but if it does go down, then the value of the put would go up because insurance is more valuable when you're in a tough environment. Like, so for example, if I had fire insurance on my house in California before the fires, that insurance policy might be worth $5,000 a year. But if there's fires happening in the neighborhood and I try to get that same policy, that policy might cost me 50,000 if somebody's willing to sell it to me because they know that there's danger. So when there's danger, puts go up in value. That's why, for example, a lot of you that do stock options with us in Prime, you'll notice that the value of your puts are going up today because a lot of these stocks are getting hit pretty hard because of what's happening with Trump and everything else. Trump is making these announcements about the tariffs, and I'm looking here and I'm seeing a lot of red up in here. And so this is when the puts kind of kick in. The puts are kind of like your financial antibodies that protect the portfolio. And but that's what it is. Some days it's sunny, some days it rains. That's investing. All right, so let's see. Linda Brown, I want to roll my 401k from my old job into an ETF or traditional IRA. Okay, I'm waiting on the time passcode to the ETF slumber party to understand ETFs. Um, yeah, well, you should be able to get access to the financial slumber party. We've got Amani in the chat right now, and Amani, can you guide Miss Linda to the financial slumber party? Because that recording is in your login, by the way. And we had a blast at the slumber party. So if you want to learn about ETFs in the middle of listening to Prince and Michael Jackson and New Edition, then the financial slumber party is just for you. I'm gonna try to see if it's in there. I think I did put it in there. If you can't find it, just keep our email to the support team nearby. The email is support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Customer support is really important for us, and we really want to make sure that you're very happy. Yeah, so if you can let us know how we can do things better. We're actually planning to install a 24-hour chat bot, right? We're going to use AI and because we want to be 21st century. So we're going to install a 24-hour chat bot that you can come and chat with and ask questions about your membership, about the school and everything else. And now we're just installing that process. So be patient with us, but we're going to get that in place because we want you guys to be able to have everything you need whenever you need it. All right, so let's see here. Ricardo, what do you think about AA, Alcoa? Alcoa is that's a tried and true company. It's been around for a while. It's not a stock that's going to make you rich, but it will be a stock that probably will protect your money. Let me see. It looks like Alcoa's had a good year, 40% increase. That's amazing. 150% in the last 5 years. Very stable. They make good money. They're very profitable. Let me see. Alcoa. How long is this company? This company was founded in 1886. 13,000 employees. They engage in the mining of bauxite. Um, that's I'm looking here to see, 2/3 of the analysts like it. The third that don't like it, they're not saying sell it. They're saying they're saying hold it. In every stock, there's what they call a bull case and a bear case. So in Robinhood, a lot of times they'll give you the bull case, which is like all the reasons the stocks will go up. The bear case is all the things you want to look out for and the reasons the stock might go down. So it's almost like if you think about the Super Bowl when the Chiefs played the Eagles. You remember the Chiefs played the Eagles 2 years ago, and the Chiefs beat the Eagles. This time the Eagles beat the Chiefs. So in both cases, an analyst might say. One guy says, "Here's why the Chiefs are going to beat the Eagles. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback since Tom Brady. Wide receivers, blah blah blah. The defense is da da da, right? But then somebody else might say, well, here's why the Eagles are going to beat the Chiefs. Jalen Hurts is amazing. Saquon Barkley is extraordinary. Da 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 da, right? Both of them are right. Both of them are right. What this is what I would almost refer to as a quantum exercise. It's a quantum exercise because you're living in multiple realities at once. You're living in one reality, which was quite feasible, where the Chiefs beat the Eagles. Believe me, if the Chiefs play the Eagles again, You don't know who's going to win that game. They're both good teams. The Chiefs could have beat the Eagles. They just had a really bad day, and the Eagles had a really good day, right? In another state of the world, you're looking at the reality that we do live in, maybe where the Eagles beat the Chiefs, right? And there's an infinite number of possibilities that could have led to that outcome. And so ultimately, when you look at the bull case and the bear case, that's what you're getting. You're getting one reality that says this stock is going to go up, and here's why. You get another reality that says, no, this stock is going down, and here's why. Nobody knows which reality is going to win, right? We have some idea of the possibilities and we have some awareness, but even our awareness is limited in the sense that we know what we know. We know a little bit of what we don't know, but we know nothing about what we don't know we don't know. Do you understand? Like we have no idea how the world's going to change. We don't know about black swan events. We don't know what's going to happen to the bauxite industry 5 years from now. A lot of people couldn't even predict what AI is doing right now. In 2018, nobody saw this coming. If you all saw this coming in 2018, you'd have went back and you bought all the Google, all the Microsoft, all the Meta, all the Nvidia. Y'all would have put your whole life savings in Nvidia. If we had a little time machine, we could go back for literally 10 minutes and go back and buy all the Nvidia we could buy. We'd all come back millionaires. And so here's the reality. This is why you want to be in the game. This is why you want to be consistently investing in planting seeds because you never know when the next flower is going to grow. It's like playing a game of whack-a-mole. We end up chasing these trends, right? And but it's like it pops up over here, then it pops up over there, then the stop pops up over there, and it's like, I'm trying to catch up. And every time you hit the mole, it's too late. The mole done went up and came back down in the ground, right? And now the mole's over here, right? So if you're constantly investing, if you're doing it in a quantum mindset, wow, this is good, man. This I never talked about it like this before. I'm telling you, I've done this 30 years. Every time I see it in a different way. A quantum mindset means I'm going to try to prepare for as many realities as I can. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe we're smart. I invest in a quantum mindset. Let me explain how I invest. You know what I do? I say, I want to plant as many seeds as I can in as many places as I can so that when it happens, I got some chance of being there. I got some chance of being there. It's like, so when someone says, well, why should you invest? The bigger question should be, why not? Why not? Because if you don't invest, you know you're guaranteed to get a negative 100% ROI. So even if you invest, even if you lose a little bit of money, at least you get to keep 90% of the money you put out. People that spend money, they lose 100% of their money. So stop making excuses for not investing, right? So when it comes to investing, the question should be, well, why not? When that's how I got into Nvidia. I got into Nvidia because our son, the 6'9" kid that didn't talk to me for 2 years, that's because 13-year-old boys are protective of their mama, and I respect that. One day he just comes to me and he just says, "Hey, boys." And I say, "Yeah." He said, "You should buy Nvidia." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because they make the chips for the video games I play." I said, "Okay." I bought $5,000 of Nvidia. Didn't think about it for another 5 years. That $5,000 turned into $100,000 just because I said, "Well, why not?" Yeah, I'm trying to impress him. I'm like, yeah, we own Nvidia now. So it's little stuff like that, just being in the game that gives you a chance to possibly win. If you're not in it, you can't win it. All right. That rhymes. That was kind of cool. All right. So here's the bull case on Alcoa. Alcoa is a beneficiary of continued global economic growth and increased demand for aluminum via electrification of transport. Alcoa's commodity facing operations have improved their cost positions in recent years. Alcoa's U.S. smelting operations are likely to benefit from U.S. sanctions on aluminum imports. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I guess they're arguing that Alcoa is going to benefit. Maybe they benefit from the Trump tariffs. I don't know. They've gone up 10% this week, 9%. So maybe that's it. I don't know. All right, so let's go to the next one. Let's see the bear case. Aluminum is abundant. Barriers to entry in bauxite mining are low, so anybody can do bauxite. There's way too much aluminum. China's aluminum production is willing to behave counter to traditional economic considerations. That's true. The Chinese are notorious for overproducing things. They just jack up the whole global economy because they mass produce everything from cars to solar panels. Like they put out so many freaking solar panels that they were killing the cost of solar panels in Europe. So they said, we don't want Chinese solar panels. If the Chinese started selling cars in America and they were able to do so freely, most American automobile manufacturers would be close to bankruptcy, including Tesla. The Chinese have dominated the world when it comes to automobile production. They can make an $8,000 car that is as good as your Lexus. They can make the cars better than Teslas for under 10 grand. And the only reason you don't see these cars all over the road is because the US has tariffs blocking them, keeping them out. It's like your wife knows that the lady next door is a supermodel and she's like, "Don't you be talking to my husband." That's what that is. All right. So anyway, let's keep going. Overcapacity is likely to remain a material headwind to aluminum price appreciation, driven largely by low-cost capacity additions in China. There's China again. Aluminum prices could move sharply lower into the future, weighing heavily on company-wide profitability. Okay, so basically they're talking about the price of aluminum in China, kind of oversupplying the market. But I can tell you, like the last 5 years, the stock has done well. It's a good, stable company. You're not, I would be surprised if you lost a lot of money, from this. The stock may be a little bit inflated because of Trump's 25% tariff on steel and aluminum. If that tariff gets removed, you would probably see a decline in the stock. But I also believe in dollar cost averaging, right? So you pick a stock. I think a long-term relationship is a little bit better than a one night stand. So just add it to your dollar cost average and just keep adding in, buying into it, and then over time you can build some wealth that way. Let's see. Are solar energy stocks like Nova? Okay, let's see. Wyland. Are solar energy stocks like Nova a buy at these lower prices, or is nuclear energy going to take over? I think it's gonna be nuclear. I personally am not a big. I don't know. I'm worried about solar a little bit, um, especially because of the China thing with them pushing the prices of solar panels down, and it seems like solar is just not popular. If you think it's gonna become popular again, that's possible. But right now, nuclear power is the talk. So companies like SMR. SMR stand are small modular reactors. So like SMR kind of makes these small modular reactors, and there's that other company that a lot of you have that you invested in with me called Oklo. Oklo has just been killing it. Um, and let me see. I'm looking here to see how these stocks probably all got hit. It looks like they all got they just did a drive-by shooting and took down all these stocks because they're all on the ground right now. But yeah, Oklo's down 4.5%. Clean Spark is down. SMR is down 4%. So maybe today's a good day to consider buying into these stocks. I'm not sure. It's up to you. Because remember, after the Fed chair talks, you'll probably see a big shift in stock prices as a result of just him saying anything. Like if he wiggles his toes, the market moves. So they're waiting to see what he's going to say, particularly about the tariffs. And if he indicates that there's any economic concern or uncertainty, then that could cause prices to drop. Trump's moves on tariffs right now are going to push prices down, but don't be surprised if he softens his position because I believe he manipulates the market deliberately. I believe he pushes things down so that he can buy things cheaper and then makes money when they come back up. Have you considered creating a matrix for options traders, reactions as deliverables for students, specifically a guide to show how to maximize gains, minimize loss, protect capital in all three market conditions? It would be a great trade. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. One thing that we're starting is you guys have wanted something that was like kind of an options A to Z, like weekly sort of training, like at the end. So we created something called Coin, which stands for Certified Options Income Network. And Coin, it does have a little bit more of a price point. It's in the thousands. We can give you a discount, but basically you go through a 12-week sequence. We meet weekly in a small group setting, and when it's done, you can get a certification on stock options, and you're good. You're pretty much good for life. And then if you want to jump into Prime after that, you can. So with Coin, I think that will be a great thing to add. So I think I can create something like that for Coin. I'll let you guys know about it, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so good day, Doc. Did you get the credit card? I'm on the wait list for the gold card. Yeah, I got a gold card. It's good. I really like it. It feels heavy. It's like one of those fancy heavy cards. This is the one from Robinhood, and I do like it. Doc, did stock options class? Could you suggest a stock that's better than a penny stock but cheaper than Mara? Is there something that's $5 to $10 with reasonable momentum that my option may expire within 6 months to a year? Okay, so if I'm looking. Let's see here. Cheaper than Mara. Okay. Clean Spark is $10.40. Mara 16.39. So Clean Spark is cheaper at 10.39. SoundHound is cheaper. SOUN is cheaper at 14.36. I don't see any of the stocks on my list that's under $10 though. But that's the cheapest is 1040 CleanSpark. CleanSpark's been down a little bit. It's up by 7% this month, but it's been down a little bit this week. The last 3 months is down 30%. So CleanSpark's been kind of tame lately. Um, so let's see here. Next question. Greg, greetings, Doc. I invested 25% in my 401k and 10% in my Robinhood account. What would be an advantage of investing more in my Robinhood account or my 401k account? Um, are you asking either or why you should do both? I mean, I think the more you invest, obviously, the better off you are. The 401k would be something to max out because you get the tax benefits. Robinhood doesn't really give you the same tax benefits. And just generally, I mean, I think it's 25% in your 401k and then 10%, 35% of your income. If you invest in that consistently, even if you're a poor person, if you're able to invest at that level and you do that consistently over 20 years, you'll be better off than pretty much almost everybody else around you. So, yeah, compound interest, very powerful. Make sure you get it to work for you. That's like a financial momentum that you get that requires the building of a capital base. That's when your money's actually really truly working for you. Let's see. Are you able to sell options through an LLC full time as a business? Sure, why not? Talk to your tax person. Make sure you're set up on the tax thing right. But yeah, I don't see why not. Will you do a live options class? Janet asks. Yes, I am. We're gonna do one in the next few days. I'll message you guys. If you're interested in stock options, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word options to 87948. I don't know the date. Amani, I don't know if you know the date, Amani. Maybe you could put it in the chat. I just follow my calendar based on what's happening that day. But I think we've got one next week. We should have one next week. Let me see. I'm looking. I'm gonna look here and see. Okay. All right, I'm gonna message Chanel and just find out when it's gonna be. Um, okay, thank you, Amani. Amani's looking too. Okay. All right. And I'll keep sending you guys stuff as well. And then maybe I'll just do a pop-up Q&A this week too. That way we can talk a little bit. Pamela, so can you buy a put option on a single share stock? No 100 share minimum? Yeah, yeah. I mean, well, if you buy a put on a single share, you can't get a single put. So if you buy puts, you have to buy them in bulks of 100. If you own, so if you have one share stock and you buy a bulk of puts, you'll have 100 puts defending one share stock, might end up feeling like overkill. So, so even now that I'm even thinking about it, that example I did with Meta of buying that one share of stock and then buying the package of puts for $58, that was a good example for the most part, except for that part where I forgot about the 100 thing. I mean, I don't know why I forgot to make the connection. Yeah. So really when you pay $58, well, no, sorry, scratch that. Let me say that again. Um, the $58 number actually is correct, but if you buy the put, you'd have to pay 5,800 because they would require you to get 100 puts. So it would feel a little awkward because you're buying $5,800 worth of puts to defend a $700 stock, right? That wouldn't even make any sense. So that's it. So sorry about that. That's my mistake. Okay, so would you recommend doing put options on crypto if you have 100 shares? Um, I don't see why not. I don't know what put options I think that, well, you know what? I think that if you bought like a put option on a stock like MicroStrategy, because their stock is so connected to Bitcoin, that would give you a good hedge against Bitcoin. There's also um, Bitcoin related ETFs and stuff like that. They're out there now. So yeah, yeah, they have put options out there, so you can certainly do that. Do you have information on Miami? Yes, we do. We're about to text you guys the invitation to go to Miami. It's March 7th, and it's going to be at the Continental Hotel, and it's the Millionaire Training Camp, and it's going to be a blast. And there's space for 150 people. So yeah, we don't have space for every single person that might want to go. So you may want to be the first ones. We're gonna have a lot of great people. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and it's gonna be nice and warm because it's Miami. So the team, let me double check to make sure that the events planner just sent me a text, so I'm gonna message her because I want to find out what the status of that is. It took us a second to get everything together, but we got it together, so we're ready to go. All right, so let's see. Kevin Carter, Trump will only be in office 4 years. Do you believe that the manufacturing industry in America will invest in facilities here, knowing his tariff policy might be short-lived? Is there a potential investment strategy you're considering? You're right. I think, Kevin, with the fact that 4 years is 4 years, and it's not permanent, and things change so fast, that's how I kind of look at I mean, the politicians they come and they go. And you saw when Trump got into office, first thing he did was he reversed all the stuff that Biden said he was going to do. And when Biden got in office, first thing he did was he erased everything Trump said he was going to do. So I don't know. I wonder about that system. I was thinking about the, Constitution on my way to the gym today, and I was thinking, we're told in school that it's like the most brilliant document ever, and the founding fathers were brilliant people, like they were just the smartest slave owners ever. And I don't believe that. I think that they designed a system that is going to fail. I don't think that the way the government is structured is built for long-term survival. Um, if we want to know if it's going to survive, then maybe we check back in 1,000 years and see if we're still here. I don't think that America is going to last that long. I don't. Let's see. Could you look in your crystal ball and forecast without giving financial advice? If Meta and Microsoft will have a stock split soon, since I don't have a whole lot of money, I'd like to buy at least 10 shares so I can eventually get 50 for one. Well, if you like those companies, I would invest without trying to speculate on the stock split. Do I think that they could do that? Yeah, they could because the stock price is pretty high. But I mean, if you like those companies, I would just invest. I wouldn't even let whether you think there's going to be a stock split drive your decision. Let the quality of the company make the decision for you. Meta and Microsoft are great companies. If you're investing along with Mark Zuckerberg for the last 5 years, you'd be filthy stinking rich. If anybody in this room had put 10% of their income into whatever Zuckerberg was investing in, which is pretty much Meta, you'd be getting rich along with him. Meta stock in the last 5 years has gone up. Um, it has gone up 239%. So your money more than doubles. It's easy peasy. It's straightforward. Microsoft, I don't know if Microsoft has done as well though. I think Microsoft's a little more conservative. They're not as aggressive as Meta, so their growth rate's probably not going to be as high. But if I look at Microsoft for the last 5 years, 123%. So you know, I wouldn't try to predict things. I would just think about whether you like the business. Do you want to be in that business or not? Do you want to be in the business that Meta's in? If you do, then I think buying the stock is a great idea. Not investing in vice, that's what I do. I own Meta because I know they know how to make money, and I want my money connected to the people that know how to make money. What is a cash merger? Seems like I lost my stock, RVNC. Sorry, Maurice. Sorry you lost your stock. I don't know about RVNC. I'll try to see if I can look it up here. You said you lost your stock? I mean, I don't think they just took it. I hope they didn't just take it. Um, so a cash merger, it's basically just a merger. It sounds like it's just a merger with cash, right? That one company bought another company and used cash to acquire the company. There might be other mergers where they use a combination of cash and stock. RVNC, yeah, RVNC is Revance Therapeutics, which is a biotech company specializing in neuromodulators for aesthetic and therapeutic applications. It's a $3.65 stock, which tells me it's probably pretty risky. It's probably got a lot of jump risk. Like they've got some kind of clinical trial coming that's gonna decide if the stock is gonna take off or not. If the clinical trial doesn't go well, a lot of these stocks go flat. Their lead product, which is called Daxxify, is an injectable treatment for glabellar lines and cervical dystonia. That I have no idea what that is. I guess cervical, like something with the cervix. Recently, Crown Laboratories completed its acquisition of Revance. Okay, so the company was acquired, purchasing all outstanding shares at $3.65 per share. So you should have got some cash for your stock. I mean, hopefully they gave you the money because if they didn't, talk to your broker. That's it. So yeah, so that's that. What happens when a stock reverses? A reverse split is a split where, see, a regular split is when you're making the stock price smaller. So you just take $100 stock, you do a 10 for one split. Now all the shares are $10. So if I had one share of the $100 stock, now I've got 10 shares of a $10 stock. My wealth has not changed. Nothing has evolved. All they did was took the pizza and sliced it into more slices. Still the same pizza, theoretically. Now, a reverse split is the opposite. It's where I have a pizza with 10 slices. I try to glue them together and make one big slice. That's what a reverse split is. Companies that do reverse splits tend to see a decline in their stock price because companies that do a reverse split a lot of times are trying to get the price a little higher. And that is a bad sign. That means you don't expect the price to go higher on its own. You're hoping that the price will go higher because you're engaging in a financial magic tricks. So let's see here. Um, let's see. Uh, okay. Next question. Dylan, Uncle Boyce, my 3 and 4 year old loves hearing you. Oh wow, I love that. Oh my gosh. So you're bringing your 3 year old and your 4 year old to investing class. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I call being black. You tell them I'm very proud of them. They say great teacher. Well, they are great. They're going to be greater than me. Are they too young for the Young Billionaires Club? No, no, Amani, can you find is it D Allen or D it's spelled Dialn? Amani, hook up. I don't know if you're a sister, I don't know if you're male or female, but whatever, a mother or father, either way, congratulations. I applaud you. So this is a state of emergency. We want to make sure these kids get everything they need. So Amani, can you talk to that person and get them whatever they Tiandra White. Okay, Tiandra. Oh, I thought it says dial X65. Tiandra, talk to Amani because I want your kids to get whatever they need. Because man, that just brings chills to my. I feel like God just said he just tapped me on the shoulder and said, "You got to do this for the babies because we need these babies to be ready for the future." Like I'm a part of something bigger, you know. Like Tupac said, "I may not change the world, but I can change the person who changes the world." So when they go change the world, tell them to just give me a shout out or something. I'll be up in heaven. I'll probably be old and dead by then. But that's what I'm talking about. You bring them 3 year olds, bring those 4 year olds. Ain't come one, come all. Like we got to do this. This wealth thing matters. We know how important money is. We know what it does for our mental health, our physical health. We got our kids out here dying in the street over money, out here just getting on their knees, begging for money, doing unspeakable things for money, stressing out over money, miserable over money. Like you free them from that. You free them to have a healthy, happy life. So this is the greatest gift you can give a child, in my opinion, is financial literacy. One of the greatest gifts for sure. Then at that point, teach them how to be a good person and be healthy so they don't use their financial power to hurt people. All right, so let's see. Stephen Lattimore, Doc, what are your thoughts on selling options on Unity software stock, ticker symbol U? Okay, so the ticker symbol U, let me look it up. I'll look it up, Steve, real quick. Man, wow, 3 years old. Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. And then one day some kid with a deep voice will come up to me and he'll be like 6'5", 21 years old, and be like, "Remember me, Dr. Watkins? My mother's Tiandra." And I'll be like, "Oh my gosh, I'm getting old." I've had that experience too. That's kind of crazy. There's one kid like that. Caleb, Caden. Yeah, Caden, he used to come to class when he was like 5. And I mean, Caden, his dad even told me that he started off, he was a little developmentally slow. He couldn't, he had tough time speaking. Caden is 14. He came, I mean, he found me at InvestFest. He's already finished high school at 14. He's already a millionaire. Like they out here being black. That's what they're doing. They're being black. All right, so let's see, Unity. Okay, Unity software. Would I sell options on Unity software? The stock is 1979. But yeah, this is what our kids are doing. These are the stories that everybody needs to hear. Um, yeah, Unity's having a hard time. Ooh, buddy. This stock has dropped 73% in the last 5 years. I'd really want to know why. And it's not an old company. They develop video gaming software, software solutions to create, run, and monetize interactive, real-time, two-dimensional, and three-dimensional content for mobile phones, etc. Founded in 2004. Um, So would I sell options on it? Maybe it'd be good for something like that. I don't think it's terrible for selling options. I would just be really careful about the risk of it because it seems like this company's having some problems. And when you get involved with a company that's just not good at making money, um, there could be more problems on the horizon. They are losing money. Their price earnings ratio, which is the price divided by the earnings, is negative. So that's another warning sign, that this company could have more issues. But on the flip side, if the stock just suddenly, if the company, gets a new CEO or they make some major adjustments or they have a good quarter, stocks like this can become the ones that can really run on you. So if I'm gonna buy this stock, then what I'm gonna do is if I sell options on it, I'm gonna maybe buy some shares to sell options on, but then I'm gonna hold on to some of those options for myself. So let's say I buy 500 shares. I sell options on 300 shares, keep the other 200 there just in case the stock decides to shoot up and take off. Okay. And by the way, if you have a question or comment, put it in the Q&A section. If you put it in the chat, I may or may not see it. I just saw someone mention their son in college. Donna. Okay. Donna says she's from the UK. My son's currently in Miami at St. Thomas University studying international business on a soccer scholarship. He would love to be a volunteer at your Miami conference. Are you accepting volunteers to help? Well, we're accepting your son. So, Amani, can you connect with Donna and tell her son he can come in and we'd love to have him at the conference. So yeah, so there we go. All right. So congratulations on your family success. I'm very proud of him. Keith, who are the largest traders on options and futures? I don't know. I know that there are these hedge fund guys out there. There's a guy named Ken something. I can't remember his last name, but he makes a ridiculous amount of money. He makes billions of dollars a year. I don't have his name in my head. Gosh, I wish I could remember his name. But anyway, Ken something. And so some of these hedge fund managers make money that would make Patrick Mahomes blush. Like the amount of money an NFL player makes like 50 million, 60 million a year, even 100 million, which none of them do at this point. There are hedge fund managers that make $1 billion a year, $2 billion a year. So there are some massive fund managers out here making insane amounts of money. Hedge fund and Wall Street firms are smaller companies and individuals. So who are the largest futures traders of traders of futures and options? Oh, it's the fund managers. It's not individuals. Individuals, what they call retail trading, is a small percentage. Last time I checked the data, it's a small percentage of total trading. Um, Not small, but like less than a third. I think it's growing though. I think retail traders are growing. And so a lot of the money that's really moving things are the elephants at this point. I got to double check that though to see what's changed because since the pandemic, a lot of people got into trading. Robinhood brought a lot of retail traders into the game, and unfortunately, they just use Robinhood as a personal casino. Um, Kevin, let's see. Poor is a state of mind. Lacking cash is temporary. If you are investing your time to learn here, you are not poor. That's correct. You really are making an investment. What I really want you to do is, as you think about yourself as an investor, there's an investor's mindset. And one thing about an investor's mindset is you want to realize just how wealthy you are. If I'm sitting there, this is how I really feel about life. If I'm really sitting here and I'm thinking about how wealthy I am at a given moment, how much I have to kind of play around with or invest with or what I control, I'm thinking about far more than just money in my bank account. I may not even touch the money. I'm thinking about all the other assets that I can invest at a high level. If I want to pursue a project, I can invest my time, I can invest my intellect. My brain is worth something. I put a lot of strength into that in terms of all the knowledge I have. And now, over time, because I've done this for a long time and have experience, I have connections, I have power, right? So when I'm thinking about an investment, most of the time, money is the last thing I'm thinking about in terms of investing because there's so many things I invest that are more valuable to me and to the world than just money. Okay, so that's important for you to understand because sometimes when we don't have a lot of money, we can somehow falsely believe that we're not as relevant or that this is not as important. You are investing and you have assets around you. And so really like being a mom, that is such an important investment. You're pouring into that kid, you're training that kid, you're teaching them, and that's not just an investment that will affect them and the world, it'll affect you. When my mother got to retirement, I told y'all when she got to retirement, those kids she had invested in, we were her retirement plan. My mama didn't need a social security check. She didn't need nothing because we were like, "What you need, mama? What you want? You want a new car? Okay. You want to pay the house off? Okay. You need a doctor's appointment. You need a nurse. We took care of all that, right? And that was just a return on her investment from 30, 40 years ago. Do you understand? So if she had ignored that and said, "Oh, let me go get the money," and let's say that she had done what I've seen people do this. Let's say that she had just spent all her time at work and been like, "Oh, I ain't got time for kids. I just want to go to work all the time," or just wouldn't have fun. I want to go use drugs or something. We wouldn't have been there for her like that. She would have been struggling. She would have been trying to figure out how to pay bills and how to get a nurse or how to go to work every day with cancer, right? So this stuff is real. This is not me trying to make you feel better. This is me helping you understand what wealth and resources look like. So remember, every day you're making an investment. So right now you're investing time by being here. The mother, the Tiandra, when she brought her kids, she's investing in her own retirement and in her family legacy by pouring into the kids. When you got up and went to the gym this morning, you're investing in your health. Because that also directly affects your resources, right? Because the medical care system will take all your money if you allow yourself to get obese and sick and whatever, right? You're running back and forth to the doctor. The doctor's getting all your money now. All your hard work is going into his pocket, not yours, right? So remember, you got to think about investing in a holistic way and then just fit the money into the portfolio. See, the way you pick an asset to add to your portfolio is not based on whether or not you think it's the one that's going to make the most money. You pick an asset to add to your portfolio based on how it correlates, how it connects to the other assets that are in there. It's like fitting a piece into a puzzle. Do you understand? So it's almost like if I pick a wife, um, I couldn't pick a wife who isn't going to connect with my family. That would be insane. I can't be like, well, she got a big booty, man. Like what? No, I couldn't do that. If she don't get along with my mother and my sister, it's not going to work. I picked a wife who not only gets along with my mother and sister, she looks like my mother and sister. She's in the same profession as my mother. She's a doctor like my sister. So we did a stupid little TikTok where it's like, I'm Dr. Watkins. And then my sister goes, I'm Dr. Watkins. And my wife goes, I'm Dr. Watkins. It was like a cute TikTok, right? And so subconsciously, maybe I was thinking when I picked her, I was thinking about fit of that asset. Because believe me, your wife, that woman that loves you, is an asset, more valuable than money. How that asset would fit into the portfolio, which was the family. Do you understand? So keep that line of thinking, because if you don't, then what happens is that when your strategy for making money does not fit with the other areas of your life that are important, like your physical health, your mental health, your relationships, your raising children, etc., what can happen is that one investment that you're making to get money can be toxic and it can disrupt the other investments, right? Like your children are an investment, but so is your job. Now your boss has come in and he's poisoned the whole space. You're coming home angry. You're never with the kids. Your kids are mad at you now. So now one asset's going up in value. You're making money. You're getting promotions. You're climbing the corporate ladder like a good Negro. But then you're losing over here. Your kids ain't talking to you. Your spouse, your husband's sleeping with the maid, and whatever, right? Your life is falling apart in this other direction, and people don't see the balance. That's why you got a lot of rich, lonely people out here. You got a lot of people that are financially successful, but they failed in every other area in life. You got a lot of wealthy people sitting in the ER right now with heart conditions and health issues that they neglected for many years. So I'm not making fun of anybody if you're in that category at all. These are realizations I came to as I approached the age of 50 and beyond. It takes time to kind of see things this way. This comes from thinking about financial theory for 30 something years. So if it doesn't make sense, I understand if it takes time to kind of process it. I just implore you to at least consider what I'm saying. If you make it fit, then you know I do a Johnny Cochran. If you make it fit, then it becomes the shit. If you make it fit, it becomes amazing. If you make it fit, it really works. But if it doesn't fit, then that ain't it. There we go. Shout out to Johnny Cochran. I'm not as good as him, but that was kind of fun. All right, so let's see. What about the stock Teradyne? I think I've seen that. That's not publicly traded? Is it, Denise? Um, oh wait, it is. TER. Okay, $112. They engage in development and sale of automated test systems. Okay, operates through the following business segments: semiconductor test systems, test robotics, etc. Okay. Let me see here. It's done okay this year, 10% ROI, 62% the last 5 years. Looks like a solid, stable company, been around since 1960. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Let's see, the bear case is that they have a concentration with Apple in the mobile phone market. So that means if Apple goes down, Teradyne goes down. And lack of exposure to other high growth customers like Nvidia can lead to a lumpy or lower growth versus peers. We are skeptical of the fit of the robotics segments into the business. Management may be chasing growth that isn't aligned with its core competency. So they're trying to grow in ways that don't fit the kind of company that they need to be. We expect continued head-to-head competition with Advantest to be a headwind to Teradyne's growth and profitability. Okay. So that's the bear case. The bull case is we think Teradyne's robotics segment can augment top line growth and offset some semiconductor cyclicality in longer term. Okay. So they got a good robotics segment basically. Secular trends toward greater chip complexity, capacity expansion, and onshoring. Yeah, I think I heard about Teradyne. I think they do something really special with microchips and nobody else does, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, why not? Yeah, I don't dislike it. I don't like the, I mean, I think it's a solid company. Let's see. Lisa, is it Lisa Francois? I have some investments in public. They offer to automate your investments. I haven't started any automation yet, but do you have any advice concerning that, at least for a portion of my contributions? Yeah, I think that, well, here's the thing. The two biggest questions that they can ask you when it comes to investing, really, there are two questions that in a financial expert system can ask you that literally would be the only two questions they would have to ask you to invest for you. One is how old are you, and two is what is your risk tolerance? Small, high, medium, or low. Do you like a lot of risk, medium risk, or low risk? Also, how old are you? Are you 25, 35, 45, 55? If they answer those two questions, then they can form a whole portfolio for you. Um, and so if they do use the system, then I would just think about how much risk you want. I personally think that if you're under 50, you should take high risk because risk, to some extent, it can be argued that risk is kind of an illusion, not because it's not real, but because it goes away. It's like bad weather most of the time. When the market goes south, it's south this week. Now it goes north again, or it's down for 3 months. Now it's better again, right? So if you can wait out the storm, then you don't have to get wet. Because if you don't sell your assets, you just own them and that's it. So a lot of the old theories that they used to say that when you get older, you should invest more conservatively because you can't wait as long for the storm to come to an end, which is fundamentally true. But most of the time, when I've seen the market take major dips, it recovers in less than 2 or 3 years. The average bear market lasts about 18 months. So if you don't think you're going to die in the next 18 months, then you can have a relatively high risk portfolio. And if you can stomach it and not let it drive you crazy, then that's how you would make the most money per se. I'm not saying go do that. Because if you do it, you got to be careful. I would say diversify, 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 diversify. Did I say diversify? I want to make sure. Did I say that? I think I said diversify. Okay. And I say that just because there's different types of risk. There's what they call systematic risk and idiosyncratic risk. Systematic risk is easy. It's predictable. We know how it works. Systematic risk is when you buy a whole bunch of stocks and they go down for a little while because Trump did something crazy or the economy went south or inflation got a little higher or there's a trade war. Idiosyncratic risk is the craziness of a specific stock. That's very hard to predict. And that is the kind of risk that you do not get compensated for taking. They say nothing ventured, nothing gained, or no risk, no reward. You know these things. You've heard this since you were a child. This is true in the stock market. Typically, the more risk you take, the more money you make. But if you go into idiosyncratic risk, that rule does not apply. You could take a lot of risk. That is what they call inefficient risk. You're not going to get rewarded for taking on the extra risk. So it's like if someone says, are you willing to take a risk and climb Mount Everest for $10 million? Maybe I would consider that. I'm not sure. But if you say, would you like to take a risk and walk down the street with a machine gun and I don't know, and shoot at people, and wait for the cops to arrive and in your underwear and I'll give you 20 bucks. I'm not going to do that, right? Because both situations are very risky, but one of them might get me killed over nothing, right? So don't get killed over nothing. That's the point. Even if you research a stock, even if you research a company deeply, it's very risky to have all your assets in one place. That is the most fundamental rule of investing known to man. And so when you violate that rule, you're in trouble. Whenever somebody tells me they invested and lost everything, I immediately know what happened. Well, they probably weren't diversified because I know that they had a diversified stock portfolio that didn't happen because that's never happened in the history of the stock market. So anyway, let me keep going. Let's finish up some questions. And by the way, you can log in at drboystockmarket.com if you want to get recordings of any of these trainings that we've done. Also, just a reminder, I haven't mentioned this in a while, but we do have my books and everything. If you want to take a look at that and the flashcards we have for kids and the workbooks, you can go to drboycebooks.com. So it's drboycebooks.com. And also, by the way, Dr. Alicia's doing her Black Love Weekend this weekend. So if you're into that kind of stuff, it's all relationships and love and family and everything else and healing and trauma and all that stuff. So she got all these great therapists together. So if you want to join her for the Black Love Weekend, just go to theblackloveweekend.com, and that's going to start on Friday. It's going to go all, or it actually starts on Saturday morning and all through Sunday, and it's going to be pretty heavy. So feel free to go to theblackloveweekend.com. All right, so a few more questions and we'll bounce out for today. All right, so let's see. Good morning, Doc. Thoughts on Hive? Hive. Okay, let me look at Hive. I'll look at Hive real quick. Let's do one stock at a time. That makes it a little easier to get to everybody. Hive Digital Technologies. I'm not really loving the stock. There's seriously some problems here. I mean, anything that's dropped 76% in the last 5 years has had problems. The fact that there are analysts who like the stock means that there could be potential. So it would be the kind of that would be maybe the kind of stock that you could consider looking at as something that you hold as a lottery ticket because if it does decide to reverse itself, you're going to do really well because it's only 275. It goes to $6 and you're killing it. But there seems to be something problematic happening with this company. If a stock can't make money in this economy, then I'd be curious if you can make money in any economy. Okay, Michael, you're asking about two different ETFs. Let's look at one of them, AIQ. AIQ, I love AIQ. It's my favorite AI ETF. So I'm a big fan of AIQ. I have a lot of money in AIQ. Greg Harrison, Doc, I want to thank you very much for what I'm learning from you about economics and life. You're welcome. Thank you. I'm so happy that I have some family members listening to you. Love you, Doc. Well, tell the Harrison family I said hello and thank you and bless them too. And it's an honor. It's an absolute honor that you guys listen to me. And if I ever act like I don't appreciate it, just slap me upside the head because I really do. And I'm not an easy black man to listen to. I'm a little bit of a weirdo sometimes, and I appreciate people that will put up with me. When I'm looking for love, I go to the black community for love. I don't go outside of my community, and I go toward intelligent people that get it. I don't really believe in. I don't care if others like what I do or not, or how I do it. I do it for you. Kevin, Dr. Watkins, you're doing great work. Well, thank you. Shifting mindsets while creating financial freedom is tough work, but I see and appreciate you, sir. Well, I appreciate you, Kevin. Let me tell you, I talked to Kevin. I met Kevin one on one, and I was real impressed with Kevin. He has a great family, if I'm not mistaken. Kevin, I know his wife went to heaven with my mother, and I'm sure him and my mother are having lunch in heaven right now. And but he's got some amazing kids, and I was just, I mean, I was really touched. I heard about his family and everything that they've worked through, and I'm hoping sharing the right story. If I got it wrong, forgive me, Kevin. But I was really impressed I was as impressed with you as you are with me. So bless you, man. I mean, some of you have amazing stories and you're doing amazing things, and I really think that should be acknowledged for sure. So keep on going, keep going. John Trey, Doc, should we get term or regular life insurance? It's not really an either or, in my opinion. I think it's sort of a knowing what the trade-off is. I have term insurance. I did not get whole life. Or maybe I think I might have one whole life policy. Most of my insurance policies are term because I was like, let me pay the lower cost, get the 30 years of coverage, and that's it. By the time I'm 80 something, I won't need the insurance. I have assets, that I can just pass down anyway. And I didn't want to pay the extra premium because what they claim, what they will tell you, and correctly, this is not wrong, this is not bad, they're not scamming you, is they say, well, this extra money is like a savings account, so you'll get cash value, and you can pull that out if you want to. You can use the life insurance while you're alive. You can borrow against it, things like that. Nothing wrong with that, but sometimes when I look at those charts are kind of funny. Anybody who sells insurance, you just need to know how funny your charts are. So my friend was showing me the chart, and she's like, "Well, when you're 95, you'll have this much money, and then when you're 102, you'll have that much." I'm like, I won't even know what money is when I'm 102. Like, what are you like, I gotta wait till I'm 102 to really enjoy my money? No, I want my money now. So that was the funny part is like sometimes the charts, the way they amortize, you gotta go way out there to really start seeing some real money. And that just felt a little weird. But I didn't have a problem with the policies, with the nature of the policies at all. I also think it's better than nothing. What you're really looking for is some kind of annuity that actually works for you. And this is my last point. Before I mention this, oh, you said Monday.com looks like it's killing it right now. That's crazy. I didn't know that it was killing it. Thank you, Ricardo, for telling me because I actually bought some Monday.com recently. I got to check on how it's doing. I would I'm sorry I didn't mention it to you guys. I didn't mention it in class, but I was thinking about Monday.com. I actually bought some shares. It looks like it's having volatility today, though. It's down a little bit, but it's up 28% this week. So they must have had a big earnings announcement. That's probably what happened. So anyway, because I literally had bought it right before the earnings announcement. How cool is that? But it was really just good timing. I mean, anyway, but yeah, so here's the thing. Here's the final point. Let's leave on this point. Well, the reason I think a whole life insurance policy is definitely better than nothing is not just because it's life insurance and we know the benefits of life insurance and also disability insurance and make sure you have that coverage in case something happens, but also you need an annuity that's working for you. See, here's the deal, and this is something I've never shared in a class before because it never came to me like this, but I'm gonna share it now. Um, Annuities are the key to a capital base. You don't build a capital base typically with one big lump of cash. You build a capital base with a constant flow of income. Like you fill up a lake. You fill up a lake. You don't fill up a lake with one big bucket of water. You fill up a lake with a constant flow, a stream, an income stream that's going into that lake, water stream, right? So that's the annuity. The stream is the annuity. Um, and then next thing you know, the lake fills up and you got plenty of water. Uh, it's really that basic, right? And what happens is that if I visualize the the bank account of most of us people, most Americans, most black people especially, I see this pool of water that's got all these streams sucking water out of it, and it's going into other people's pools. So they've got all these other, somebody's got a pool over here, a lake over here, whatever, and they've got all these. They're attaching these little cords where they one person's sucking money out of you over here. That's your cell phone bill. They're second sucking money over here. That's your car note. Sucking money out from over here. That's your rent. And so the pool's always depleted and always dry. But remember, when your pool's getting depleted and dried, other people's pools are filling up. Why? Well, because they have annuities that are working for themselves. They're using you as a consumer, as a renter, as an employee, and all these other things, right? As a customer, you're paying the car note and all this stuff. So these are all annuities that have been created in your life by people that perhaps had some degree of financial consciousness and sophistication that were able to structure it such that you're filling their pot, and so the annuity's working on their behalf. So what you really need is you need at least one of those damn annuities to be working for you. All you need is one. All you need is one annuity. You need one annuity that's working for you, working for your family, and that annuity, that cord can never be cut. So you can feed the car note, you can feed the cell phone bill. We all pay bills, right? I got all kinds of cords. I feel like Jesus. I got so many little cords and arrows going through my body because I got so much money coming out of my body. But there's one cord that ain't never gonna get cut, and that's the one that's gonna go into filling the pot for my family. And I fill that one up first before I fill up any of the others. Do you understand? Before you make sure everybody else is good, you got to make sure you're good, and you need one annuity working for you. So if you want to know why I think a whole life insurance policy might be better than nothing, is because sometimes we weren't really trained to have a habit of putting ourselves first. Like it almost seems criminal for some of us to even imagine, like, what happens if I pay myself first? Like, well, I'm not supposed to do that. I'm supposed to pay all the bills and then pay myself first. But I don't agree. I think that it should be the opposite. I think you pay yourself first and then you let them figure it out, like with what's left. If you run out of money, hey, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you when I get you, and that's it, right? So if you do that and you stick to that rule and you have an annuity that's consistently working for you, even if it's a small one, that will fill up your pool and give you a capital base, which is one of the key secrets to financial security. That simple. Does that make sense? We on the same page? All right. I'm about to go. It's lunchtime. I'm gonna go see my wife. Love you guys. Have a great day. God bless you. And I'll check in with you soon. So take care, everybody. See you soon. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and Money in the Morning is where we get together. It's a millionaire training camp. This is for anybody who wants themselves and their families to be millionaires in the future and to do well financially. We will break all that down. Every day we talk about money on a regular basis just to make it a habit. Your habits will define you. Your habits will shape your life. Your habits will determine whether you succeed or fail, and that's just the reality of it all. So anyway, how's everybody doing? I hope you're doing well. And I'm doing well. Let me tell you what. I was sick as a dog this weekend. I had norovirus. I think I mentioned that to you guys, and that was you don't want that. You don't wish it on your worst enemy. I was in pretty bad shape, and but it lasted. It was really bad for about 24 hours, and then after 24 hours, it kind of started to dwindle off, and I finally got a chance to go back to the gym at my 5 a.m. time slot, and that really felt good. But my sleep schedule's way off because when I get sick, all I do is sleep, sleep, sleep. I just sleep and rest. I read a lot of studies about health, and I found that health is heavily determined by how much you sleep. I didn't know sleep and water consumption were so important. So if you don't want to get sick in your old age and get dementia and too much or reduce your probability of cancer and all the other bad things that can happen in old age, drink a lot of water, get a lot of rest. They even say that people that work like the graveyard shift when they're young, that they have a much higher probability of dementia when they get older. There's something, it just does something to your brain. And I can tell you, when I was in college, I worked the graveyard shift at the University of Kentucky. And I used to I did that out of survival because I just kind of had to. And I remember never feeling quite right. I remember sleeping like I would work either the 12 to 4 shift or the 4 to 8 shift, which I could adjust to because either you had to stay up late or get up really early. But the worst shift ever, like torture, was doing the 12 to 8 shift. The 12 to 8 shift was just, it just didn't feel natural because I was like, man, I feel like I'm supposed to get some sleep somewhere in here. And no matter how much I tried to get back to normal after I got home, it just didn't feel right. Right. And so ultimately, I would say take care of your mental health. Your mental health matters. Is something that I think a lot of us struggle with. I think a lot of our people struggle with, and actually every study shows that Americans we do very good when it comes to money. Americans are good at making money because we worship money. America is a capitalist society that puts money at the top of the priority list. Right now, your government's being run by a bunch of billionaires who are doing a lot of stuff so they can fill up their own pockets and the pockets of their friends. And so America is a country where the society makes a lot of money. But when they look at quality of life, mental health, physical health, things like that, quality of your family structures, things like that, they say that we're like worst among the industrial countries. Like we're literally kind of this country that's decided to have this one-dimensional fixation on money at the expense of everything else. And so one of the things that we really impress upon you in this space in Money in the Morning in our millionaire training camp is I want you to be a real millionaire. Like I want you to be a real millionaire. I want you to actually have real wealth. Like a millionaire, in my opinion, means somebody who's really wealthy. Some people think they're wealthy because they have a lot of money, and some people think that because they don't have any money that means they're broke. And I've been in many rooms, many situations where the guy with the least amount of money was the richest person in the room, and the person with the most money was the poorest person. Take it from a guy I've met the celebrities, I've met, Kanye's a whole billionaire, right? He was a billionaire. First thing he told me when he talked on the phone is, I'm a billionaire. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care how much money you're worth. You need to go see a damn doctor, you crazy man. But anyway, I was joking. I didn't say that to him, but I was thinking that, like, dude, come on, man. You got all that money. You can afford a doctor because some of the stuff you're doing on the internet ain't making no sense. But anyway, still though, it's like some of these people, their lives. I did not, just to be quite frank, even about if you want to talk specifically about Kanye, since we're being transparent. He invited me to fly to his hotel. He was staying at some fancy hotel in Beverly Hills, and I remember thinking, I don't even know if I want to be in that space. I don't know what's happening in that space. I don't know if people are getting drugged or beat up, raped, set up. I was like, I don't really know if I want to even be there by myself because that stuff is crazy. That celebrity world is insane. And even long before the Diddy allegations came out, I remember like kind of knowing people who knew those people, and they were like, don't go up there because whatever's happening up there will get you locked up and or killed or whatever. Like it's some really dark stuff happening over there. And I remember specifically hearing that from a reliable source and just saying, I don't think I really want to be around that. And I think that these kind of financial consciousness conversations are important. You got to have these with your kids because we have this society where people think that because you've got money, you're doing better than other people, right? We have a society where it's kind of like if everyone else is broke and you're doing good, people think you're doing the best, and that's just not true. Like having the most money does not mean you're doing better than everyone else. Your quality of life, a lot of it fits into health, wealth, and relationships. So if you are doing well financially, and a lot of times people don't even know, people even think they're doing well financially, but they're not. Like for example, financial security pretty much means two things: wealth and cash flow. If they got plenty of cash flow and they got plenty backups, they got a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, and a plan D, then they might be doing well financially. When all the coffers are full, all the guns are locked and loaded, all the shields are up, right? Somebody can't just take their little black job and put them in the poorhouse. Somebody can't just cut the DEI program and take away your take away your check. Somebody can't just decide that they don't want to do the government grant anymore, and next thing you know, your organization falls. Somebody can't just come along and decide that corporate isn't hiring people in your department anymore, and then have you screwed. People that are financially secure have to have a lot of different ways to solve financial problems, and that's one element of financial consciousness that I think gets overlooked. Also, all money ain't good money. Sometimes getting next to like Jeffrey Epstein. Remember Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein was a guy who understood that for Americans, financial consciousness is very low. Jeffrey Epstein played an easy formula. It was kind of similar to what they might say Diddy did. He knew that if he's a billionaire, everyone's going to want to be around him. Everybody wants to be his friend. Every woman wants to sleep with him. Every guy wants to be his buddy. People want to take pictures with him. Right? He knew that. And I believe he was Israeli intelligence. I believe he was a spy, and I believe that he was using his wealth and his influence to get access to people and things. He wanted to get inside institutions. He wanted, like Harvard was one that fell for it because they'll get close to anybody who can write a big enough check. And he made a lot of celebrity friends, and then next thing you know, they're all distancing themselves, right? Because everybody wanted to be next to the rich guy. And I can just tell you, it's not that that everybody can't get caught at some point or that you might not make a mistake, but I think a little financial consciousness kind of helps you say, okay, I see you have money, but how did you make your money? Where'd all that money come from? Why are you just walking around just paid and balling like that? You're not even that smart. Who's paying the bills, right? I think asking questions like that helps you understand economics a lot better too. Usually when you know who's paying the bills, you know why certain things are getting done. Like if you want to know why politicians do stupid things that don't even support the American people, well, just find out who's paying the bills, who's funding them, who's making the donations. That'll tell you everything. Because the voters, they show as hell ain't working for the voters. Why would they work for the voters? You're not their backer. You're the commodity. You understand? You're traded. They trade us like cattle. They get in the back room and they say, I'll give you another $10 million so you can go recruit more voters if you make sure that this bill gets passed. So they say, okay, I'll get this bill passed as soon as I'm elected. Just write me the $10 million check so I can get all these suckers to come vote for me because I'm going to say something about trans people or I'm going to say something about putting the Bible back in school or something that's not going to have any impact, not any real economic impact on anybody's lives that's voting for me, but it's going to have a huge economic impact on you because you're about to get that $10 billion government contract. You understand? So there's a money game and then there's like another game, right? So just be thoughtful about that. Those are my thoughts. That's what's on my mind today. All right. So what I wanted to do today is I wanted to answer some questions. In terms of stuff going on in the Black Business School. If you guys have any questions or whatever, I just want to run some stuff by you, let you guys know what we're doing and why. And it came to mind today because someone was asking me about Donald Trump and Musk and all those guys going after the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is a very important part of the government. They're kind of like financial police officers that protect consumers from banks and stuff that do dirty stuff. And I don't agree with what they're doing. I think that it's a little bit overkill. And And I this is a move that I can't agree with. But the problem is everything has kind of an origin story to it, right? So if you look at their attack on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, it's a great organization in terms of what it does, but there is kind of an indictment of the government of just wasting so much freaking money. Now, the Financial Protection Bureau was started just in 2011, so it's not that old. It came out of the mortgage crisis back in '07, '08. They created something called the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reforming Consumer Protection Act, right? And basically, what they do is they regulate financial institutions. They oversee a lot of banks and credit unions, things like that, which is necessary. They enforce consumer protection laws like the Truth in Lending Act, Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, things like that. They handle consumer complaints. If consumers complain about a lender or something, then they'll deal with that. And they educate consumers on financial education tools, reports, etc. They have stuff like that. And also they sort of supervise risky practices, like they monitor like predatory lending, hidden fees, discriminatory practices, etc. Because here's the deal. Look, banks will always be looking for sneaky ways to get you to sacrifice your future so you can have something today. That's what they do. They live off of instant gratification. They eat instant gratification the way a zombie eats dead bodies. That's what they do. They look at you and they say, "Are you financially desperate? Are you financially insecure? Are you greedy? Are you hungry? Do you want it now? Are you impatient? We can make things better for you." That's what they do. They say we can make it better for you. Just sign on the dotted line. It's a Diddy deal with the devil. That's what it is. And they're like, come on, girl, just sign. All you got to do is just sign right here. And see, because the thing about debt is debt feels like freedom when you first sign. It feels like freedom. It's a drug. It feels like freedom because in the moment you sign the piece of paper and you got $10,000 to go shopping with. You can go on vacation. You can get that card you wanted. You get to be fly now. You get to drive around in something nice. Anybody ever had that feeling, right? And then what you don't realize is that the future you is screaming like, please don't do it. Don't do it. No, it's a Diddy party. Don't do it, girl, please. But it doesn't matter because in the moment, all these emotions are going off and we're signing pretty much everything. So banks, they use hidden fees, they have fine print, they have all kinds of stuff to seduce you into making these financial decisions. Predatory lending would fall in that category as well. And it gets to the point where they are going to come get you, right? And so I do think that we need a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, 100%. I think that where they put themselves into trouble though and drew this scrutiny is because the government spending has gotten out of control. The deficit is insane. The government debt is ridiculous. It's both the Democrats and Republicans' fault. If you look back in history, the Republicans supported Reaganomics, where they pretty much cut the government revenue substantially. The Bush tax cuts cut government revenue because they stopped really taxing rich people the way that they should and investors the way that they should. But then the war in Iraq was insane. That put us deep in debt. And then after that, we had the pandemic where we overspent dealing with the pandemic. They could have really not spent. They could have really got us through the pandemic. I don't know how many trillions they spent getting us through the pandemic. They probably could have got us through that pandemic for $50 billion. Most of that spending was so unnecessary. It was poorly targeted. And it was basically a reminder of something Rahm Emanuel once said when he said that he said you never waste a good crisis, right? So because in a crisis, people freak out, people are nervous, so they trust their leaders and let the leaders do whatever. And your leaders pretty much just went insane in the government. They went. I mean, since we were running with the Diddy party analogy, they had a Diddy party on the government finances. That's what they did. And so really, if you want me to believe that what Trump and Musk are doing, that this is the first time in history this has ever happened. That's not true. I believe the last administration did the same thing during the pandemic. They wrote a $15 million check to Harvard that Harvard sent back. Harvard was like, we don't need the money. Why did you send us $15 million when there are people who really need the money? They're like, well, because you're rich like us. Here, we're giving money out to our rich friends. And they weren't keeping track of the money. And now they're clawing it back and they're prosecuting people for overspending the pandemic funds. Well, the problem is, why was it so easy to get in the first place? Why did you leave the government coffers open for people to walk in and take money? I mean, really, it's like that's like me telling kids like I put Halloween candy out and I put a little sign that says only take one piece, and then one kid takes three pieces because I'm not watching, and then I pull out a gun and shoot the 8-year-old in my front yard. Like like come on, man. I could have at least done something to not entice the kid. I seduced that little kid into getting the candy. Now I done killed the 8-year-old. That will make me a terrible person, right? So basically, that's what I see when I see these prosecutions happening. I think that don't get me wrong, they did break the law, but you literally let the cookie jar just lay out there wide open, and you pretty much let anybody come up and fill out a piece of paper and get a big loan. They did the same thing during the mortgage crisis back in 2007. That's why you had the crisis, because people were getting loans in the names of their dogs. Or you'd have a waitress that's making, 20,000 a year getting a mortgage on a $400,000 house. Why is she living in a $400,000 house? She deserves it. She works hard for the money, but she ain't got the money to pay that mortgage. But they were doing that, right? So this really is what they do in terms of government. This deficit, this debt has grown under Democratic administrations. This deficit has grown under Republican administrations. And I know that people have their sides, and people are like, oh, Trump is bad, or Biden is terrible. And I get all that, right? That's fine. I'm just going to tell you, I don't believe that civil war has ever benefited black people. If you look at black wealth and you look at where black wealth goes down under Democratic administrations, black wealth goes down under Republican administrations. If you look at black families, they're destabilizing under Democratic administrations. They're destabilizing under Republican administrations. If you look at quality of life, tell me one area. Look at education. Look at these kids in the schools. These kids in school can't read. They can't read when there's a Republican in office. They can't read when there's a Democrat in office. A lot of the cities like Chicago are 100% Democrat. And I can tell you there's about 42 schools in the city of Chicago that are mostly black and brown, where the children cannot read. So when people come up to me and they say, "Oh, you're a Trump supporter," or "Oh, you're a Biden supporter," I say, or they call me a Trump supporter, I say, "Well, that's just as offensive as calling me a Biden supporter." They call me a Biden supporter, I say, "Well, that's like calling me a Trump supporter." I'm neither one. I'm a black supporter. I'm black first. And the reality is that I think that that's the solution. You don't have to agree with me. No one has to agree, right? And I know people want to fight about this. And what's interesting to me is that I've seen black people who will fight harder over Democrat Republican stuff than they'll fight for their own damn community. They'll fight harder for Biden than they'll fight for their own damn kids. They'll fight harder for Trump than they'll fight for wealth for the next generation. They'll fight harder over politics than they'll fight to clean up their own damn community. And so, this idea of us believing that there are some magical white people that are going to appear in Washington who are going to sprinkle fairy dust over the black community and make everything better, I don't believe the same fairy tale. I'm not big on fairy tales. That I've never seen that happen. Maybe it could. Maybe if you keep praying, and maybe you pray to white Jesus, black Jesus, and baby Jesus, they can all get together and do a blessing loom and make it all happen. It's like those blessing looms. You ever see those blessing looms they put out there where they where they send your homeboy send you an email and says, "Family, we gotta build wealth in the community. So if you put your $500 in and I put my $500 in and she puts her $500 in, then we'll have $10,000 apiece." And I'm like, that's not math, asshole. Like, what is that? That is not math. That is lying. That you're lying. You can't 500 plus 500 plus 500 does not equal 30,000. Who told you that? Right? Who told you that? But when people sound good when they say it, like the pastors sound like the rappers. They know how to rap and rhyme when I wish I could speak like some of these pastors. I'm sorry, I love my pastors. I love my black churches. I really do. But y'all know what I'm talking about. When you got those pimps in the pulpit, those pastors who like rhyme when they talk, and they literally will talk an hour and not be saying nothing, just be repeating themselves. And Jesus, and Jesus, and Jesus, and I praise him, and I pray, and I get it, but it's kind of like, let's get to a solution at some point, right? Emotionality can't be the default response to everything that's happening to us, because what that also does is that's really bad for your health, by the way. It's just really, really unhealthy. Like, if you want to know, for example, why we die so young, it's not good for us to be like emotionally riled up like that all the time, or to use emotional like cortisol levels. That's part of it, fight or flight, like using that to just get through the day. That is not good for you. My wife is a therapist. She has a whole doctorate in this stuff. She can tell you high cortisol levels will kill you. High cortisol levels can explain a lot of why black people die from cancer at early ages. High cortisol levels can explain a lot of the hypertension and all the other issues that we run into, the diabetes added on to all that, right, from the food. So ultimately, I really encourage you to really consider like what does wealth really look like and how do we actually get to that point? Now, you might ask, well, where's the finance? I saw somebody ask that question. That's a great question. If you don't know that I've been talking about finance the entire time and wealth the entire time, then this might not be the class for you. I want to make that 100% clear. One of the things that we don't do in this class is we don't just do like, well, here's how you do your taxes and here's how you fill out your 401k. There are plenty of people that can talk to you about that basic stuff. I have a whole doctorate in this stuff. And one of the things I can tell you is that if you don't understand the psychology and the sociology behind your economics, then you will never understand your economics. The number one thing you must understand about being broke is you first got to understand why you're broke. See, a lot of people are like, I don't want to be broke anymore. It's like, well, why are you broke? I don't know. Like, well, I'm dying and I'm sick and I want to be healthy. Well, how did you get unhealthy? I don't know. It just happened. So, so you're playing basketball and you think you're on a football field because it's hard to dribble a basketball on a football field, right? You do know that, right? And you're dunking the basketball in the end zone and it's the wrong end zone. So you're trying to get me to show you how to play basketball, but you're showing up in a soccer uniform on a football field and you're playing the rules of tennis and wondering why you're not winning NBA championships. So what you got to understand is that your economic security is like a house. And a lot of people think about it like shopping for a house, right? A lot of people might go in. You ever see somebody shop for a house and they don't understand the basics, like the like real estate's complex. Like I respect my real estate agents, like Constance Carter, people that have that skill, because they understand that buying a house can be deep. You can really lose a lot of money that way, right? There's all these inspections that have to happen. Like literally, you can even buy a house and not even be buying it from the right person. You have to do the title, the check on the title and the deeds and all this other stuff. Make sure that the person selling it to you actually owns it. You got to do all kinds of research on the foundation. You might have termites eating through the basement. You have all these issues, right? That requires a complete full inspection before you buy the house. But then you have some people who just say, "Oh, I want that house. It looks good." They don't care about the inspections. They don't care about the detail stuff. They don't care about the title search. They don't care about any of that. All they care about is what the house looks like on the outside, the cosmetic side. And that's kind of what wealth is. There are lots of people, if you want to find black people who want to have money, join the club. There's millions of people who are like, I want money. There's millions of rappers who rap about money, how much money they think they're going to have, how much money they want. And I can tell you that my perspective on money is a little bit different because I'm a financial scientist. So as a financial scientist, I see money in a very deep way. So when someone says I want to get money, I'm like, okay, so how are you going to do that? And say, I don't know, I just want to get it. And so I'm like, okay, so because culturally speaking, if you're black, you know that your pathway to getting money is typically going to be different than say if you were a young Jewish kid. When I was 11, I went to the school called Kentucky Country Day. It's like this all white rich kid school that that I got a scholarship to go to because my parents didn't have any money, so I got to go for free. But the tuition now there's like 25,000 a year. It costs as much as a college does, and I only went for 2 years. It was a really bad experience, honestly, but I learned a lot. And when we got on the bus, we would come home, and on the bus every day we would stop at a Hebrew school, and half the kids would get off the bus because they were Jewish. And all these kids would go to school after school was over. And I remember thinking, why the hell y'all got to go to school after school's out? Like that's crazy to me. And and then they explained it to me. Now, by the way, let me ask you all a question. Can y'all hear me? Give me a yes if you can hear me okay. Let me know if the audio's coming through because somebody said they can't hear. So if they say no sound, I just want to double check. Okay, looks like the audio's good. Okay. So I didn't think about that for 30 years. It was just a thing. But then later on, when I started thinking about the difference in the educational process between a black kid and a Jewish kid, and I read books like An Empire of Their Own, how the Jews invented Hollywood, I realized, okay, wealth is not just about X's and O's and tax forms and what kind of job you have. Wealth is culture. Wealth is very, very cultural. What the Jewish community figured out because of their version of oppression is they said, we don't trust your system to educate our children. Your system is never going to give our kids what they need. Your system's not going to tell our kids what they need to know about who they are. Your system's not going to tell our kids what they need to know to be able to stick together. Your system's not going to teach them how to build wealth. Your system's going to teach them how to throw away wealth. Your system's not going to teach them how to stick together. Your system's going to teach them how to divide and go apart. So they said, we don't want to be like your black kids. You own the black people. You're not going to own us. In fact, we're going to get so much wealth, we're going to own you. And we're going to do it in such a powerful way that literally we're going to be a tiny part of the population. We're going to own every freaking thing. Well, why is that? Culture. It's culture. There is a culture of ownership. And I don't care. I don't know. I hope any of my Jewish friends don't take offense to this, but I know what y'all doing. Stop that. I have a PhD in finance. I study y'all. I pay close attention. Y'all own everything. Look at all the major TV networks. Look at everything. When I got on the phone with Kanye, that's all he raved about was he sent me this big diagram of all the Jewish ownership of all the media outlets, and I said, yeah, you're right. That's what they're doing. Maybe we should try that too, right? Okay, I'm not mad. I'm like, okay, let's figure this out. How did they do? How did they own everything? And even right at that time, I kid you not, that was when another bank that's heavily influenced by that community, not Wells Fargo, J.P. Morgan, sent him a letter that day saying, if you don't come to the bank and take out your money by Tuesday, we're going to send you a cashier's check for whatever the amount. It was some abnormally large amount of money. It was a few $1 million or 100 million or something. We're going to send you a check because we don't want your money. That's how real it was, right? So my thought here is maybe we should take some notes, right? Maybe there's a point where we get serious about economic strategy. Maybe there's a point where we start to question everything in terms of how the kids get raised and how we go about thinking about money. Because right now, what you're really seeing in America is you're seeing a lot of economic desperation. Trump comes in, gets rid of all the DEI programs, everybody's scrambling. A lot of government, and if you're in that situation, my heart goes out to you. So you're scrambling because the DEI program got cut at the corporation, so they used to fund your programs, or that was your job, and now the job's not there. Maybe the office that you work on in the government is gone. I had a friend who told me about that. She said, "Yeah, we went into the office and they told everybody that our jobs might not be there, and so it's tough. It's really hard." But one of the things that I do believe to the core of my soul, I don't believe this, I know this for a fact, is that if you prepare in advance, if you give your children the psychology of money at an early age, the psychology of wealth and financial security at an early age, they are less vulnerable to those economic shocks than people who just go around willy-nilly like there's nothing wrong, like everything's okay. Um, I think that being black is very risky. I do. I think that being black is more risky than being white. I think being black is more risky than being Jewish. I think being black is more risky than being an immigrant. I really do. And so when you're in a risky situation, you only make it worse if you engage in risky behavior. Because what you're doing is you're adding risk on top of risk. It's like eating a ham sandwich and putting pork bellies on top of your ham sandwich and putting it between two pieces of a donut, right? You're just adding nastiness on top of nastiness. You're getting more and more unhealthy as the sandwich gets bigger. So this big risk sandwich that we have, I think, requires us to sort of examine the culture and sort of ask, like, what is it that makes the people in the most risky situation in America engage in the riskiest financial behavior that there is? Because if you live paycheck to paycheck, you're engaging in financially risky behavior. If you are never willing to sacrifice to maintain a relationship with a person that can help provide financial security with you, because maybe all the men you meet aren't tall enough, or all the women aren't good and cute enough, or whatever, because or marriage is going to hold you down or block you from a great sex life, whatever. Then that's kind of risky behavior because you're paying for everything by yourself. If you are so traumatized and you've never taken the time to heal from trauma to get along with others, so you can form groups to work together, so you can pay bills together and accomplish financial goals together, then that's risky behavior. If you don't have savings, that's risky behavior. If you don't have any investments, that's risky behavior. If you own no real estate, that's risky behavior. If you never learn to start a business, that's risky behavior, because what that means is that the very same Caucasian that angers you, stresses you out, that oppresses you, is the very same person that you are solely dependent upon to provide you and the people you love with financial security. And that is simple. It's very logical. I don't think there's anything incorrect about what I just said. And what you're seeing when you're seeing all the chaos right now, for example, the chaos with Trump and everything else, it comes from the fact that as much as we claim to sort of be fighting against racism against white people, we really admire them a lot. We really admire them. We like them. We trust them. We value their opinions. We want them to like us. We want to be accepted. And I'm not in that group with you. I'm not. I don't dislike white people. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate my white friends, but I don't look at any of them and for 1 second and think, gosh, I really hope you can take care of me and my family. I can't. I don't feel that. I don't look at Donald Trump and say, gosh, he's a good guy. I hope he hooks me up. I don't look at Joe Biden and say, man, that's a great guy. I mean, he only incarcerated 10 million black men, but that's my buddy. I don't. I can't. I don't do that. And and in fact and what it does is it kind of creates like a nice, it's a very depressing reality, but it creates a nice neutrality where you just don't care what people think anymore either. Like I don't I got a guy across the street that lives, that I think is a Trump supporter. He's a cop, and he has a big American flag on the front of his house, and he drives a big gigantic pickup truck. And he's I see him a lot because we both shovel our snow first whenever there's a snowfall. And his driveway's shoveled perfectly. Mine is like kind of raggedy because I'm trying to get it done fast. But still, though, like I don't think this guy likes black people. I really wonder how he feels about black people, right? You just don't know. But you know what? It doesn't offend me. I don't care. Because you got your family, I got mine. You got your house, I got mine. You live across the street, I live over here. Why do I care what you think about me? So if you ran up to me and you're like, I heard he's a racist. I heard he's a racist. I'd be like, I don't care. Look, I got a Black Panther behind me every time I talk. So I'm sure people would say all kinds of stuff about me too. I love being black. I'm proud of being black. I think that blackness gives us everything that we need when it comes to our strength, our economics, our everything. Like we have we're almost at 1.8 trillion in spending power now. We don't need anything else. We've got everything that we need. We're the most talented people in the world. I talked about the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl runs on black people. The Super Bowl, the biggest investors in the Super Bowl are black people. We are. The Super Bowl was as black as it gets. You have black people on the stage. You have black people on the field. Jalen Hurts is black. The quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, is pretty black. And then you had all these other black people making catches and runs and everything. So it's crazy though, because if you looked in the owner's box, and we talked about this, that's where there aren't that many black people. And if you look at who's cashing the biggest checks from that event, it ain't black people, right? So what you really see when you watch the Super Bowl is what you're really looking at is something that you could have seen on any plantation in 1708. On any plantation in 1708, and I mentioned this before, so forgive me if I'm telling you this again for the second, but I want to make sure this point gets hammered home. If you go to any plantation in 1708, I'm sure there was some festival or something where they would have Negroes on the field playing some game where they're cracking their heads against each other, beating each other half to death for the entertainment of white folks, with maybe some entertainment in between, some dancing, dancing people in between, dancing and singing, right? Like a halftime show in a way. And then, some slave masters sitting on the porch with mint juleps who invited their friends over, and they're admiring the Negroes. Like, wow, that boy sure can sing. That girl sure can, she sure is strong. That boy really does run fast. Ooh, I think that boy is gonna kill that other boy, right? Just stuff like that, right? So ultimately, I mean, the plantation mentality is pretty consistent and it hasn't changed very much. And the only way it changes is if you have enough economic consciousness to understand the structure of it and to say, I want to position myself in a different place in this institution because it's institutionalized. I'm fully convinced that no matter how much I say, the majority of our people will want to be kind of on that bottom rung. I'm just convinced of that. I offend too many people. I'm not the guy who can get a message to every single black person in America. There's too many people that can't relate to me, and it's okay because I don't care. But what I can say is that it's really a mosquito in the jar kind of thing, where you talk about mosquitoes in the jar and how they have the lid on the jar and they can't get out, and then you take the lid off and the mosquitoes stay inside the jar. It's become a little bit of a mosquito in the jar kind of thing. And why is that? Well, because and you're right, I did reach you, John Trey, and that's who I'm talking to. I like preaching to the choir. That's me. I want to run with the sprinters. I can't run with the fat people. I just can't. Some people have patience for that, but if you fat and you're trying to run toward the cheeseburger stand, I'm gonna cheer you on. We're not gonna slow down. So I'm running with the sprinters right now. So a lot of you in here are the best economic thinkers in your families, and I'm here to encourage you. I'm not here to slow this down for anybody in the back. So anyway, if you go back to that, what was I saying about that? So ultimately, if you're talking about breaking out of that plantation mentality, what you really got to look at is you got to look at culture, right? There's such a scenario as a black man getting on a bus, and somebody saying, "Okay, Negro, you got to go to the back," right? That's one scenario. But there's another scenario that eventually evolves where the black man gets on the bus and he walks to the back without being asked, right? And so the question is, which scenario are we in? Are we in a scenario where we're being told to go to the back of the bus? Or are we in a scenario where we just walk right to the back? Because I can tell you this, I met a lot of really interesting white people in my life, but I've never once met a white man who told me that I wasn't allowed to read a book. I've never met a white man who told me I couldn't start a business. I've never met a white man who told me I could not take care of my kids. I've never met a white man who told me I couldn't eat healthy and not get heart disease and diabetes and strokes or become an alcoholic like some of my uncles. I've never met a white man who told me that I couldn't love my wife and be the best husband I can be. I don't. In fact, I don't even talk. I sometimes literally the life I have, I can go a month without talking to a single white person. So I think that it's incredibly important for us to disassociate or disconnect the damage that is self-inflicted versus damage that is inflicted by others, instead of assuming that everything is done by somebody else, that massa is responsible for everything. Because at that point, you're giving them too much credit, you're giving them too much attention, and the attention should be on your kids. The attention should be on systems that we believe in and rely on that are not doing the job. I really want to know, like, why is it that there are 42 schools in the Chicago public school system where not one single black child can read or do math at grade level? I need to know. I don't get it. Don't give me no Democrat Republican conversation. No, I need to know what's happening here. I don't need to know who to blame. I need to know what the solution is, right? Because politicians do it wrong. They're like, oh, it's the teacher's fault, or oh, it's the administrators, oh, it's the Republicans. I don't care. I don't who to blame. If my child gets shot, I don't want to know. I don't care who did it. I want to know, is my child okay? Like that's the first thing I need to know. I'm not. Well, let's go fight who did it. No, like you do that after you find out if your child's going to live and make sure that they're safe, and then you might go back and blame somebody. But don't do that before. We will start blaming before we even solve the damn problem, and then think that associating the blame is the same as finding the solution, and that does not work. So why can't your kids read? I'm gonna tell you, the reason your kids can't read is because it's your fault. Because they're your kids, they're not his kids. You gave the responsibility of your kids to that person. They're your kids. The reason they don't know the basics of finance and they out here struggling at 25, 26 years old, broke as hell, homeless, can't pay rent, can't survive in the economy, it's because you didn't do the job. You didn't know. And I get it. Sometimes we just don't know. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes we just don't know. Even as my beloved mother was dying from her colon cancer after, a lot of her life, she got fed a lot of slave food. I did too. That might be my fate. I have no idea. But even then, she was like, well, what if you just didn't know? And you're right. Some stuff we just don't know. But see, now you know. Now you know you didn't know. And now that you know, with knowledge comes responsibility. So now that you know, the question is, are you going to apply it, or are you going to keep relying on the lame excuses that you could have used when you didn't know? And when you know that you know, now you're lying to yourself. Now you're being lazy. Now you don't want to do the work. Now you don't want to evolve. Now you don't want to do the really tough part, which is shifting habits. It's the habits that get us in trouble. It's not knowledge. Like we used to be able to say in the 80s, like, well, the reason we don't know economics because white people, they put it in the books and they hide it from us. They don't tell us nothing. You got the internet. Stop it. Stop that. I have a whole PhD. Do you know, I was the only African American on the entire planet to get a PhD in finance in the year 2002, and I was smarter than 99% of my classmates. So don't act like you don't have access to knowledge. Knowledge is everywhere. So stop that. It's a decision, it's a choice. When I was obese, if you go back and look at videos of me in 2016, y'all know that I was fat. I was a big, fat, chunky, still yelling and screaming, but I was kind of Roland Martin-ish. I was like the human beatbox. I was getting bigger every year, blood pressure going up, all that stuff. And that changed. And the reason that changed was because I was like, if I don't change my habits, I'm going to die. And when I got to the point where it was time for me to make that decision to make that adjustment, because the late poor lady took my blood pressure, the lady, the black nurse, and she's like, "Oh, baby, let me take your blood pressure again." Like, 'cause she couldn't believe the number was so high. I was like, "Okay, damn." And here's the thing, at that point, it wasn't like it was a mystery of what I needed to do to lose weight. I knew what I needed to do. I needed to go to the gym, stop eating cheeseburgers and stuff and crappy food, and exercise a little more. Right. But but the hard part was actually the implementation. That's the idea. The hard part is the implementation. So if you want a secret to success in any of this stuff, work on something small and hold yourself accountable for the implementation. So let's really drill in on the economic thing. It's a couple specific economic instructions you can apply that will make a difference in your family for the next 100 years. You ready? You ready? This is the implementation. Number one, invest some amount of money every week in the stock market and do not sell that stock unless you absolutely have to. Do that every single week. And we've talked about this. Um, you already do this. You already invest in other people's stuff. You pay your car note on time. You pay your cell phone on time. You pay your rent on time. So you've invested in the cell phone company. You invest in the car dealer. You're investing in the landlord. You probably if you've been paying rent for 20 or 30 years, you bought your landlord a mansion by now. They probably if they've invested that money, they made over $1 million by now. They literally have. I can show you the math. I know I'm good at math, and I that's all we do as finance professors. Is we calculate stuff. So doing that and sticking with that plan ensures that your family has an endowment. What is an endowment? An endowment is basically a pile of resources that protects the institution from economic shocks and financial chaos or economic problems or uncertainties or risk. Like now, like Trump coming in and cutting all the DEI programs and cutting half the jobs or whatever he's doing. Well, if you have a family endowment, then you're safe from that. You say, man, times are tough. We're going to have to pivot. Good thing we've got $1 million in stock that we can live off of until we get everything figured out. So that is, and most black families don't have any kind of endowment. It's hand to mouth, paycheck to paycheck, and it becomes very stressful when something goes wrong. When Massa says that we're laying off all the black people today, and then suddenly the income stream shuts off and it becomes very hard. Now, I am not making fun of anybody in that situation. I've been there. I understand. I get it. But that is a habit that has to shift. That is a cultural shift. Believe it or not, the Indian families are really good at this. They are very good. They because for them survival is not a game. They don't have no welfare programs. They don't have nothing. They don't got no safety net, nothing in India. So for them, family is the safety net. So they keep the family together no matter what. They ain't no like, well, my baby mama was tripping, so I had to walk out because no, they don't do all that. No, they figure it out and then they start businesses together and then they reinvest in each other's businesses and force that to grow and they create a family endowment so that the institution becomes safe so nobody's financially insecure. The family always has a pile of money somewhere that they can use to fund things you're trying to do or help you out in a tough spot. It's not true for every family. Some people struggle, right? So it's not true for everybody. You can't stereotype, but that's one thing that they do when they do it well. So studying these families, I think, is extremely important. There are Indian families that have gone to cities like Detroit and taken over damn near all the gas stations in Detroit. They are so gangster with their economics and their economic culture that they can come up in your neighborhood, buy up all of your shit, and own all of your stuff, and then create a stream of revenue off of your community, and you will smile and gladly hand them your money. That's what they do. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing in Detroit and in other cities across this country. And I'm not even mad at them for it. I'm not mad at them for it because they understand that economics is very competitive. So again, in terms of specifics, one thing you have to realize too is that families that want to be wealthy are conservative. They preserve their resources. This is where I get mad at my rapper friends because I'm like, why are y'all so flashy? Why do you think that every time you get money, everybody has to know about it? Why does it have to be shown by spending it? Why not show your money by investing? Show me something that you invested in. Show me where you created 10,000 jobs. Then I'll be impressed with your money. But don't show me a Gucci bag and somehow make me think that means you're financially secure. That doesn't mean you're financially. That means you're an idiot. That means you're stupid enough to go buy a $10,000 bag that cost somebody $500 to make. That doesn't make you smart. I don't admire that. There's nothing to look up to with that. So ultimately, when you're talking about culture, a wealthy culture is one built around wealth preservation. Because conservative, financially conservative, I'm not talking about socially conservative, but financially conservative cultures are into sturdiness. They're built, they develop consistency. Like corporations tend to be somewhat conservative financially because they want to maintain the structure and the consistency of the institution. So the question is, what institution are you preserving? And I'd say that your family is a great place to start. So do that thing that I mentioned before, pick some stock every week, go in there, buy, SPY, VOO, Victor, Oscar, Oscar. Those are great funds to start with. You could literally invest in those two funds for the rest of your life and execute the plan with complete precision. And the other thing I would encourage you to do is don't get cheap when it comes to your future. You got generous when it came to paying the car note. You got generous when it came to paying the cell phone bill. You're generous when you're paying the landlord. So be generous when it comes to you. Be generous when it comes to your family. Be generous when it comes to preparing for the battles that are not yet fought. Be generous when it comes to getting your family ready financially. If you do that over 30 years, if a person invests about $150 a month or something like that, their family's sitting on $250,000. You're not poor anymore. If you do the same as a lot of people spend on their car notes, $600, then you're talking about $1 million. You got $1 million family in less than a generation, and you do it just by being consistent. So VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar, SPY. If you want to see something, see it in action, feel free to go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. Or if you also want to join us later on today, we're going to do the Black Stock Market Club. That happens at noon today. So if you'd like to join us in the stock market, the stock market club, then go to drboystockmarket.com. You can do a 30-day free trial, or you can switch out the code and get 80% off if you want to sign up for the year. Go the regular annual fee is like $12.99, but you can sign up for like $2.99 or $1.99. I got $2.99, something like that. It's 80% off. So anyway, the code is morning 2025. Morning 2025, all one word. So drboystockmarket.com, morning 2025. If somebody could type that in the chat, I appreciate it. Now, if you don't have 30 years, Yvette, that's a great question. That leads me to another question. The question I would ask you is, why do you not care about anyone but yourself? That's the question I would ask. If you're thinking like, well, I'm 70 years old, I don't have 30 years. Maybe you don't, maybe you do. I hope you do, but let's say that you don't. Um, I would ask that question. I would say, well, why do you act like the world's going to stop spinning after you're gone? Why do you act like your loved ones aren't going to need resources? Is there no one that's going to be here after you're gone that you care about? Do you think racism is going to go away? You think financial anxiety is going to go away? It's probably going to get worse. So that's what I would say to anybody who says, "Well, am I too old to invest?" I would say, "Well, you got grandkids, right? You know your grandkids are going to need money. Do you love them? Do you love them? Because if you love them, the best thing to do, one of the best things you can do, is to feed them and give them some money, right? Like that. That's probably the best way to. A couple of really great ways to show love to the grandbabies, right? So. Because I can tell you, my grandma set me up. Not, I mean, she didn't leave me a ton of money. She left me a little bit, not a ton, but she set me up. The things she taught me, the savings bond she bought me when I was little. She introduced me to compound interest. My grandmother's my whole inspiration. That's why we named the panther after her. The panther's name is Felicia. So, um, yeah, my grandmother did things in the 1960s that affect what I'm doing now. And if my grandmother had known what you all know, then what other thing my grandmother would have done is she would have put aside a little bit of money, the same way she was giving 10% to the pastor. She would have put 10% in the stock portfolio, 10% of her income in the stock portfolio. Because my grandmother had a list of financial rules she followed. And one of them was from her mother, Grandma Marilda, where she would say, you give 10% to the Lord and 10% for your savings and something else, right? And I think that if she knew what you all know now, she would have took 10% and put it into the stock market. And I can guarantee you that if my grandmother had put 10% of her income in the stock market since the 1940s, our family would have millions of dollars more right now. Like millions. I'm not kidding, millions of dollars. Warren Buffett bought $142 worth of stock in 1940 something. Maybe it's 42. That stock is now worth about $650,000. And that was one investment. And by the year 2030, it'll be worth, I think, $6 million because that's what compound interest does. So if you want to leave a gift and a legacy for the kids and grandkids, leave them the gift of compound interest because only you can do it. Only you have the privilege of being alive in 2025. Your great grandkids are either they're not alive, or if they are alive, they're too young to even value money. So they're not gonna use the time for investing because they don't even know. They're 3, 4 years old. So our job as parents and grandparents is to protect them while they're not aware. We protect our babies because the babies don't know what's going on in the world. They don't know what the threats are, right? You do know. So you got the opportunity now. The decisions that you make or don't make are going to affect them. If you don't make a decision to make their life better in the future, then their life won't be better, and they're going to go through a lot of pain because of a lack of preparation. Because they're still going to be black. America's still going to be what it is. After Donald Trump is dead, his son Barron is going to take over. He's going to be just like his dad. It's going to be hard for them. And I encourage you to make sure that we learn how to compete and not just complain. Competing beats complaining. I should probably put that on a t-shirt. I want to compete, not complain. Or competing over complaining. Yeah, there we go. Like they have assets over liabilities or earn your leisure. I should get competing over complaining. I think I'm gonna make that into a shirt because that drives me crazy. I'm a mathematician, right? And we never solved a math problem by complaining about it. Come on now, that's crazy. All right. So anyway, yeah. So if you want to join us this afternoon for the stock market club, I'm going to give you some stocks that I like, and we'll talk about what's going on with the market. So, if you want to join, just go to drboycestockmarket.com, drboycestockmarket.com, and that code to get 80% off is morning 2025, all one word. It's a special code for you guys, so feel free to use that. And also, if you're interested in the relationship stuff, I told you relationships linked to wealth. That's why we created the first ever Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School with my wife Alicia, who is a PhD level therapist, and also she is a full professor of social work, and she knows lots of therapist friends, and they're doing something called the Black Love Weekend this weekend coming up, and it's literally going to be just literally a gathering, like a big conference online of Black, highly educated, high octane therapists that can really help you heal, fix things. So that you can have healthy families again, start talking to your cousin again, work through your relationship issues with your spouse, get along with your kids, have better sex. Like they're covering everything. They're literally covering everything. So anyway, if you guys want to join, you can go to theblackloveweekend.com. It's going to be Valentine's Day weekend, Saturday morning and Sunday morning. They're 100% serious. They've been planning this for months. I think you guys are going to love it. So feel free to go to theblackloveweekend.com, and her website also is coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. She's good at what she does. I'm gonna bring my wife in class so you can kind of hear from her directly. But the partnership that we have that I really appreciate is that she really got me thinking about how family structure is so connected to wealth. If you look at most communities that have wealth, ain't no community on the planet that's wealthy that has as many broken families as Black people. So if you really want to understand where probably $10 trillion of Black wealth went, why it went out the window, just look at our families. Look at how many baby mama, baby daddy situations we have. Look at how many families there are where you can't talk to your sibling because they smoking crack, or somebody done did something crazy. Some sister sleeping with her sister's husband, or just crazy crap. Like just stuff that you can't build around. You can't build around that, and that creates a lot of pain, a lot of trauma, and trauma is really fascinating because trauma. I didn't know this, but she got a certification in trauma because she's really into this stuff. She explained to me how trauma kills you. Trauma destroys your body. It causes the cancer. It causes the heart disease and the all these other things. So I would encourage you to look into that, because it's hard for a traumatized person to navigate the world and make logical, smart long-term decisions. Trauma responses to things, like if you operate in constant fear, anxiety, overreaction, like no, like if you're living like that, you're gonna make a lot of mistakes, not just in your relationships and in choices, but also in your wealth, because a traumatized person can't really do well in the stock market. When they freak out, they sell everything. And so black people lost over $1 trillion in the 2007, 2008 crash, because when the stock market started crashing, we were selling like crazy. We were running for the hills. And experienced investors were like, "Sure, I'll buy your stock from you." This is where white people tricked us again, right? So that's what we say. They tricked us again. But what they did was they said, "Well, this too shall pass." Because anybody like, and this is something I was trying to explain back then. I didn't have a lot of people that listened to me back in '08, so '07, '08. It was really hard to get urban radio stations to even talk about investing, because they were like, "Well, black people don't want to invest. They don't want to hear about that stuff, doc." And I was like, but I think that they do. I think that we need to talk about money in our community. So back then, nobody talked about it. Now, a lot of people do. Back then, nobody would. But I remember at that time, I was like, no, the data says that when the market goes down, that's an opportunity. There's never been a time where the stock market has ever crashed and it didn't recover. All you got to do is wait, hold your nose, close your eyes, and just wait. Keep investing, keep being consistent. And what happened was the people that did that, they made so much money. They made so much money because think about this. You have a stock that's $100, the price drops to 60, you're buying at 60, it goes back to 100, and then it goes to 200. So you just made a whole lot of money. You made more money than all your friends who are going to work every day, because they were tricked into believing that the best way to make money is to get up and break your back and stress out of the job and spend all this time away from your kids. And that's the trick of capitalism. That is the trick of capitalism. Don't fall for the trick. Don't fall for the rope a dope. It's gonna get you. So anyway, that's it. I'm done. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate you. And by the way, also Alicia has a text number. If you want to get stuff from her, you can text the word love to 87948. So text love to 87948. And because she also does mental health Mondays, and she does a book club on Sunday. So she's deeply involved in stuff, and I want to support my wife because I love her. All right. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you all soon. Take care now. And thank you for tolerating my rant. It was on my spirit today. Lord Jesus, I had to let it out. I'll see you all tomorrow.
But we all have a healing. There's a healing force in all of us to want to heal. Hey, everybody. You know what? Don't stop me, because when I'm having a conversation with another therapist, I can't even start no podcast. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Mental Health Monday. We're welcoming back Miss Naquan Lewis. You didn't put anything behind your name. She got a whole lot of acronyms, a whole lot of letters behind her name. You should update yourself.
I do. It never fits.
Let me tell you, the title of today, hello everybody, is Barriers in the Bedroom. We got expert advice here about what to do in the bedroom. I didn't want to put the SE word in there because I didn't want the algorithms keeping y'all away from this beautiful content. So I'm talking about barriers in the bedroom, but actually what we're talking about is intimacy. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That type of intimacy. And it's so important that we get into this today, particularly because look, everybody, look what we got going on this weekend. Hello, everyone. This weekend is the Black Love Weekend. And guess who's going to be joining us at the Black Love Weekend? It's Miss Naquan Lewis. Oh my God. She's a sex therapist. How many sex therapists do y'all know? I don't know any. And by the way, I went to look up what all it takes to get to be a licensed sex therapist. And I thought I had to start school all over again. I wasn't going back to school. And I don't need to, because I got Naquan with us. Welcome so much, Naquan.
Thank you so much. You know, I love coming here on Queen Nubian, and it is a phenomenal time. And make sure you guys grab your tickets, because we will have a time this weekend. We're going to be uplifting Black love in all areas.
Yes, we're going to be uplifting Black love. And we're also going to talk about how important it is to connect with each other, not just mentally, not just emotionally, not just physically, not just intellectually, not spiritually, but also there's stuff we do in the bedroom that is equally important. And it's so nice to have you here. And on Sunday, we're going to have Naquan come on in the VIP. That means you get the recordings and you get to sit and listen to Naquan talk about this. But let's talk about it today because we really want to talk about sexual intimacy. Let me just go on and say sexual intimacy. To heck with the algorithms. But that's what we're talking about today because I think it's so important between partners to express yourself in a way that is comfortable, in a way that's healthy, in a way that is so beautiful with two consenting adults, and how important it is when you're in a relationship, the emotional piece, how it connects with the satisfaction piece in the bedroom, and how it relates to the overall health of the relationship. Let's start there, Naquan. How about you talk about and comment on why these things are so important?
So I want to just reinforce that Alicia hit on the different forms of intimacy, right?
Yes.
And intimacy as a whole does not only mean sex, but it includes it. And right, so we want to prioritize intimacy as a whole. We want to make sure that we're connecting on these various areas, and it is important. And sexual intimacy specifically is important. One, it is a result of a healthy relationship, right? And it leads to connection. It leads to connection. It increases and enhances vulnerability. It's also important to know that vulnerability is required, right, for a good and exciting and healthy sex life. And so not having that, so let's be clear. Although sex is a healthy part of a healthy relationship, right, you have various types of relationships where that may not be a factor for whatever reason. But if it is a factor, right, and if it is desired by one partner, if it's a problem for the partner, it's a problem for the relationship, right? So if it's a problem for one, it's a problem for all. And so it is required, and it is a healthy way to connect when you have two consenting adults in a healthy, secure, and emotionally, physically, mentally safe relationship.
Oh, you mentioned vulnerability. And, you know, I'm finding in my practice and even in with individuals who aren't in a relationship, that vulnerability piece is so frightening for people. In I think what happens is that people are confusing the actual act of intercourse as a true sexual intimacy. And I'd like for you to clarify some of that because how does vulnerability show up so that we as Black people can understand, number one, what is healthy sexuality and what is something where we feel comfortable just being vulnerable with another person like that?
So vulnerability can be scary for a lot of people because oftentimes the world has shown us as Black people that it's not safe. It's not safe to trust, right? We've been stabbed in the back, we've been mistreated, and all the things. And this does bleed over into our relationships. Especially, we were just talking off camera, we were talking about, the childhood aspect of it all, right? Unresolved trauma. All of us have stuff. Be clear. I got stuff. Alicia has stuff. We all have stuff, right? If you don't understand how your stuff shows up into your relationships, not just romantic, right? Platonic, professional, friendship, all the things. If you're not aware of how your stuff shows up in your relationship, vulnerability becomes an issue. And if you are afraid of vulnerability and aren't in either an emotionally safe relationship, or the barrier is more so you and that fear, it absolutely leads to disconnect. It can lead to disconnect, which can then impact the bedroom and impact the quality of the relationship as a whole.
Oh, the quality of the relationship. This is really interesting. I'm writing down as you're talking because I see so many people become so avoidant.
Mhm.
And when you start asking them questions, I mean, people can't tell you about their childhood. Like usually no one can say between the age of 0 and 5, what was your childhood like? Was somebody there for you? And you never really know. I mean, no one really remembers, but you can look at their behavior, people's behavior right now and say, wow, you're having an issue with vulnerability because, for instance, maybe you are just avoidant. And we know that a lot of that can come from parents who try to get you not to open up about how you feel. Like parents themselves are uncomfortable with the range of emotions and they're not attending to you. And so you learn, in order to keep the peace, I need to avoid talking about how I feel. I need to avoid all of these things. And so fast forward when you get into a relationship and your partner is like wanting you to open up and be vulnerable and connect and have intimacy, and you're all frustrated and mad because they're not, it's like you're pulling teeth out of this person. Come tell me who you are. Come on, I want you all into me for a little bit. It's so difficult for them to do this. You're pulling something out of them that they've never been comfortable doing because they spent their whole life trying to stuff everything in and not even being comfortable being vulnerable.
Absolutely.
Gosh. Well,
Absolutely.
and really, and what people don't understand is that also is a form of trauma. People think trauma is when someone lifts their hands up and be spanking and whooping on little kids and stuff. That's not necessarily trauma. Most trauma is neglect.
So that is a form of trauma, which you mentioned, right? But it's very subjective. It is very subjective. It does show up in forms of neglect, intentional or otherwise, right?
Yes.
It shows up in physical, financial, mental, right? Sexual. It can happen in so many ways, which is why it can be challenging to understand when it's your stuff coming up or
Oh.
it's what's happening in the relationship.
So what do you do? Oh, what do you do with this? Because I know I'm always with this question. When you're dealing with a couple that's together and you're starting to realize, okay, is this something between two people or is this really something coming up for this one person? And of course, we need to be empathetic and allow people to express themselves and really hear it. But what do you do in your practice? Because I know it's always a conundrum, to try to tease out how much of the lack of intimacy that's happening in a relationship is due to how they relate to each other versus one person has this precondition where they really need to get one or two, sometimes it's both of them, where they really need to get individual work done. What do you do?
In my practice, I want to be clear, the arts of sex therapy, very rarely do people come to me because things are amazing and they want to enhance. That is something that I do as well, right?
Okay.
But the majority of what I do, understand that sex therapy is understanding how all the things, unresolved trauma, communication issues, conflict resolution issues, all of those things impact the bedroom. Hey, Ayana, Houston here. What up, H-Town? And so all of those things impact the bedroom. And so we are definitely deconstructing and pulling the layers back in couples therapy. I'm teaching couples how to identify their triggers, right? How to emotionally regulate. Not too many people that I work with know off top how to emotionally regulate. And what I mean by that is to understand your physical cues of emotion when you hit more of a 5 or 6, so you can then intervene on your behalf. Because if you're communicating at a 10, you ain't got no business doing it. And because either I'm going to explode or implode, right? I say things I don't mean, can't take it back. And all of those things then impact the emotional safety that is necessary for a lot of people to connect, especially women. I won't say all of us, but a lot of us require emotional safety and security to connect sexually. And so understanding your stuff is a big part of being on the journey, the healing journey of being your best self first.
Emotional, I'm writing this down. Emotional security to
Yes.
connect sexually.
Yes.
Husbands, fellas, all y'all out there, you trying to figure out how you can get you some. You're going to have to sit and listen to and connect with your significant other. Oh my God, I love this. Hey, everybody, how are y'all doing? I see people coming in here. So let me know in the chat where y'all are from. And if you have a question, how many times do y'all get to talk to a sex therapist? I don't ever get to see one. So if you got any questions anonymously, or if you want to just come on out with it, put your questions in the chat, please. And please, listen, this is just the tip of the iceberg right now, what we're getting. This is a preview because Nikwan is going to be bringing it at the blackloveweekend.com. Bruce from Los Angeles, you need to sign up. Now, if you ain't got no lady or significant other, I don't know your orientation, I'm not making assumptions here. Bruce in Los Angeles, you need to come to the Black Love Weekend. I want to see you there online. It's all digital, so people from all over. Look, Santa Monica, California. How you doing, Bannister? Sunshine Bannister. That's what's up. I like this. Sunshine in Santa Monica. Ain't nothing but sun in Santa Monica. And hey, all the way. Oh, Florence, South Carolina. Okay, so we got both. We got one edge of the country all the way to the other. And I'm married to a beautiful woman. Bruce, this would be the best. Let me tell you something. This would be the best Valentine's Day gift you could ever get your wife is a ticket to the Black Love Weekend. And even if y'all busy, it's during the daytime. It's Saturday and Sunday this weekend during the day. So in the evening, y'all can go out to dinner. You can talk about everything that we are addressing. This is a great time. I don't know how long you've been married, Bruce. Put in the chat how long you've been married. But whatever it is, there's no perfect childhood. There's no perfect relationship. There's always room for improvement. And even if y'all are hot and heavy in the bedroom, you still got to make sure that you work on maintaining that because that takes a lot of work. What? Look at Jessica. You got some fans, Nikwan. Me and my husband tuning in, and we sure could see Miss Nikwan Lewis Services, and we contact her. Okay, wait, how do we contact Nikwan? She didn't listen. Here's her contact information. Contact me. Come on, Jessica. Listen, it's 2025 up in here. We ain't got time to play around. So be sure to contact Nikwan. There's her information. And, everybody needs something to help. Yes, help and support. Brenda from Philly. Congratulations, Brenda. What? They not like us. That's what's up. Did you say? They not like us. It was so great to see Philadelphia it wasn't even close. What was Kansas City doing last night? I don't know. But yes, Brenda, I know y'all are so happy. Philly did it again. Philly did it again. Yes. Hey, Brenda. I want to see you too next weekend. Black Lexicon has a tough question. Listen, Nikwan, Black Lexicon is one of our favorites. So he has a tough question to answer, even if it's not today. Are there biblical references to good love making for the married couple together?
Black Lexicon, that is a phenomenal question. Ooh. I don't have an answer at this moment, but I will get it to you. My aunt is a pastor, and we will work together sometimes. I am a believer, but that is more of her area. Good lovemaking. That is so necessary. And also it's important to define what that is. Black Lexicon, if you and your partner haven't taken the time to define, to co-create a healthy and exciting sex life, that is important because biblical references, I believe in them, but it's also important to know that what you and your wife define, or you and your partner, define as a healthy and exciting sex life is what fits for you.
So and not only does it depends on what fits for you and your partner, and if you get another partner, if suppose that relationship dissolves and you find another partner, sometimes it ain't even really the same. You can't have the same with everybody.
That's why you got to co-create it.
Sometimes what's good with one person ain't gonna work with another person. So you got to find new ways. Like Elder Barge said, love me in a special way. You gotta love me in a special way, because what worked before ain't gonna work for me.
That's right. And Black Lexicon and everybody else, there are resources that you can get to assist you with co-creating and designing a healthy relationship and a sex life that is perfect for you both. And in one of them, this, Alicia, is my relationship and sex conversation cards. These have healthy relationships, boundaries, and sexual intimacy. Those are the 3 topics covered, but it's 55 cards. These are evidence-based, and they have helped countless therapists, but also because we use this in session, but also couples and individuals to be able to identify your wants, needs, and desires, and then build that healthy relationship with the person that you love, because it's all about co-creating.
That is pretty awesome. So I have to tell you, okay, I got 2 comments. I got a comment about Black Lexicon's thing. So let me just say, there is about a half a dozen different interpretations of the Bible.
Yes.
And sometimes when I was reading the Bible, and I have studied and learned about all 7 interpretations, but I always have to land on one. I have to figure out, Alicia, which one makes sense for you. And when I started looking at the Bible and I started thinking about the Bible stories and the lessons, beautiful lessons in the Bible, I started thinking maybe this is allegorical. Maybe when in the Bible they talk about a man and a woman coming together, perhaps it's about husband and wife. Perhaps it's about creating things and creation. And then I start thinking about creation. I start thinking maybe creation is just anything that we create. And part of it is to be, sometimes I'm inspired by my conscious mind and my subconscious mind. So when your conscious mind and subconscious mind come together, because I have a background in psychology and all of that, when they come together, you create. That's the creation process. And you start having little children, which are ideas, which are thoughts. Like my conscious and subconscious mind came together, and I said, you know what? I want to do the Black Love Weekend. I want to be able to educate Black people on how to love each other. And so therefore, the Black Love Weekend is my creation. It's my children. So the coming together and to making love together is kind of what I do when I want to be creative. So in a way, it is a part of not necessarily lovemaking, but it's a marriage between my desires and the fact that I have this desire in me, which is the God force working through me to create things here. And that's why I feel like it's so important to create things such as the Black Love Weekend, because that is part of the creation. I feel like the Black Love Weekend and creating next weekend is a divine calling for me. And that, to me, is made out of love for Black people. So, that's just a stud. I mean, people can disagree. We all have our interpretations, and I think it's really valid, but that's one way, because in the Bible, there's no evidence of a wedding. There's a marriage in the Bible, but ain't no wedding in the Bible. So how can it really be talking about? May not necessarily be talking about people. It could be talking about what happens inside of you when you create. That's just an interpretation. So, yes. So, yeah. Oh, we got Bannister Sunshine. We got like biblical scholars here. I don't want to be like these biblical scholars. Whoa, that's way too much. What is she saying? Okay. The primary scripture Therefore, a man shall leave his father and his mother and hold fast to his wife. Okay, so you do have to leave, hold fast to your wife. Ain't no wedding. It's a marriage, but there's no wedding. And then they shall become one flesh. Okay, so that signifies sexual intimacy and is intended solely for marital union, which creates a husband and wife. Okay, see, I interpret that as the marriage between your subconscious and conscious mind together as a union, and that's how you be creative. That's how you're going to be fruitful. That's how you're going to create certain things. So when I see husband, I'm thinking about the conscious mind, and when I see wife, I'm thinking about your subconscious mind, because you impregnate your subconscious mind with your thoughts and ideas. So that's how I see it, the marriage between the two. Everybody is, of course, welcome to see things however they want to see it, but that's one interpretation, because there's many interpretations. And I'm going to be talking about that at the Black Love Weekend. Actually, I got like a little bit of something about submission and stuff like that that I want to talk about at the Black Love Weekend. But anyway, okay, thank you for your any more questions that you guys have, you can put right in the chat. I just want to say welcome everybody and thank you for joining us. We are talking about barriers in the bedroom. We're getting expert advice from Miss Niquan Lewis, and she is here talking about expert advice. I am asking her a question about, what is a good, how do you know what's good sex? And you have to kind of understand what it is. It's a co-created thing, something negotiated that you and your partner have to have. And it's interesting, when people were talking, what do you think about shows like Married at First Sight, where you get married first and then on the flip side, you got to start getting to know each other, and you have to do it backwards. And I think it's really interesting how some people really look at that show and they jump right into the bedroom right away, and they don't even know each other. Sometimes people can get hot and heavy, but they doesn't mean that they need to be in a relationship. How do you distinguish between the two? Like, we're hot and heavy in the bedroom and that's going well, but we don't really know each other. Like, people are married at first sight. I've seen that, lots of examples of that in Married at First Sight. But what do you have to say to that?
One, I love that show, and I need to be on that show, because I
need to be on there.
Yeah, I would do it differently. So that kind of goes into Eric put a question in the chat, and I sent a resource. He said, "Are there rules for compatibility?" And so it's kind of tied in there, right? And so, one, Married at First Sight, the truth is they have a limited time, right? And so there's nothing wrong with being, people are sexual beings. There's nothing wrong with that. But I don't feel that they are given enough tools to be able to do what we're talking about, which is understanding if you don't have compatibility off top, like sometimes you meet people and the chemistry is crazy, right? The chemistry is crazy. You feel like you're super compatible and it's easy breezy. That's cool. At the same time, that's not everybody's story. And people think that if we have to kind of do some work, that might mean that there's no compatibility, and that's like a red flag. That may not be the case. The reality is we all have different perspectives. We have different lived experiences. We have different childhoods. We learn different things about sex. We learn all these different things. And sometimes you do have to create compatibility. Now, I'm not saying force a round, circle into a square peg, okay. But I'm saying understand that we're different. And if we have some, our core values, principles, and morals align, then there may have to be, some work. And that's where, understanding your definition of, if we're talking about intimacy, your definition of what a healthy sex life is. What is yours? Right. I'm talking about down to frequency, how you like to experience pleasure, desire, right? Mm-hmm. Understanding it and getting the language for how you get turned on. A lot of people don't have the language for that. And then there's the expectation that folks who just have sex on the brain, That's more of a responsive desire. Some people, I'm sorry, that's spontaneous. That's spontaneous desire. Some people are responsive desire, which means they require a stimulus of some kind. They require a physical touch. They require to feel safe, emotionally and connected. They require a smell, or some watching something sexy or reading some erotica. They require something, and then sex gets on the brain. And so people think because there's a discrepancy, because that's called desire discrepancy, that automatically means we're not good for each other. That's not what that means. That means we have to, again, co-create, understand how each other, gets turned on. If I feel like good sex means 7 days a week, but my partner feels like one day, right? Now we have to compromise.
Yeah.
Compromise means that you're gonna either have to give or bring it back a little bit. But understand that everyone's needs to be considered.
Yeah, that's interesting to figure out if you're compatible. And you think that on that show, because I know Dr. Pia, she's from Chicago. I don't know her personally. She's from Chicago. I don't know her personally, but I sent her a message I DM'd her and she got right back to me. I was like, hey girl. Hey girl. I put a long comment in there. And so you never know what constraints they're under, because I have problems. First of all, you would do something differently in terms of tools on there, wouldn't you?
I would do something differently as it relates to the whole screening process.
Yes, that's what I said. Girl,
are you watching the current one, which is in your city?
Oh my God. I stopped watching it after a while. After that, it was a couple of scenes with the picnic or whatever. I stopped watching. I was like, I can't look at it anymore. Yeah. I just can't. I'm done, because they know how to screen. And by the way, I did look up how they screen people to get to be on that show. That screening is not scientific at all.
It's giving it.
It's not scientific. And honestly, there are ways to know if somebody is appropriate to be married or not. Some of those people should never be married or in a relationship with anybody. And so it makes me wonder if there's really like tension between the therapists that come on there and maybe the producers. Because if the two people left is the pastor and the sociologist, they're not licensed therapists. So I'm wondering if there's an ethical thing going on, how they have to keep cycling out the licensed therapist who get to a certain point. And it's just like, I can't deal with these couples because they shouldn't be together. And they probably are getting information and they're feeling this is unethical to put people in a basically traumatizing position. I really think that they're psychologically and emotionally, not physically to my knowledge, but they're damaging these people. And I think emotional and psychological abuse that I'm seeing on this show, it goes without being checked. Number one, not strong enough for me.
Yes.
And it has a lasting impact because it is a real marriage and they're playing around with it. And you would think a pastor would know better or someone would have, but their ethics is so different from a licensed therapist. Girl, I can go on and on about Married at First Sight, and to put them in close corners like this and to encourage sexual intimacy. That's even more damaging psychologically, to share your body with somebody because you've entrusted professionals who's not supposed to give you a psychopath. And that's what they've done in a lot of ways. I couldn't watch it anymore, but it's almost like a train wreck. You can't watch it, but you want to deal with that. So, it is something where you start to get into ethics. And I did a couple of videos on the fact that I was really uncomfortable with the selection process. There are things they can do that can select out. I mean, there are simple questions you can ask.
Yes.
That can definitely, identify whether that person should be on this show or not. So you wonder about ratings versus ethics. And I feel like they kind of push that line. Okay, so you agree with that. Okay, so I think that's like absolutely ridiculous. And I can talk about that all day. But to get back to sexual intimacy and barriers in the bedroom, the ethics of putting somebody in a very immediately intimate position where you're living and sleeping in the same bed with this person, that has a lot to do with the potential damage that you're doing. And I think they playing around with people and they need to cut it out.
Yes. I agree.
Okay, let's move on. We got another question, Niquan. Okay, can a couple still work on intimacy while experiencing a long distance relationship? My husband work keeps him away. What are you gonna give to Jessica?
All right, so absolutely. So again, so I don't know if you were here for the Jessica, but intimacy needs to occur as a whole, right? And so it will be easier, Jessica, to hit on the other areas of intimacy, including experiential, which is shared hobbies and interests, right? Taking, you guys can do like online classes. When he's in town, you guys can take dancing classes, cooking classes, whatever those things are. Shared hobbies and interests, right? So that's one. You have the intellectual, so learning something together. You have emotional, safe spaces, right? Feeling like you can open up and be vulnerable with your partner, sharing your dreams and your interests, not only talking about the business of marriage, right? Physical, when he's there. Physical means sexual and non-sexual intimacy. So, hugging. There's a lot of people that, when I ask, I'm talking about couples. When's the last time you hugged? They don't know, right? So making sure that you're prioritizing physical intimacy. And then spiritual, praying together if you're a believer or whatever your spiritual practice is. So for sexual intimacy, there are so many tools that you can utilize in 2025 to keep that sexual spark alive. And that includes, of course, video chat. That includes, there are long distance adult toys. And for anybody who needs it, baby, I got a coupon for you. Okay.
Get the coupon.
Yeah. I'm a partner with, a few different adult toy companies, and some of them specialize in innovation. And so there are fun toys that you can incorporate, and the distance doesn't have to be a barrier. It no longer has to be a barrier. So, intimacy is about intention.
Yeah.
You don't take anything else away. I want you to hear that intimacy is about intention.
Yeah.
And so even though the distance may be there, the intimacy can still be spicy. Are you connecting? And this is for everybody. What is the foreplay like? And when I'm talking about foreplay, I'm not just talking about sex. I'm talking about how you connect throughout the day. For those that, are sleeping in the same bed as a partner, how do you greet your partner in the morning when you wake up? Are you sending messages throughout the day, right? Or is it only we've been disconnected all day, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about when the mortgage is due, or whatever, the kids, what they got going on, and you leave, your partner gets the crumbs of the night, and then you wonder why intimacy ain't hitting like you want it to, right? Foreplay, you need to expand your definition of what foreplay is. It's not only sex. It can include it, but it really is communication and connection. So those are definite ways, Jessica, to increase and to prioritize intimacy long distance is being intentional, incorporating technology, whether it be video and toys, and enhancing foreplay.
Okay, so Jessica, let me tell you what she's saying. She's saying that you can be in a long distance relationship with your husband right there next to you. Okay. A long distance relationship.
Yes.
You can have a long distance relationship and be living in the same house with somebody, or you can be in a very close, intimate relationship with somebody who works away from home when you build anticipation. Ooh, I can't wait to see you. When you do things to kind of build anticipation and excitement to see each other again, what is your ritual for how you separate? What is your ritual for how you come back together, Jessica? It could still be hot and heavy. Mm-hmm. And even when he's away, you can flirt.
Yes.
And apparently, Niquan got some coupons.
I got some promo codes for you. Okay.
She got some coupon codes that we could put in. So Jessica, that's a great question. You don't worry. And I think men love that. Men want to be faithful. Everybody I talk to, all the men I talk to, they don't get married just to go and mess it up. Like they want to be faithful. And I think there's different ways for Jessica to sing. Jessica sang on here. So we got another question. Oh my God, we got so many questions. Y'all keep putting your questions in. Bannister Sunshine Bannister is saying, oh, how cute. I like them glasses. Anyway, she's saying, how do you keep your marriage romantic when you're in partnership with your spouse in your business?
Yes, baby. Listen.
I want to know that because I got that problem too. Keeping it romantic. Mm-hmm.
It is about healthy boundaries, healthy and perfect. So personal and professional boundaries. And so when you are in business with your partner, when you're in business, I'm an entrepreneur. So is Dr. Alicia, right? Yeah. We have private practices. It could be like I'm on 24/7, right? Which is not healthy. It's not healthy and it ain't sexy, if we're going to be honest, right? So if you don't turn off, if you don't have healthy boundaries that, okay, our hours are from this to this. Now, sometimes with, entrepreneurship, you got to do what you have to do. But if that needs to be the exception to the rule, that means we ain't going to get into business, right? But that means we got systems in place. We got SOPs. We got the things. We got team. We got things that, support a healthy life. I tell my clients all the time, you are living a life that does not support a healthy relationship. Sometimes starting with you, right? So if you're not living a life that supports space for you to prioritize your marriage and intimacy, then that is a problem. So that means healthy boundaries where we disconnect. We don't talk about business on date nights, right? We don't talk about business, kids, none on date nights. This is simply about us. We have times to intentionally connect. So it's about protecting that time, which can be challenging when you are in entrepreneurship in general, but also in partnership with your partner. So healthy boundaries for sure. And prioritizing date nights. If you got everything else on the calendar, right? You need to be on the calendar. Are you on the calendar, or is date night on the calendar? And some people think it's intimacy on the calendar. I get so much pushback. Especially
on the calendar.
I get pushback from my guys when I suggest scheduling sex. Understand the ones that are scheduling it are the ones having it. Mm-hmm. And the ones that refuse still ain't. And so if you don't want to call it scheduling, that's fine. Come up with a creative term. I like to say protecting the time. And it's protecting intimacy. And you can do whatever you want to in that space. And it can be as spontaneous as you want it to be. You just know at this time, it's protected. You can bring out your toys, your sexy clothes, your food. You can do whatever. You can go have a date at the adult toy store or somewhere else if that's your thing, right? But it's simply about protecting the time.
Let me tell you, the healthy boundaries is so hard when you're in business with somebody because, and I feel like my husband has much better boundaries than I do because I be salty sometimes. Sometimes I be so mad at him and he be like, well, we gotta run this business. And I'll be sitting there like, fuck that. I ain't running no business right now. I'm mad at you. I can't. I have a problem with that. I'm like, we'll run the business after we talk about this for 5 more minutes because you ain't squirreling out of this, So sometimes I get like upset with him, and I'll be like, no, we got to let's button this up a little bit. Yeah. Let's button this up a little bit more. I'm not continuing on, so I can be a little stubborn. I know I can. I know that's my thing.
Important. So then you gotta have shared goals, right? Because if intimacy and connection as a whole is a shared goal, what steps are we taking to implement that?
Yeah. So I don't know.
It's always going to be something to do.
I feel like I'm a little spoiled when it comes to stuff, but I recognize that. I recognize it, Daquan. I'm like, no, we are not avoiding this topic. We got to talk about this first before we move on. Then we'll have our business meeting, but we have got to talk about this first. And I'll be saying stuff, but he's really good with boundaries. When we go out to eat, he's like, do not talk to me at all about business or I'm leaving. And I'll be like, fair enough. He's right though. I'm like, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. We are not talking about business. We ain't talking about the internet. We ain't talking about what nobody's doing. And we just enjoy each other. And sometimes we just get lost where sometimes I don't even know what's going on in his business. I'm like, you doing what? When? What? We don't even talk about it. We get into each other so much that we keep talking about. Nikwan, we got more questions. What is that? Okay. This is going down.
You give Bruce's question because that's a good one.
Oh, which one is his? We got Primo got a question.
Does love sometimes take a break and come back?
Ooh,
Bruce. Yes. Love is a feeling, right? And so love is a feeling, but it is also an action word.
Yes.
Right? But the feeling of it, absolutely, it just like all feelings, they come and they go. Right? But if we are doing the steps necessary to prioritize intimacy, connection, right, as a whole, then that feeling stays around a lot longer. But it's not, sometimes I've been with my husband for 18 years and I've been married for almost 10. I'm not going to sit here and act like I like him all the time because I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And he gets on my nerves sometimes. Right? And so we have been through things. What I said when we first got on here, all of us have stuff and it shows up in our relationship. But if you are showing the action of love, there are certain things that are not optional, right? Mm-hmm. Respect, compassion, trust. These are the foundations of a healthy relationship. And if you stand on these and you grow together, what I mean by that is, are you talking about, if you're only talking about the business of marriage, you tend to grow this way, right? Versus what are our dreams? What are our shared dreams? What are our shared goals for our relationship? Not including business, but not just, business. What do we want from each other? And then that alignment piece is key. Understanding that alignment can shift a little bit, but a lot of us did not have images of healthy relationship growing up, and then you enter into relationships not in alignment. You're doing the best that you can. You're focusing on the physical aspects, and that's what got you in that relationship, but it won't keep you, right? And so understanding, are we in alignment at this stage in our life? And if not, can we get in alignment? Or can we have some shared values, principles, and morals, right? Is that possible at this stage? So does it come and go? It can, but the action should not, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's so scary sometimes because I'm imagining, you love somebody and then it starts to wane and you start getting nervous, like, oh my God, am I going to have to eventually, is this ever going to come back? Yeah. If it's not there, is it ever going to come back? And sometimes people are too afraid to acknowledge it. Wait, there's a song about that. We don't want to talk about it. Neither one of us wants to be the first to say goodbye, if that's even possible, right? So people just don't want to, they get kind of nervous because they're like, I'm not feeling it the way I used to. And I don't know what to do about it. People get stuck and they wonder, if it's gone, is this ever going to come back? And if it doesn't come back, what's my future going to look like? Can I live this way for the rest of my life? And a lot of people thinking, oh my God, I can't be so lonely like this. So that's a really good question, but it's a frightening reality for so many people to who are experiencing it. This is a very real feeling. Then once you realize that I don't feel no love for this person anymore, is it going to come back? Once you realize that, what are you going to do with that? When you got a mortgage and kids and a dog, you've accumulated a car, you've accumulated all these things in a whole lifestyle, and then you're struggling trying to keep that love there and wondering if it's going to come back. Bruce, that's a really good question. And it is frightening for most of us because we're talking about potentially uprooting your entire life. Girl, Nikwan, we got so many questions. I've never, ever done a video where I've had this many questions. This tells us y'all can't. She ain't answering no more questions. If you want to come and get your questions answered, you got to sign up to the Black Love Weekend.
Come on and see it.
I'm done with Nikwan. There's some really good questions on here, but
one thing I want to give Bruce some actionable steps. But Bruce, you also need to come see us because Sunday I'll be there for an hour and a half.
That's right.
Actionable steps. If you are wondering about the love and how to get that back, ask yourself, am I operating as husband, right? Am I operating as the husband that I said I would be? Not based off of what your partner is doing, but do you feel like you are in alignment with the role that you say that you're in? One, if you need support with reconnecting, because it's a real thing and it happens. I do it every single day. Reach out for, support to assist you with reestablishing that connection, because it does happen. Also ask yourself, am I doing the things to stay connected? If me and my partner ain't talking all day, if we're not dating each other, I don't care if you've been married 30 years, you should still be dating one another.
That's
if
right.
you are not doing the actions of a couple that is in love, are you being realistic with, the expectations, right? So reach out for some support because it is available and you are not alone.
That's right. Reach out for some support. And I see you, Primo Supreme. Primo Supreme got really good questions. I like this last one, but we ain't even got time to deal with it. But Primo, you got to come to the Black Love Weekend. I'm going to answer all your questions. I do have a Q&A for the VIPs only. So you'd have to upgrade, Primo. It ain't that much money. So come to the Black Love Weekend, everybody. And y'all just got to meet one of our speakers to the Black Love Weekend. Ain't she knowledgeable, you guys? Are tickets per couple or individual? It's per couple. I mean, I'm not going. You and people can hover around hover around the laptop if you want. So, look at Primo. You're just babbling. Primo can't get his question answered. But Primo, I want to see you because I want to hear what you have to say, and we'll get your questions answered and everybody's question answered at the Black Love Weekend. And we can. The tickets are per couple. Yeah, you can come as a couple. And also be sure to join us. And thank you, Primo. Primo wants to see you. I want to see you too. Yes, I will see you there. And come on in and you will have access to the recordings. You will also have access to my handouts. And so, and that's just for the VIPs. You can have a general admission ticket, which is $99. And that's for you to come and join and participate in the workshop. I got great stuff coming in. We are going to be talking about all the different types of intimacy. And if you haven't found the love of your life yet, you're going to be ready to find them when you see them after next weekend. So be sure to join us. Thank you, Nikwan. Parting words for what's in store for everybody this weekend from you, because I know you're putting together a fantastic presentation for us.
Absolutely. And so parting words are intimacy is, vulnerability is required for genuine connection and intimacy, right? And it's not something that just happens for everybody. It's completely natural if it takes effort and, work, and understand that you're worth it. And we all desire and deserve pleasure. It is our birthright.
Yes.
And so on Sunday, we'll be talking about some barriers to why couples aren't having the sex that they want. And we'll talk about, what are some ways that you can get around that. And also for anybody that's in Houston, any Black women in Houston, I am having an event on the 23rd here to show women how to prioritize themselves and how to achieve the pleasure that they want and deserve and utilize it as self-care.
Yeah, self-care is self-love. Prioritizing yourself is something that I think all women, especially mothers, need to know how to do, because you can lose yourself in taking care of everybody else. Oh my God. Thank you, Nikwan. That is so important. Y'all come to that. What day is that? How do they sign up? Is it in
February 23rd? And I put it in the chat. So Ayana,
you put it in the chat. Y'all come to that.
Come on.
I need to sign up.
In Houston, you can get to Houston. I wish you were here.
I wish
You
so
know,
too. What part of Houston
yeah.
are you in? Houston? Oh my God.
Yeah.
What part of Houston? Yeah, I gotta go to. I gotta spend some time in Houston. I know
Yes,
a
you
lot of
do.
people out there. I got married in Houston. I need to go back
Yeah.
and enjoy my maybe, I don't know, maybe for my anniversary I'll get my husband to take me back to Houston. We gotta hang out and gotta do some things. But anyway,
I am
Daquan
definitely.
is dangerous.
I am dangerous. Okay. Michael Jackson.
That is so great. Thank you so much. Y'all, vulnerability is required for connection. And if vulnerability is crippling for you, scary for you, you're going to end up being lonely and alone. And I'm going to tell you something, on the other side of vulnerability, on the other side of connection, whoo, y'all just don't know. It is the most beautiful place to be. And so it's your mind that's holding you back. And so really that's what we're doing here. We're trying to crack open that nut in your head. No pun intended, but so that you can get to the other side of connection, because it is your birthright. Thank you for saying that. I am going to talk about that too this weekend, about how it's our birthright as Black people. Listen, if it wasn't for the love of a Black man and a Black woman, all of civilization would not have existed. So how can we not reclaim what's ours?
That's right.
Okay, on that note, I'm going to say goodbye to you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you on Sunday. Bye, Daquan.
I'll be there. See y'all.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to welcome you guys to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people, and also Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. That's my Spotify podcast, where I do daily updates on the stock market. So if you go to Spotify and look up my name, Boyce Watkins, you'll find a couple of podcasts I have there, and I hope you'll go there and check us out. Anyway, I want to talk a little bit about some of what's happening with the Trump DEI stuff. I heard a poor young lady who works for the government. She hit me up and she was telling me about how tough things have gotten. I think that her office got one of those orders to come back to the office and, stuff like that. Because as you know, when Trump got elected, he really went gangbusters with a lot of the executive orders and things like that. And I just listened. And this poor lady, she's a single woman and she's in her 50s. And I don't know if there's a lot of retirement savings. I don't know if there's a lot of investments and assets. I know that there's no one else there to depend on financially. And it really got me thinking. It really got me thinking about something that I really wanted to address with you guys. And I don't know. I just kind of wanted to come in really quick and kind of give some thoughts and perspectives on this. To kind of give you a point of view. Now, if you stick around to the end of the video, I'll give you a stock that I just bought. I just bought some shares of a company that I like. Again, this is not investing advice, but as you guys know, I like to tell you guys what I'm invested in to give you an opportunity if you want to participate. It's not me telling you what to do or anything. It's just me letting you know what I'm buying, because I like to buy stock for my family all the time. And so anyway, if you want to learn more about the stock market, I wrote my dissertation on it. That's what my doctorate's in. So feel free to go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. So let's talk about this DEI thing. So let me tell you what was going on with this, this poor lady. So she works for the government. She's a single woman in her 50s. And basically the government told her that she had to come into the office. So they kind of freaked her out. I think she lives far away from the office, and she came in and it was crazy. I guess with Trump in his orders, he just basically threw out the order and didn't think about how it was going to be implemented. And she said when she got there weren't enough places to sit. They just weren't prepared to bring all those people into the office. It was really interesting. So anyway, she also was concerned because they were getting these memos from these outside emails, basically giving them all these orders about what to do and all these offers to quit their jobs and everything. And all this stuff is really real. I know a lot of you work for the government. Feel free to say something in the chat if you've seen something personal. I know I got a lot of friends in DC. We got a lot of supporters from all over the world. And I know a lot of you are going through it and dealing with it. And my heart goes out to you. And so one of the things that I was talking to my wife about today, and I was explaining this to our son, is I said, at times like this remind me of why in the Black Business School, I said from the very beginning, I said, I will never take money from corporations and we will never take money from the government. And the reason that we never took money from corporations or took money from the government is because it is not dependable. The minute that white folks change their minds and decide that they don't like you anymore, first thing they do is they cut the cord, they cut the strings, they cut the purse, they chop you off the nipple. Now, I was probably especially sensitive to this because, I don't know how many of y'all been black your whole life. Anybody in here been black your whole life? Give me a yes in the chat. All the black folks in the room, say yes in the chat if you're black, and if you've been black for your whole life, and if you're super black, put super black in the chat. I've been black my whole life. I've been super black my whole life, and I've been unapologetically black my whole life. And the thing about being black, super black, and unapologetically black is that job comes with hazard pay. You need hazard pay for that job. It's not for the faint of heart. It's hard. It's really hard. It's really hard to be committed to blackness because selling out is so much more profitable. Selling out is so much easier. It'd be so much easier if I was like, hey, this is the All Black National Convention brought to you by McDonald's. Or, hey, we're partnering with rapper Lil Moochie Mooch, and we're about to go on, Amazon just wrote us a big check, and now I'm going to be on CNN next week. It'll be so much easier to do stuff like that. But I never, ever, ever, ever wanted to do that because I know how these people can get. I know what these people do. I know that one day they will love you. One day they will dump you. One day they will kiss your ass. Next minute they're kicking your ass. And they've been doing this. This has been going on. This ain't nothing new. This is history, man. This is history. And also, I'll say I was probably sensitive to it also because during my doctoral study when I was at The Ohio State University, go Buckeyes, we won the championship. We whooped everybody's ass in the championship. So if you're a football fan, you know what I'm talking about. And when I was at Ohio State, I studied risk management in extreme detail. There's a lot of financial theory behind risk management. And it made me, I studied under this guy named Renee Stoltz. And if you look him up, he's probably still there. He's probably the highest paid faculty member on the entire campus, or one of the highest. And he's one of the leading risk management experts on the planet. And what that really got me doing is I was proofreading his book on risk. And it really got me thinking about risk on a deep, deep level, on a deep, almost like multidimensional, subconscious level. Like I'm talking about playing like fifth dimensional chess and understanding what risk looks like and how we perceive it, how it works, the things that we should be afraid of, the things that we don't even know we should be afraid of, the known, the unknown, the unknown unknowns, just all of that, right? Or the access to information and how that affects risk and how things can change on you in a drop of a hat. And it really made me think a lot about being black. It made me think a lot about being black, right? And I think that one of the things that we don't always know as black people is how risky it is to be black, because I truly believe, I don't know, how many of you think that being black is risky? Give me a yes in the chat if you think that being black in America is a risky venture. Give me a yes if you agree. Let's start there. Let's start with the basics. I don't want to talk too fast because I got my mind's racing. My ADHD is kicking in, and I was eager to have this conversation. That's why I'm literally doing. If you're listening live, you're like, "Why is this guy talking at 8:00 in the morning?" It's because that's what I do. Okay, so being black in America is already risky. And what I never understood is I said, if being black is that risky and we know how risky it is, why are we not prepared for the future? Why do we spend such little time really preparing our kids for that risk? Like, here's what I mean. If you know that winter's coming, you're going to get a coat, you're going to build a shelter, you're going to find some warmth, you're going to get some firewood, you're going to get ready for winter, or because if you don't, you're going to freeze to death. So if we know our kids are going to be in a risky environment where there's going to be economic insecurity everywhere, threats everywhere, problems around every corner, then if I'm raising that kid, I'm getting them ready. I got their head on a swivel. I'm teaching them about economics. I'm teaching them how to start a business. I'm teaching them how to survive. I'm teaching them how to go get money. I'm teaching them how to avoid traps. I'm teaching them about how the world works. I'm getting them ready. And I see so many young black kids that are just not ready. I just do, honestly. I see so many people that are like trained to be like sitting ducks. And it's a whole mix of issues, right? Maybe if you have a little boy who doesn't have a father in the house, his mother does her best, but maybe she didn't tell him the things that a man could tell him or something. I don't know. And it's not anybody's fault. I'm not blaming anybody. It is what it is. Just that kid doesn't have everything he needs for preparation. And I think it's a problem. I really do. And so I really don't know if we perceive risk in the way that we actually should, because this situation with Trump, this situation with them cutting all the DEI, this situation with them cutting all the corporate money, this situation with them cutting all them damn government jobs, this situation with them just suddenly coming in and wreaking holy hell on people's financial lives is exactly the kind of risk that I've always talked about. You know, it's one of these things where I've always said I don't really trust these. I don't trust the liberals or the conservatives. I don't dislike white people. I have white neighbors. They're very wonderful people, but not at any point would I ever depend on somebody who doesn't understand me to be the primary provider for me. Right. And again, I'm not saying that anybody who doesn't get this is stupid, because maybe I understand it because I became sensitive to risk from studying it so much. But I'm here to really share this with you so you can kind of understand what I'm seeing with all that's happening right now. Right now, you're seeing panic. You're just seeing people just freaking out. You know, with the DEI's gone, the corporate money's gone, all the people that had these little flashy opportunities. You know, like I got my black dolls in all the Walmarts across America. They're all worried now that Walmart's going to stop putting black dolls in the grocery store aisle. You know, people the heads. I know so many people that are heads of corporate diversity and stuff like that, and or giving speeches at universities telling white people how to be less racist, since they're doing anti-racism trainings and all that stuff is good. I'm not saying it's bad. I think it's fine. You know, I like it. I think it's great. They need that stuff, right? But I never felt like that was stable. Right? I never felt like that was safe. I felt like at some point, as Aaron Magruder from the Boondocks said, and I agree with him, he said at some point we're gonna sort of lose that margin of grace that the world gives us. At some point, they're gonna say, you know what, we're done. We're not interested in this anymore. And at that point, you're gonna have to survive on your own. And that's why I've always told you from the very beginning, the Black Business School, we never ever took corporate money. We never took government money. We've had teachers come in and teach on how to get government contracts. And I say, gosh, I hope you get one. I just don't want one. Dr. Boyce, you could do a government contract on this. No, I really don't, because money is a drug. You become addicted to money. So we get that government contract for $10 million. Next thing you know, we're operating on a bigger budget. Think about how many of y'all know organizations like there's organizations out here that I know. One organization, for example, after George Floyd died and everybody became generous with DEI, they tripled their budget. Wow, because suddenly all this money was flowing in. Suddenly DEI was like the most popular thing in the world. And this was not long ago. I mean, think about this, people. This was 3 years ago. This was 2021. So DEI is the most popular thing in the world. They tripled their budget. And then suddenly DEI is gone. Now they're kind of stuck. So again, I'm not making fun of anybody in that situation at all. So if you are in that situation, just know my heart's with you. I'm not at all ridiculing you at all. I'm just here to teach. And I hope that you're willing to hear me on this so we can understand this, so we can learn from these mistakes. Okay. So anyway, before I move on, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I do a free financial class every morning. That's my contribution to the world. So, and it's 100% free. Over 10,000 of you have signed up. Millions of you have watched the content. So if you want to come in the morning at 9 a.m., it's called Money in the Mornings Financial Consciousness Training. All you got to do is text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com, drboyceelevate.com. The URL's on the screen. All right. So here, so let's go through this real quick. So right now, Donald Trump is cutting everything. All the DEI's cut. Social support, public support for DEI is dropped. Corporations are no longer supporting DEI. A lot of the corporate money's gone. Everything else. A lot of people are struggling. I'm thinking about this particular case of the woman who has the government job, who's now kind of mortified, and for rightfully so, because this is her only stream of income. She doesn't have anybody else to depend on. She doesn't know what she's going to do. She's really kind of going through it, and I get it. So what I want to do is very quickly kind of go through some of the fundamentals of financial security that you should understand, because one of the things you have to understand is that, people have lost their interest in various topics like this in the past. This has happened before in America. I don't know if anybody knows the history of the Vietnam War. I learned a lot about the fall of Saigon. If you ever want to see something interesting, look at the fall of Saigon. Saigon was an example where the Vietnamese came to really depend on the Americans without realizing how fickle the Americans are. So the South Vietnamese depended on the Americans for military support. They depend on the Americans for financial support. They depend on the Americans for access to information, right? And what happened was basically the Americans just said, we're kind of tired. We're going to take our ball and go home. We don't want to do this anymore. And when they lost their will to provide the support that they were providing, they literally just walked away. They literally just left them there to die. They left them there with no support, no backup, no nothing. And those poor people were getting, like, there were men and women being shot in the street in front of their children. Like, literally, it was crazy. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. And so The same thing happens, I think, in the Black community. We have the fall of Saigon every few years. The fall of Saigon, economically speaking, happens in the Black community on a regular basis because I don't think we've ever really learned how risky it is to be Black. We also haven't learned how risky it is financially and what it means to manage risk financially. So let me give you some pointers on what it means to prepare financially. And let me know if you got kids. Give me a yes if you got kids or children or people in your family that you care about and you want them to understand what financial security looks like. Let me give you some basics. Number one, whenever you have one stream of income, you're in danger. So that means if you're a single mom with one job, you're in big trouble, right? A lot of us think that dating and relationships are just so I can find somebody cute to go have an orgasm with. That's what young people think dating and relationships are all about. I'm just keeping it raw, keeping it real. They think it's all about, I'm gonna date the cutest girl, I'm gonna date the tallest guy. He ain't got no swag. I'm gonna pop a balloon because he ain't tall enough. Like just all this crazy crap. And they don't understand family is part of your economic survival. Your ability to get along with that man or that woman is going to have a huge impact on how your children are in terms of mental health and physical health, how safe they are, whether that child gets molested or not growing up, whether that child ends up in a secure, healthy environment, whether or not you are secure. When my mother passed away on Christmas Eve of 2024, my father took care of her until her last breath because she married a man that had certain value systems instilled in him. And they stuck with each other. Even when both of them were less than perfect, they stuck with each other. They stuck with each other. They stuck with each other. So as a result, she had someone right there next to her when she died. A lot of people don't have anybody next to them when they die because when you're young and cute and got it popping, you're cutting people off at the drop of a hat because maybe you haven't healed, you haven't gotten the therapy, you don't know how to trust, you're scared of everything, you expect perfection, all these other things. And I can just tell you that if you expect perfection, you shouldn't even try relationships because I hate to break it to you, but human beings are not perfect. So some people spend their whole lives looking for something that doesn't exist. They spend their whole lives looking for people that are perfect. And I can tell you, if you do that, I believe you're going to spend your whole life looking. But that's just my 2 cents. I'm not here to tell you what to do. Actually, my wife is a relationship expert. If you want to join, she's actually doing a Black Love Weekend. I don't know if a lot of people are paying attention, because it's not a twerking party and it's not a Sexy Red concert, but she's bringing together Black therapists who understand how to have healthy relationships, how to pick the right partner, how to make good decisions with your mental health. So she's bringing together all of her therapists. My wife is a PhD therapist. She trains other therapists how to get their license. That's how good she is. And she's doing the Black Love Weekend on Valentine's Day weekend. So if you go to theblackloveweekend.com, you can sign up for that. The URL's on the screen, theblackloveweekend.com. Second of all, here's another aspect of financial security. If you have one stream of income, you're in trouble. Being married, having a good partner, raising smart, healthy kids that can become financially productive at when they become adults is huge. A lot of people are going broke because they're taking care of their broke ass kids. Their kids are broke because their kids never learned how to be financially self-sufficient. Their kids can't be financially self-sufficient because the economy isn't giving jobs the way that it used to. The jobs don't pay enough. And also the kids don't understand how to save and invest or even start a business. So therefore, that becomes a drain on the family as well. So raising healthy kids that know how to manage money and make smart financial decisions makes a big difference. And I hope it's okay. I hope I don't sound arrogant because my family's not perfect, but I'm going to use my mother as another example. When my mother died, Robin Watkins, that was her name. When she passed away, she was surrounded by 3 kids we were in our right mind. None of us owned crack. None of us struggling financially. All of us could get on an airplane to go see her. When she needed a $40,000 treatment, we pulled together the money. When she needed an in-house nurse, we got the money. My sister was a medical doctor who was right with her when she took her last breath, right next to my father. And all this was planned. This started in the 1980s. It started in the 1980s and 90s because when I was a crazy ass teenager, they could have gave up on me. My father, who wasn't my biological father, I don't know what happened to my biological father. I don't know if he died alone or not. But I do know that my father that raised me, he didn't have to raise me. He invested in me. He built me. He made me into the kind of man such that when he got older, I came through for him in a certain way. So the way you raise the kids has a huge impact on your financial security. Let me just let you all know this. Give me a yes if you know this or not. America is in the middle of a retirement crisis of epic proportions. Did y'all know that? How many of y'all know that the next big crisis in America is going to be a retirement crisis? I hope you know this. That is going to be huge. Right now, millions of people are not ready for retirement. They're not ready because they never learned the fundamentals of retirement. We live in a society that really pushes for instant gratification over delayed gratification. We live in a society that encourages spending over investing. We live in a society where people think it's not cool to invest your money or whatever. They think it's all about spending it and whatever. People like to brag about that. So now they don't have anything saved. They also don't have any family that can provide for them. They thought kids were just a pain in the ass. They hear all these stories. Oh, it costs $300,000 to raise a child. Well, that's a hell of an expense. That's a hell of an expense. $300,000. That's a hell of an expense. That means you got 5 kids. That's $1.5 million expense. How the hell are you gonna pay that? That's like the student loan from hell. $1.5 million expense. Oh my God. I wouldn't pay a $1.5 million expense to raise no kids, but you know what I would do? Y'all know what I would do? Oh, I would love to make a $1.5 million investment. Did y'all catch that? Do y'all see the difference? A $1.5 million expense is like what a rapper does in the Gucci store. Just takes money and blows it, flushes it down the toilet. A $1.5 million investment is a financial boomerang. That's money that goes out and comes back with friends. That's money that comes back and gives you what is called an ROI, return on investment. That is when you put money in and more money comes out. That is when you are developing a structural institutional framework that's allowing you to grow old gracefully instead of having to work at a Costco when you're 72 years old. So ultimately what I'm telling you is that your children, those of you who are raising your kids right, I love y'all for that. I appreciate you because you're saving the community. A lot of people out here ain't got time for the kids. They either too busy working, too busy twerking. I ain't got no interest in the kids. They think that they're just a burden, or they don't even want to take care of their kids. Making babies everywhere, having babies with any old guy, and next thing you know, these kids are filling up the penitentiaries and killing people and all kinds of stuff. So those of you that are raising your kids right, I want to thank you. Not only are you helping the community, but you're helping yourself. You're helping yourself. So your children are part of your retirement plan. What else? Let's talk about financial security in terms of income streams. Also, every Black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. I don't know how many times white people have to lay us off for us to realize that they're not going to be a reliable source of employment for the Black community. I don't know how long Black wealth has to keep going down before we realize that our HBCUs, unfortunately, are doing us a huge disservice by training millions of our kids to become employees for white people. I'm not making fun of HBCUs. HBCUs are beautiful, wonderful, amazing. There's lots of excellent symbolism in terms of the teaching of Black history. The concerts and the football games are extraordinary, and the knowledge is great. The knowledge is excellent. But one area where the knowledge is lacking is in the powernomics space. You need to start teaching these damn kids how to survive financially in an economy that does not like them. If you got millions of Black youth that are growing up thinking that they're going out, they're looking at a Donald Trump in fear because they're hoping that they can go one day work for him. They look at Barron Trump. He's 18 years old. They're thinking maybe one day I can get a job working for Barron. Then guess what? You're training them for slavery. You're training them to be good servants. You're training them to believe that if I hold his balls up just well enough and rub his testicles nice and soft, he'll treat me nice. He won't kick me in the head because he's got all the power and I don't. I don't think that is a good strategy. I think that strategy has been a failure because, again, you see what happens when they decide to wreak havoc and they end up just pissing all over us because we get on the floor and they're stepping over our heads. And then we're just mad because we're getting peed on, but we don't stop for a second and say, maybe we should stop letting people doing economic R. Kelly on us and start actually planning so that we can stand up and actually own something. And that requires a whole different culture, requires a different mindset. It requires literally making it mandatory for every Black child to know how to start some sort of business, sell some sort of product, become some sort of investor at some point. Not everybody's selling shea butter and whatever else, like silly stuff, simple stuff. I'm talking about complex industries. Like, what does it mean to build an industry? What does that look like? What does it mean to raise the capital to start a chain of restaurants or a chain of even automobile manufacturers? I mean, I know that's a big one. That's a big one. That's hard to do. But literally stuff like that. I mean, think about this. You have a whole lot of wealthy Negroes on TV. You got all these damn rappers always showing off how much money they got. I got money. I get money. I get money. Yeah. I know you get money. I saw you on a picture of on the cover of a magazine with money, but you ain't built nothing. You're a financial version of a little boy. There's no industry that came out of what you're doing. There's no structure. There's no investment. There's no job creation. There's nothing. So what's the point? Who cares that you got money? Who cares how rich you are? And really, the truth is, we got to start really challenging and start talking about what maturity looks like. Part of the reason that the men don't grow up as much is because you have a lot of immature men that are taking the lead, right? Even guys like a Snoop Dogg. I don't dislike Snoop Dogg, but unfortunately, Snoop Dogg has been reduced to a corporate clown. He goes out and he acts goofy, and they like him because he's lovable. He's a jolly old man, kind of like a skinny black Santa Claus, and that's why they love him. He tends to be featured with comedians and stuff like that because they like that. They like the idea of the black man being a safe little lovable like cartoon character / like a little cuddly little doll that you can hug. Right? They don't like the idea of black men being prepared, intelligent, and dangerous, and really competing. That idea is really a problem. Right. So again, that without disrespecting him, because I already have a little bit, I don't mean to, but it's the truth. At the end of the day, we've got to build a different kind of black man, build a different kind of black woman. So let me go through and kind of give you the final points on this, and then I'll give you the stock that I just bought in a second. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. If you are interested in learning about things like estate planning and legacy, that's really important. We have a legacy investors group, Dr. Boyce Lift. It stands for Legacy Investors for Tomorrow. So if you want to learn all about estate planning, preparing your wealth to be passed on in the future for the next generation, I put together a whole curriculum there. Feel free to go to drboycelift.com, and we meet once a month, and you guys can jump in and participate with that. Also, we do have a lot of programs for children in the Black Business School. So if you have a child and you want your child to learn cutting edge economic concepts at an early age, I can send you some free stuff. Just pull out your phone, text the word youth to the number 87948. Just text youth to 87948, and I'll send you some information about what kids can know. Because one thing people don't understand is that one big area where we can dominate economically is if we do something that other people don't do. If we really train our kids, like remember, Jewish people don't really send their kids to public schools for their primary learning. I remember when I used to go to this private school called Kentucky Country Day. I went there for a couple of years because I got a scholarship. We didn't have any money, but they let me in for free. It was like kind of one of those black kid scholarships. It was kind of a tough experience because I was the only black kid in the class and all that. But for 2 years, I went to this school. And I remember when I would get on the bus and we'd go to school and we'd come home, they would always stop at Hebrew school. And all my Jewish friends got off the bus at Hebrew school. And I didn't know what that was. I remember they were going, and this is where they were going to learn their culture. This is where they were going to an institution developed by their people to prepare them for what it meant to be a Jewish person in America. This was their preparation. And I said, man, I now that I look back at that, I'm really impressed by that. Right. And I would say, where's black people's equivalent to Hebrew school? Where are we doing powernomics training? When I was on the phone with Kanye West for 12 hours, it was unfortunately it ended up being a waste of time because Kanye needs help. He needs therapy. Kanye needs some medication. He's the poor guy. He's kind of lost it. But I remember I said, come on, man, look, you got all this money. I don't know what you're doing with it. I don't see anything being built around it. You don't have the temperament to be a leader. I said, you need to take this money, give it to a board of people. I'll help you construct the board. I don't want a nickel of your money. I have enough money. And we will form powernomics training camps all around the country. We'll form a whole system of powernomics training camps where we will train millions of black youth on the basics of powernomics. You love Dr. Claude Anderson. I love Dr. Claude Anderson. That's why we're on the phone. And I will give you full credit. I said, I will fill your whole ego can be filled. You get all the credit. We can name it after your mama. How about that? We call them Donda Centers or something, or Kanye Don, whatever you want. I don't give a damn. People don't even have to know I'm involved. I said, but you have the money. I saw his finances and I said, come on, man, let's do this. And unfortunately, it's like if someone's not raised on the right mindset, they just don't get it. So maybe Jaylen Brown with the Boston Celtics, I hear he's talking about a Black Wall Street. The implementation of systematic solutions that can help our people is easy. The implementation of a systematic process is not hard. This is not rocket science, people. Communities have done this for 100,000 years. Jewish people did this. They created something called Hollywood. They created the Hollywood system to create jobs for their people. And look at how much power they have right now. They created Hebrew schools everywhere. They go through the synagogues and they pull their money together. They'll buy your entire block, kick your black ass out of the neighborhood and tell you never to come back, and then raise the rent after you're gone. That's what they do. They don't care you've been there 30 years, 40 years. They don't care that your grandma been living there since the 60s. They don't care that you almost got shot because you was claiming the block that somebody else owned. They don't care about that. They'll come and they will buy your damn block, write you a check, tell you to get your black ass out of here and go live somewhere else. That's what they'll do. So what I'm telling you is that we can sit around and we can keep crying about how hard things are. We can keep crying about what other people are doing. We can get mad when other people are making moves. Or we got some people in the community who are ready to make moves. So Jaylen Brown, I like Jaylen Brown. I never met him. I know somebody that knows him. Maybe one day we'll meet. I like him because he's making moves. If you have a capital base with people that can make moves, that put the egos to the side, I think you can do something pretty amazing. So long story short, so the same idea I proposed to Kanye, I'd give it to Jaylen. I'd give it to him 100% for free. Maybe I'm not persuasive. Maybe I'm not a great bridge builder. Maybe I'm too much of an asshole to get people to listen. I have no idea, but I hope somebody listens. And I think that they should put together a nice little board of Negroes with no egos. Negroes with egos should be a no-go. That's what Dr. Ken Harris says. Negroes with egos is a no-go. Too many of these damn rappers, big-ass egos. Too many damn athletes, big-ass egos. Everybody wants the credit. Everybody wants to be the man. Stop trying to be the damn man and start trying to be a man. Stop trying to be the man and start being a man. Because if you are a man, you don't need to always be the man. If you are a man, then you know that I am a man, you are a man, everybody can be a man, and we can all sit together as a group of men and do something that one man can never do. So no, I never wanted to be King Kong consciousness. Then this is what Umar, he's been using that term for 10, 15 years. I think it's crazy. It's weird. I ain't never trying to be none of that. I'm trying to simply present ideas that will help us solve a serious problem, because at some point, we're going to have to decide that enough is enough. At some point, and some of y'all are already figuring it out. And the beauty of it is that this doesn't have to be a community-wide solution. You don't have to get out here and get everybody on board. You just need a few good men and a few good women, a couple people with deep pockets that are willing to invest in things. And I think you can do something pretty extraordinary, because we're so far behind. It's almost like a basketball game where you're so far behind that literally any change in your strategy will close the gap. Like, you're literally looking like the Kansas City Chiefs did in the third quarter of the Super Bowl when they played against the Eagles. Like, you're getting your ass kicked so bad, you might as well try the second string defensive back. You're getting beat so bad, you might as well give that running back a shot. You might as well. What have you got to lose? What have you got to lose? You can only go up from here, black people. Your wealth is dropping. You can only go up from here. So, long story short, if we don't learn the secrets of financial security, we're going to always be financially insecure. You're never financially secure when you have one stream of income. You're not as financially secure when you don't have family or a partner that provides another stream. You're not as financially secure when you don't know how to create your own job or find ways to make money in case you lose your job or your government contract or your DEI, whatever, at a corporation. You're not as financially secure if you don't have investments. You're not as financially secure if you don't own real estate. If you want to be financially secure, you own real estate, you own stocks, you got multiple streams of income from different businesses. You got your partner over here that's bringing in some money. You got the smart, educated kids that are bringing in money. And then over time, you're accumulating assets. At that point, it doesn't matter if Donald Trump is in office, Barack Obama is in office, or Mickey Mouse or Santa Claus is in office. You're going to be okay. Easy formula. This can be taught to a 7-year-old. What are the 7-year-olds learning? I saw a video of some black kindergartners that were doing sexy red videos in class. And that makes me very, very sad, because I think that there's more important things for the kids to learn other than sexy red. But let me stop sounding like an angry old man. I'm going to let y'all go. Let me give you the stock that I was going to mention earlier. This is the stock that I'm buying right now. And also, we'll talk more about stock stuff later. We're doing stock market class. And so the stock that I like right now is the ticker symbol is GPRE. GPRE. I don't have the name of the company in front of me now. I got to get the name of the company. I buy stock every day. That's just a habit I have. GPRE. It's I believe it was a pharmaceutical company. Let me see. I just looked it up in the analyst. Green Plains. It's a company called Green Plains. It's only $6.50 a share. It's down a little bit this year. It's actually down a lot this year. And the majority of analysts seem to like it. And what they make is They engage in the production of fuel-grade ethanol and corn oil. so I don't know much about the company, but there's a lot of analysts who believe the company could be in for a comeback. But this is not investing advice. Make sure you diversify. Don't put all your money in one place. So maybe just buy, if you wanted to jump in, I'm just going to buy a few shares and just own it. And now I'm officially in the corn oil production business. So hallelujah, in the words of Medea. So anyway, hope you guys have a great day. And later on today, we're going to do Stock Market Tuesday. If you'd like to join the Stock Market Investors Club, just go to drboystockmarket.com. The URL's on the screen. You can do a free trial at drboystockmarket.com. And also, we're going to do our Money in the Morning, our daily financial consciousness discussion, which is at 10 a.m. Eastern every single day. Over 10,000 of you have signed up. Hopefully, 1 million of you will over time. Anybody's welcome. Bring your family. And you can get an invitation by texting the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. I'll send you an invite. Have a wonderful day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And thank you for putting up with me. I know sometimes I sound super angry, and I don't mean to offend anybody, but I don't give a damn. I don't know if y'all feel the same way, but when I see us losing, I get pissed. I don't know if anybody else agrees, but when I see us just scrambling and bug-eyed, like some bug-eyed slaves, scared to death. Oh, Lord Jesus, they done did it again, y'all. They coming to get us, y'all. They're coming to hurt us, y'all. What's this we gonna do, boss? Like, I can't do that. I can't do the shuck and jive and buck dancing nonsense. It's not fun for me. I'm sorry, man. I was raised around men. I was raised around strong women. I was raised around people that plan and prepare. I'm not gonna keep getting my butt whooped, because I was asleep at the wheel, right? So if you're gonna get me, you're gonna have to really come get me. You're gonna have your head on the swivel, because you ain't gonna get me because I was just sitting around slipping. So don't let them catch you slipping. You'll have your financial security tight. Take care of yourself. You already take care of other people. You already invest. Like we were talking about the NFL, and I was explaining that Black people are the biggest investors on earth in the NFL. We invest in the NFL more than anybody else. Think about it. We don't put in money. We go out and get concussions for the NFL. We go out and get CTE for the NFL. You got kids dedicating their whole lives to the NFL, and with very little ROI. 99% of them don't even make it to the NFL and still dedicate their lives. So we are the biggest investors in the NFL. So then we got to ask that question: why do white people have all the money, right? Why was that the blackest Super Bowl of all time? The one with Kendrick Lamar and all that, right? Why was that the blackest Super Bowl of all time? And everything was black except for the damn owner's box. Everything was black except the owner's box. The entertainment was black. The athletes were black, which is still part of the entertainment. You had a few black fans, mostly white fans, and mostly white people in the owner's box. And it's about how you position yourself. So don't call it a black suit, because you could find any plantation. I could go back 300 years and find a plantation that looks just like that. Where you got the owners sitting up on the porch sipping mint juleps, saying, "Hey boy, bring me another bourbon." Right. And then you got the Negroes on the field playing some game. It probably wasn't football, it's probably something else, where the biggest, blackest slaves were the ones who were able to win the game. Well, not the blackest, because you ain't got to be black to be a great athlete, but you get the point. The biggest, strongest slaves were the ones who were winning. And then they were watching for entertainment, watching us crack each other's heads open and enjoy. And then maybe there'll be some slaves that were dancing in the middle of the competition. Tell me I'm lying. Like that. So the NFL, I think LeBron actually said it, and I agree with him. He said the NFL's a plantation. Well, shit. I mean, it looks just like one. Only difference is on this plantation, it's not. The slavery is voluntary, and also there's more money floating around, right? We do make money to be on the plantation, right? So let's not pretend like Kendrick and the athletes aren't getting paid. So that's a little bit better. But if you look at the price we pay for the NFL, like there's not a single owner of an NFL team that I know of who is now dealing with dementia at the age of 50 because they took too many hits to the head, right? There's not a single owner of an NFL or team who's ever gotten paralyzed on the job that I know of. There's not a single owner of an NFL team who can say, I've been playing this game since I was 5 years old, and my only dream was to get out of the hood so I can one day play for the Dallas Cowboys. Like, there's not one. So who invests more in the NFL than black people? Every single star in that game was black. Patrick Mahomes is black. Jalen Hurts is black. Chris Jones is black. Pacheco is black. Like you just keep thinking, oh, maybe you throw in Taylor Swift's boyfriend. Okay, he's good, but he didn't do nothing. He was garbage. He looked like a tired old man, poor guy. But really, in all seriousness, though, without black people, you can't have that game. but all the money goes in the other direction. That's because the systems are not set up properly. That's because the financial consciousness is not where it needs to be. That's because we haven't thought through the process, right? So you have to have economic training for every black child in America at an early age, and it needs to come from a powernomics philosophy where you are positioning yourself in a place of power. You know who really understands that? I'm gonna just tell you the truth. You know who gets it? Donald Trump. That's why Donald Trump was introducing his son Barron during his inauguration speech, because he's preparing him to run the world after his father is gone. So what are you preparing your kids for? Are you preparing to be Barron's employee? Because he'll be hiring Negroes in 40 years. I guarantee you. So anyway, I'm out of here, guys. Have a great day. God bless you. If you want to join us for class, text the word morning to the number 87948, or you can also go to drboyceelevate.com if you are in another country, and I'll also I'll email you the invitation. So have a great day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. It's so great to see everybody, and I hope everybody's having a great day. I hope that you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling awfully black. I'm feeling better. I had a bout with the neurovirus this weekend, which really kicked my butt. Saturday, it was like a really heavy, really hard, like 36 hours, I think. And what's crazy is that I'm back, and I'm not 100%, but I'm getting pretty close. So anyway, I apologize for having to cancel class yesterday. That was why. If I had had class yesterday, I would not have been able to make it through. I was in pretty bad shape. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. Good morning, Amanda and Kovar. Is that the name I saw? And everyone else that's in the chat. It's so good to see you. Terrell Griffith, Teresa, Irma. Good morning. Good morning to everybody. All right. James Keller, I see you, Yvette. All right, so I have a special guest today, and this is a really smart brother. His name is Charles Kelly. Charles Kelly is he is a guy that you should know. He's into some things that I think matter for all of us. One is crypto, the other is taxes, and he also has an interesting life. He doesn't live in the United States. A lot of y'all talked about leaving the country when Trump got elected, but this brother actually is able to do that. He's actually a global citizen. So without further ado, I'd like to ask Mr. Kelly, how you doing today, brother?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for having me.
Glad that you're here, man. Glad you're here. So you right now are in sunny Medellin, Colombia. Is that correct?
Yes, currently I'm in Medellin, Colombia. I was at the Medellin Bitcoin conference, the first ever in Medellin, and then next week I'll be in Costa Rica at the Bitcoin Freedom Festival.
Wow, wow. So the way you describe, I've never met anybody who's doing this. So you travel the world and just go to Bitcoin conferences. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Digital
Okay.
nomad.
So you are a digital nomad. Tell everyone, just for those who don't know, what is a digital nomad? How would you define that?
Essentially, I make my income from my phone and my computer. So anywhere I go around the world, it doesn't really affect my income at all. And so I have the freedom to be able to go whatever country I want. I don't have to talk to a boss. I'm not on a corporate plantation. The world is basically, my plantation. I go wherever I want and I make my income wherever I go. And certain countries, like a Colombia, they'll respect it. Some countries you have to make a certain amount in order to stay longer for your visa. But as of right now, I'm just going from country to country. I'm not worried about staying anywhere for more than 30 days.
Wow. So when you go from country to country, you said you stay there about 30 days. What other countries have you been to? Let's say in the last couple of years.
So I just started this. So I got my flight the day after the election was announced. And I went to Kenya. So I went to the Bitcoin conference in Kenya. I've also been to Turkey. I'm in Medellin right now. I'll be in Costa Rica. I'll be in Cartagena, which is still Colombia, but a different city. I'll be in Mauritius in December. I'll be in El Salvador at that Bitcoin conference, as well as Hong Kong in August.
Wow, wow. And what do you get from each of the conferences? Like what is your purpose when you get there?
So the networking. So most people think Bitcoin is about how much the value is in US dollars. But I feel as though Bitcoin is about the freedom to be able to transact peer to peer without a middleman. And so everywhere I go, I meet and network with people who have like minds. And so we're able to transact and have global businesses everywhere we go versus a brick and mortar or having to stick to the US dollar or the Colombian peso or the Kenyan shilling. Now we can all transact with Bitcoin and have our own economy that's not controlled by any government, any business, or any one individual.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So let me ask you this. How early, when did you get into Bitcoin?
Heh, I got in 2017 uh, when it was going up, and I actually watched the video that you were talking about. And you were the one that was talking about getting into Bitcoin because you saw the price going up, and then you had brought in a man named Lamar Wilson, who is a developer. And so I've been following Lamar with the Bitcoin ever since 2017. And so I
Wow.
got in 2017, and now I've just been perfecting it ever since.
Wow. 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 Good old Lamar. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I think a lot of people are kicking themselves because they didn't get more involved with Bitcoin back then. Because I mean, it wasn't like we just started talking about it. You know, when Bitcoin was at less than 10,000, less than 5,000 even, I think a lot of people were discussing it, and I think that that uncertainty kind of leads us to sort of waffle a little bit, or maybe you see a dip and you sell and all that stuff, and a lot of money got left on the table. And I know you know about that video. What was that guy? What's his name? Da Vinci, the guy
Oh
in
yeah,
2013 that was begging everybody. To...
yeah, $1, $1.
Yeah, that to me is the greatest flex like in human history, in my opinion. The fact that he has that video and he can go around and show that he was screaming and begging people to buy it. And the thing is that it wouldn't have taken much to just be in the game, just to participate, you know. And
Correct.
you wouldn't even have to be a fortune teller. You wouldn't have to know the future. You just say, okay, well, why not? Right? Like I think a lot of people ask themselves, like, why should I invest? Well, I think the bigger question is like, why not invest? What are you gonna
Correct.
do? Spend your money, throw it away? Right? So tell me about your life and your background, man. Where are you from? How did you get in this mindset? Like, tell me about your youth and how you were raised and what part of the country, where you went to school, all that stuff.
Yeah, so I'm originally from Los Angeles. My family moved me from South Central to Rialto, California, went in the 90s when it got crazy. So I went to a school called Carter High School. Um, I got to learn what money was from when it was up and it was down. My dad was a computer programmer who went to Germany to learn about systems with SAP and to introduce those systems into companies based in the US. But when 9/11 hit, uh, the companies were no longer thinking about implementing these systems, they were thinking about safety. And so the income completely went from way up to hardly anything. And so I went from one of the best private schools in junior high to a school that made national news for its fights. And so I got to see the world from both sides. I was blessed to be able to get a full ride scholarship to Texas Southern University in Houston, HBCU. I graduated finance and accounting, and immediately upon that, I took a job at Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railway, which is a railroad based in Fort Worth, Texas. Um, they taught me everything I need to learn about accounting. I'm very grateful for the experience, but they worked me like a dog. There was times I was working past midnight, back-to-back nights, and then if I come in, 10 minutes or like a couple hours late the third day, they told me I was stealing company hours. Even though I wasn't getting paid for anything past 5, I was working past midnight. Now, if I
Mm.
miss 2 or 3 hours in the morning, I'm stealing. And so I was actually watching your videos talking about get off the corporate plantation. And so I was like, budgeting my money, trying to figure out, okay, when's the best time to take that leap? As well as my one of the people I listen to, Nipsey Hussle. So like between the two of you guys, it was like, okay, I got to get out of here. And really, when Sandra Bland passed away, I was like, okay, it's time to take the leap. I can't do this anymore. I got to fight for my own people. I left without a real plan. I mean, my plan was to get my CPA license and start my own, but that's all I had. And so all the money I saved up, all the credit I had completely disappeared. I mean, I had money went past zero, below zero. Credit went from the high sevens to below 4, which I didn't even know it could go below 4. Um, so, but I leveraged all of that to get my license. I started working with Nipsey out of Vector 90, which was his entrepreneur spot in LA. Um, the goal was for me to be my goal, whether it's his goal or not. My goal is to be his CPA. I passed my exam in February 2019. He passed away in March 2019, so that never happened. Um, I stayed in LA for a little bit longer. Won an award out of Vector 90, uh, and then the biggest moment that nobody ever really would know unless I talked about it was that was the day I got debanked. So I won an award at Vector 90. And then that same day, I was going to the post office to file my CPA application. And I was like really excited. Got to the post office and they said decline. I checked my bank and I have enough money. I don't have a lot of money. Like I think the application was like $250. I may have had 350 in my account, but I still had 250. And so for them to decline it, I called them and they said, "Hey, we shut down your account," and they didn't tell me why. And so that night I actually had to sleep at the airport um, because I didn't have a place to stay. I didn't have any money for gas because they shut down my account. And that's when I realized that Bitcoin was about more than just the financial value. It was about the ability to transact peer to peer without a middleman. And so then I wound up getting my license in 2020. Black Bitcoin Billionaires, which is Lamar Wilson, joined that. And from there, I went on tour 2 years in a row with Naja Roberts. She owns a digital exchange in California. And after going 2 years around the country, I was like, you know what? I'm tired of being domestic. I'm going to figure out a way to go around the world. And here we are in 2024, 2025, traveling the world through Bitcoin, living a decentralized lifestyle. And I'm very grateful. I thank God every day.
Wow, man. Wow, you said a lot of names that I respect. You know, Naja Roberts and Lamar Wilson, Nipsey Hussle, of course. You know, I love that, man. I mean, I think it's okay, so your journey was kind of guided by these individuals that gave you an education that went above and beyond what you might have got in college, right? And it's unfortunate, right? When we think about um how college a lot of times educates us to work like dogs and that's it with very little reward, right? And then you start to get to my in my opinion the real education, which is like, okay, here's how you can actually do well without working like a dog, without staying overnight and or working, into the 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, all that. And it seems unfortunate that so many of us are trained to do that. Even I mean, I hate even saying this. I love our HBCUs, but it seems like there's more that we could do in terms of really saying what are you invested in and how do you benefit from that investment? Like, let me give you an example. I'm sure you love Kendrick Lamar, his performance. I mean, you're a West Coast guy.
Yes,
I know my
sir.
West Coast guys, I mean, Kendrick is one of a kind. He's amazing. But I had to make a little tweet today about it. I said it was an awesome performance. I said, isn't it interesting that the Super Bowl was full of black people everywhere except for the owner's box, right?
Yeah.
Except the owner's box. And what you see and what I end up seeing is when you're working hard for a company, you're investing in that company. When you are buying products from a company, you're investing in that company. When you're performing entertainment at the Super Bowl, you're investing in the brand for the Super Bowl. And if you look at the Super Bowl, you look at the history of these NFL teams, a lot of them were bought for under $2 or $3,000. And the families own these teams, and now they're worth 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 billion. And part of the reason that they have those billions of dollars in wealth is because they've had a lot of really consistent black investors, right? You know, like the owners of the Chicago Bears. I don't think any of them ever got CTE, right? You know, I don't
Right.
think any of them have ever made a tackle. None of them have ever done a two-a-day practice. None of them have ever performed in dance at the Super Bowl. So we are investors in the NFL, but we just don't get a return on our investment. And that's what happens when you get trapped in that employee mindset. I said a lot just now, but did you have any thoughts on anything that I just said?
Well, yeah, I actually thought about that myself. So at the end, they have all the trophies, Jalen Hurts, the Eagles, all of these things. And then you see the owners. And when you see the owners, you start to really realize, yeah, they're the ones who really got paid. When you think about the rings, how much is a ring worth? How much is a trophy worth? And then you really think you're risking your brain getting hit every single day, your ankles, your arms, but really your brain more than anything. Even Terry Bradshaw, you can see him shaking. That hurts my feelings. Like, I saw on Twitter people were laughing. I'm not laughing. Like that's serious. And those players are down there. You're fighting for a ring and you're fighting for a trophy, you're fighting for some paper money. Um, and it's like, do you really value your life? Do you value your soul? Do you value your brain? Do you value your family? And it's one of those things where I think that as an accountant, um, we have to really think about what are assets, what are things that go up in value versus liabilities, that things that go down in value. And if you're fighting for a ring or you're fighting for a trophy, to me, most of that is sentimental value, because there's no actual usefulness for it, unless you sell it, or you entertain, or you just have it in a bin, like a showcase. And so it's one of those things where it's like, what do you value the most, and what are you getting out of the sacrifices that you're making? And unfortunately, the kids are taught from a very young age, go out there, give everything you can for this inch, give everything you can for the ring, give everything you can for the trophy. And the ones you see on TV, those are the few that were successfully able to do it. But how many hundreds of thousands of people weren't able to make it? I am grateful that we have meal deals in college now. I think that's a huge, enormous step in the right direction. But I also think that we need to have different avenues, and we need to make being intelligent cool again. And so that's one of the focuses that Nipsey had me doing, was making intelligent be cool again.
Yeah, yeah, and I really think, and even then, I mean, it's crazy that we even got to the point that we thought intelligence was uncool. How does that happen? How does it how did it ever become cool to be stupid? Right? How did it ever become cool to be a day late, a dollar short, behind on everything, fucking over your family, excuse my French, because you don't know how to solve a problem as a man. You don't know how to, you know what I mean? Ain't nothing cool about that. Ain't nothing cool about your daughter looking up at you like, Daddy, like you don't know what to do, Daddy. You don't even have any, you can't provide for us. My mama tried to solve a problem. She messed up our lives. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not making fun of anybody in that category, right? I mean, if a person's ignorant, you can't blame an ignorant person for being ignorant because they don't know that they're ignorant. But what's really bad, what really angers me is when you have an intelligent person that pretends to be ignorant just so they can fit in, right? And like once, man, I was actually going on the Breakfast Club, and there was that rapper. I don't know if you remember Trinidad James. Gold
Yes,
all in
yes,
my chain, gold
yeah.
all in my ring, gold all in my watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Anyway, so Trinidad James, when I first saw his video, I thought it was a spoof. Actually, I didn't. I thought it was. I put it on my Facebook and I said, "Did y'all see this stuff?" And somebody's like, "No, Dr. Boyce, that's not real. That's a spoof." Like I thought it was like a spoof, like an SNL skit. So they were making. So I thought I made like one of those old man mistakes. Like, oh, okay. I thought it was a real video, but it turned out it was a real video, right? So Trinidad James, it was interesting. I went on the Breakfast Club, and the day before Trinidad James had come in on the show, I didn't meet him in person. And they were like, "So what do you think about him?" I said, I don't really like that. I don't like black men presenting ourselves this way. I think we're better than that." And they said, "Well, actually, Dr. Boyce, Trinidad James is a really smart guy. He went to college and he's really intelligent. Da, da, da. You just don't see it in the video." And I said, "Well, then that makes it even worse. That makes
Right.
it worse. What makes you think that to be black, you got to be ignorant? Who made that decision, right? Who decided that if I want to fit in with black people, I gotta dumb it down. I gotta be because the thing is that being black requires us to be strategic. If anything requires strategy, it's the constant threat, the constant risk that comes with being black, especially as a black man. So to me, being smart, you shouldn't be smart just because it's cool. You should be smart because that's what's safe. That's what's going to keep you alive. That's what's going to help you survive. Because you and I both know you know this. I mean, you from South Central, you know how many brilliant black men are in prison. You know how many brilliant black men are dead. You know how many brilliant black men are not living their best lives, not living their purpose out. You know what I mean? So I think that intelligence piece, I think that that's a real interesting thing, like how that even happened, you know?
Yeah, I spoke to my dad about it. He's an author, and he talked about the movie Superfly. And so that was the first time that you had a black superhero, but the superhero wasn't written by black people. And because the money, the dollars were going into this movie so much, a lot of people started seeing, oh, well, the drug dealer and the Superfly, like the outfits, the loud, that's the hero, and he sticks it to the man as a drug dealer. And the thing is that wasn't written by a black person. And so it's one of those things where all of a sudden, if you can't control your narrative, they can control your narrative. They can make you think whatever they want about you. And so it also makes me think about Allen Iverson in his interview. I think that was like a big pivot in a lot of black men's views of the media. He was talking about practice. All growing up, all I ever heard was practice. You're talking about practice. Don't be like Allen Iverson. He's a terrible person. He's lazy. He doesn't work hard. And then it took me like 10 years later, maybe even longer, 15 years later, to listen to the entire interview, and he was really talking about his best friend had been murdered. And we're talking about a practice. I still showed up to the game. I still played well, but my best friend got murdered. All of a sudden, when you think about the interview, you look at it from a completely different perspective. And he was actually being vulnerable in that interview. To be honest with you, that's what you want from an athlete. You want from an entertainer, anybody that you look up to, is to be vulnerable and to be able to speak how they really feel. But after that, nobody speaks on how they feel because they know that they can take those little sound bites and make it for what they want, distort it. And so that's why I applaud somebody like LeBron James or Draymond Green or anybody who has their own platforms, yourself, because now we can control our narrative. Whereas I think Superfly, for a good 50 years, they took their narrative from us, and now we're just starting to reclaim it with the internet and now with the value that's going to be indoctrinated on the blockchain.
Wow. Wow. I love that. And by the way, everybody who just came in, I'm speaking with Charles Kelly. Charles Kelly is an expert on crypto and taxes. And we're going to get to talking about crypto and taxes now because I just wanted you guys to get to know him because I think he's an interesting guy. And he's going to actually be our special guest in Dr. Boyce Crypto tomorrow night. If you guys want to join the crypto club that we have, just go to b1crypto.com, b1crypto.com, and I'll send you guys a link to do a free trial if you'd like to join. So, Mr. Kelly, I'd like to ask you about this. In terms of crypto and taxes, what would be some things that people, common misperceptions about crypto and taxes or mistakes that people make when it comes to crypto and taxes that they should be aware of?
So I'll start off with the easy, big stuff first. The first one is that crypto is not taxable because the government doesn't own it. That is completely false. That's a complete lie. The second one is that, well, they can't track it. That is the biggest misconception because every transaction is recorded on the blockchain, and they have different companies like Coin Analyst that goes in there and verifies they're able to track all the transactions. I actually had one client who used Tornado Cash to try to hide some money, and I found it, and he was shocked because he was like, "Well, what do you mean? I thought you couldn't find it for Tornado Cash. That's like a mixer." And I was like, "Man, I can't take you as a client anymore, so I have to release them because you're trying to hide your money from the accountant." And so, number one, it is taxable. Number two, it's easily traced. And then number three, make sure that on your tax return at the very first page, like right under your address, it basically asks if you've been involved in any digital assets. If you click no, but you've KYC'd, meaning you've given an exchange your social security number, that is the most easiest cross-reference ever. And if you check no and you've been knowingly in crypto, then that is considered fraud or evasion. And they have an infinite amount of time to audit you. And so if you try your best, they typically only have 3 years to audit you, as long as you're within like a 25% error rate. They don't normally only have 3 years. Sometimes they'll move it up to 6 years if the error rate was a little higher. But very rare is it more than 6 years. But if it's considered evasion or fraud, meaning you check that box no, but you've been doing stuff on like a Coinbase or a Cash App, they have an infinite amount of time. And right now, while the administration is very nice on taxes when it comes to crypto, just do your best because chances are the next administration won't be so nice or so fair on it.
So do the regular capital gains tax rules sort of apply to crypto? Meaning we know it's taxable, right? We know that you will be taxed on your crypto. Is it something where if I own Bitcoin and I just don't sell it, I don't pay taxes until I sell, just kind of like the typical capital gains taxes, or are there different rules that apply?
So for the most part, it's the same as stocks, but there's some differences. So first, if all you do is buy, then there's no taxes. You don't have to report it. I would still check the box yes. There's been some back and forth saying, well, the IRS website says you can click no, but the IRS website isn't the actual Internal Revenue Code. And so there's been a lot of back and forth within each government entity, IRS, SEC, commodities, like they're all fighting to figure out everything. But the bottom line is the differences as of right now would be like the wash rule. There is no wash rule in crypto. So like in stocks, if the price goes down and you try to sell and then you try to rebuy it back, there's a certain amount of days you have to wait until you can actually lower your cost basis. And crypto is not like that. So if you bought your Bitcoin at 107, now it's at like 96. You might want to sell it, take that loss, rebuy it back so you still have as much as you want and you have a built-in loss. That's allowed in crypto, tax loss harvesting. Another difference, and it's getting more difficult. They're adding regulations. But in stocks, most of the time you have like a FIFO method, meaning the first stock that's the same. So say if you buy Google every day for the year, if you decide to sell, typically you would sell the very first share that you got. And that's called FIFO, first in, first out. But with crypto, you don't have to sell the first one. You could choose any of those days that you bought and use it to your advantage. And that's called specific identification. And you do not have to tell the government which methodology that you're using. But they are starting to make it a bit more difficult because it's always been whenever you sell, spend, exchange, those have always been capital events. But now they've moved it from a universal wallet method to wallet, meaning if you move your Bitcoin or your crypto from one of your wallets that's on an exchange to another one, now that's become a taxable event. More than likely, they're going to get sued for this because that's like saying, well, if I move it from my savings to my checkings accounts, why is that taxable? But they did that so that the 1099 DAs that come out, 1099 DA meaning digital asset, when that comes out, it's easier for the exchange to provide that information. But yeah, those are some of the main differences right now. Is the wash rule, specific identification, and just how it's viewed as property versus a commodity. And there's probably going to be some more in depth between each individual crypto because not all cryptos are the same and they don't all have the same use cases.
Okay, so I'd like to know, so Charles Kelly, your opinion, how do you think that the Trump administration, the election of Trump and all that is going to change the face of crypto? I mean, it seemed like the crypto guys they pretty much almost got him elected. I mean, other than maybe Elon Musk and his participation, but it seemed like the crypto guys were really supporting him, and got him into office. So I assume that this will create a better environment for crypto investors. What is your take on it?
The regulatory environment, without a doubt. Bitcoin in itself doesn't need any administration whatsoever. It doesn't need help. It didn't matter if Kamala was in there. It didn't matter if Trump was in there. It didn't matter if Mickey Mouse was in there. Bitcoin is going to stand regardless because it's not controlled by a government, any individual or any business. And any government that's tried to ban it, such as China or Nigeria, they've been met with the underground using it, and it actually increases the price in that area. So Bitcoin cannot be stopped regardless of any government. It's peer to peer. Think of like Kazaa or LimeWire. People were still exchanging music back and forth, even when it was illegal. And when you shut down one, you have another one. But with Bitcoin, because it's around the entire world, you can shut down this country, but you're not going to shut down that country, or this country, or that country. And Nigeria, even though for a while the government was against it, the people in Nigeria used it more than anybody else because they recognize that their local currency, their naira, has been devalued so often, and so the government can't do anything with Bitcoin. However, with these other coins, governments can shut those down because those are companies, and so you had a lot of banks that recognized that Bitcoin and crypto was a threat to them, and so they debanked people, they debanked companies for getting into crypto. And so now this administration, definitely shout outs to Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming. She's going after all the people that made it hard for the crypto people. And so you have some really big senators, you have some really big representatives. Senator Lummis, she's amazing. You have Senator Tim Scott. He's doing very well in the crypto. He's over the Senate Banking Committee. You have Chairman Hill. You have a lot of them. You have representatives, Byron Donalds, you have Tom Emmer. And so you have a lot of people now that are in positions of power now. And not only are they trying to go after the people that made it difficult, but now they're trying to create a terrific environment, like a terrific environment for crypto to thrive. And so I'm very, very, very excited about the administration in terms of the crypto, not social. I don't get into that, but in the business world, I believe that this administration is doing a very good job. That's without the emotions. That's not looking at race. That's not looking at social issues. That's squarely looking at Bitcoin and crypto, because I've been in Bitcoin before it got political. So I'm not looking at the political side, especially I'm not in the US anymore. So I'm not even thinking about the social side.
Well, so okay, so let's. And I'm curious about that. Um, so the digital nomad thing, I didn't get a chance to ask you everything about that. Uh, and maybe you did touch on it. I'm gonna ask anyway, just because I just got over my sickness, so maybe I forgot. But what made you decide to live in other countries? Like what's the thought process here, and how long do you plan to do that?
So I've planned on traveling to different countries for years. But it wasn't until I started feeling a lot of black backlash from my own community, that I was like, I need to leave. And it came, me being a CPA, I'm in all the meetings, meaning I know what's going on behind closed doors. I'm in every single meeting until the very last decision meeting at BNSF. And BNSF has nothing to do with crypto, just an example. I see the numbers at the very bottom. I come up with the financial statements. I take that to my manager. My manager then takes it to the director. The director then takes it to the general director. I present at all those meetings. And then we take it to the CFO. Now, my general director might speak about that, but I'm still in the meeting. So if they ask a detailed question, I can provide the answers. And then they leave me alone. And then they go to the CEO, they make the final decision, and they report that financial to Warren Buffett. So literally, my reports will say to Warren Buffett. And so when I'm telling people, hey, this is what's going on, this is this, it's wild. It is crazy to me that the people that I love and care about will basically look at me like I'm crazy and not value the information I'm providing, when I'm literally telling you what's in the CEO meetings, but I'm telling you what's going on. And so the amount of backlash I would get from my own community is stressing me out. And I was like, I just got to get away. And then going to Africa, it made me see the world from a completely different perspective, because a lot of Africans, they're looking at going to America for the opportunities, the money, and the jobs, but their quality of life in Africa is so much better. Especially like in Nairobi, where I was, it's just that they're not making a lot of money, it's not developed, so looking at America as a place of opportunity. But if I'm able to take my income from the States, and I already created my opportunity, and I go out there, my living situation is better. And so when I'm looking in the States, you get hit with two punches. You get hit with inflation whenever they print money, meaning your savings can buy less and less money. They're stealing your time and energy from printing out money. I incubate myself from that with Bitcoin. And the other one is taxes. The more money you make, the more money you got to pay in taxes. Well, if you travel the world, you're out of the country for 50 out of 52 weeks, you don't have to pay tax on your first 126,000. And so now I'm actually able to pay less in taxes, not get hit by inflation, and take advantage of the cost of living. And then because a lot of them are looking for opportunities in America, I'm then able to connect people in America to Kenya, or to anywhere in Africa, and have jobs so that they're not working for $180 a month. A lot of them are getting exploited so bad by the Chinese and by these European countries. Now I can connect them to some of my people back in the States. They could pay less than half of what they pay somebody in the States, but they can get the Kenyans or the Africans get paid more than double or three times more what they're used to making out there. And so I'm bridging those gaps. And that was another thing that Nipsey had me do, was he was saying he wanted to connect LA to Silicon Valley to Africa. And so I feel like I'm living that mission right now and making those connections. And so for me to leave, it was like, I've always wanted to see the world. And when I just saw the opportunity, met the preparation, it was like, okay, it's time to make that leap. I already took the leap of faith leaving corporate America. Now it's time to make the leap to leave in America.
Wow. Wow. I really love that. I think that's great. I think it's a great plan. And by the way, y'all have to excuse me, everybody. For some reason, my eye was watering really bad, but that's why I was sitting there like doing this while you're talking. Okay. So that's really fascinating. I mean, I think just overall, and I'm very sorry that you had people that didn't understand your vision and who you are. You know, one of the things I've always believed is that there's no one way to be black, right? There's no one way to be black. And everybody, you run into so many people who think that there's like an instruction manual for being black. Like you got to know how to do certain dances, you got to eat certain food, you got to speak a certain way. And I think it's all bullshit. You know, it drives me insane because we put ourselves in a box, we put ourselves in a trap, and it's unfortunate when when you have somebody that has some different ideas and you have people that will just crap all over it. Believe me, I know that, right? I was, when I first started talking about investing in a public space around '06, '07, I get a lot of pushback. You know, even urban radio stations that said black people don't want to know how to invest. They don't care about investing. Right now, but then a decade later, everybody was talking about it, right? And so I personally, what I learned over time is you have to ignore the people that um, can't see the vision. You don't explain. I don't even try. I don't even believe in wasting time trying to explain your vision to people who are going to fight it. You know, because they're just expressing their own limitation. You have to forgive them for they know not what they do, all that stuff, and just find the people that can see the vision. Because it's really hard. Because I mean, keeping a vision alive is already difficult without having ignorant people arguing with you the whole time. That's going to stress you out and distract you. You know, what you do is you say, okay, I get it. No problem. Yeah, it is kind of crazy, whatever. And then you go talk to people who actually are ready for that level of possibility in their lives. People that are ready, so I always say, I never wanted to be like a black leader or none of that stuff. You know, I'm not a bridge builder. I'm not the guy that's going to bring everybody together. No, I draw the line in the sand. Like you're trying to meet the standard or you're not. Either you're sick of the shit or you're not. Either you're trying to do better or you're not. And if you ain't trying to do better, then I will sit back and just allow you to enjoy your life. And I want to talk to the people that get it, right? And the beauty of blackness though is there are a lot of people that have always waited to like really come out of the closet, so to speak. Meaning there are people that are like, yeah, I always wanted to do this, this, and this, but none of my relatives understood it. They never supported it, or they thought I wasn't being black anymore. It's like, no, no, there's no, can't nobody take your black card away, and I think being a global citizen is beneficial as well because I don't know if we realize how good we actually have it here in certain areas, like economically at least. Like we are rich. Black people in America are very, very rich. And we just think we're poor because white people are so much richer, but we're doing really well. And then you go to other countries and you see that dire poverty. You see people who would literally die to get the same opportunities that many of our kids take for granted. It's humbling, you know. It takes you, to another level in terms of appreciation. So let me ask you this. And by the way, Charles's website, I'm gonna give y'all Charles's website. It's smartguytaxes.com. Smartguytaxes.com. Somebody type that in the chat. Smartguytaxes.com. So if you want a smart guy to do your taxes, looks like Charles is your guy. Now I can say I haven't tried his service, but he gets vetted by everybody that comes in here gets vetted by Chanel, and Chanel wouldn't be letting no BS up in here. I didn't know much about Mr. Kelly we met today, but I know that when Chanel speaks to people before they come in, she always makes sure that we're not tying up with no shenanigans or nothing. So smartguytaxes.com is his website. He's also going to be a guest tomorrow night in our Black Crypto Club. So if you'd like to join the crypto club, you can do a free trial, 30 days, 100% free. Just try it out. Go to b1crypto.com. That's B1 Crypto, B the number one crypto.com, and I'll send you guys a link. So, Mr. Kelly, let's finish on this note then. Okay, so going forward, if I am a person that wants to invest in crypto and I want to build my wealth and I want to make sure I understand what's going on with the tax stuff, what are some recommendations you might have in terms of some best practices that I might want to keep so that I can make sure I don't run afoul of the law? I think a lot of people, it almost seems like some people even think that now that Trump is in office and he hates the IRS, that they're not going to be enforcing anything anymore and collecting their revenue. I don't believe that. I believe the IRS will always be around. what are some best practices I might want to adopt to make sure that I stay safe and stay out of the way of the IRS?
The biggest thing is to keep track of all of your transactions. This can be very difficult for traders or for people who like to use a lot of DeFi or different multiple exchanges, because not every exchange provides the transactions. DeFi may not provide the transactions. Most exchanges up until this point haven't provided any 1099s, but it's still your responsibility to, pay the taxes that you owe. Of course, I'm going, like a CPA who represents you is going to try to take the stance of whatever's in your favor. But no matter what, you're going to need to have evidence. And so that evidence is keeping track of all your transactions. Try to keep it in two different places, possibly on Excel, on your computer, and on an external hard drive. Because if you lose it, that can be devastating. And with the new rules, they're saying if you don't have evidence, then we're going to basically tax you the worst possible as we can. And that basically says your cost basis can be zero. They might say first come, first serve, or first out, first in, first out, FIFO. But if you don't have any evidence, then they're going to make a cost basis of zero. I mean, you've been paying taxes on stuff that you weren't even supposed to. And so the best practice is to make sure you keep track of all your crypto transactions in 1 to 2 places. So that if you lose one, you still have access to it. To me, that's the most important thing in terms of organization. The other one is just make sure that that box is checked yes if you've been in any crypto stuff. There's plenty more strategies, but to me, those are the main two that I try to stress to everybody. I don't charge for those 2 pieces of advice because I care about the community. Please keep your crypto transactions organized, and please check that box yes if you've been doing any crypto trading or transactions. And if you want to learn more about crypto, the first place to start is really the Bitcoin white paper. So you understand what you're getting yourself into and what all the copycats are. If you come in trying to make money off of a fart coin or a Melania coin or a Trump coin, and that's your introduction, that's where you put your money, then you're really basically in a casino, because whomever is behind those cryptos, they control the entire ecosystem. So they can create new coins, they can burn coins, they can do whatever they want. They can sell their coins. And if you don't research, if I'm speaking gibberish to you, then you haven't done enough research to really get in. And so read the Bitcoin white paper, check the box yes on your taxes if you've been in crypto, and keep all your crypto transactions organized.
So what are your biggest crypto investments?
So I have not bought any other coin since 2020 other than Bitcoin. I used to buy a lot in 2017 to 2020. I was just going crazy with it. And occasionally, some of those have gone skyrocket up, and I'll take some profits and I'll pay off, some bills, or I'll make some other investments. But Bitcoin to me is the money, especially if the strategic Bitcoin reserve gets passed like I'm expecting it to. And so if that gets passed, that means the US dollar could either be backed by Bitcoin, or they would have an additional fund of 1 million Bitcoins to be able to have strategically to transact with the world. Whatever it is, if the government's holding 1 million Bitcoins, there's only 21 million to ever be created. To me, that's extremely valuable. There are other coins that this administration is looking at, such as the XRP or XLM or HBAR. But to me, those are companies. So XRP might be an upgrade to Visa, but Bitcoin is the upgrade to the US dollar or to gold. Ethereum might be, to me, it's like a whole new thing, because now you're dealing with the metaverse. So to me, Ethereum might be an upgrade to Microsoft. But you have to really understand the different types of cryptos, because they're all very different. And so the main one is Bitcoin. That's all I accumulate, but I still hold Ethereum. I still have XRP. I still have a couple Chinese ones like TRX, some things like that. But I haven't accumulated anything since 2020 outside of Bitcoin.
Wow. 1 million Bitcoin. Are they seriously thinking about buying that?
Correct. That was in a bill by Senator Lummis. So during the last Bitcoin conference in Nashville, Tennessee, she announced the bill, the act that basically said that the U.S. government over the course of 5 years would accumulate 1 million Bitcoins. Right now, they have about 240,000 of them from Mount Gox and a couple other where they, if there was a crime, they hold on to it. Biden at the very end tried to make it to where they can get rid of them, but they didn't get rid of it in time. And so now that Trump's in office, they made a freeze to that. And so now they'll potentially get 1 million of them. And you also have, I think, 22 states now that have introduced bills for the individual states to accumulate Bitcoin. So you might have it at a state level and a federal level. And now in response to that, now you have different companies that are now saying, okay, well, if the government's going to get into it, we're going to get into it. And now you have different countries that are looking at America and they're saying, well, if America's going to do that, we're going to do that. And so I think this is actually the very beginning of hyper Bitcoinization, which is where everything is going to wind up being based, like everything is going to be priced in Bitcoin. And I think when the price of Bitcoin goes too high, that's going to be changed from overall Bitcoin to Satoshis, which is a fractional piece of Bitcoin. Just like there's 100 pennies to $1, there's 100 million Satoshis to a Bitcoin. And so like when I was with Naja Roberts traveling the country, we just advised everybody to at least get 1 million Satoshis for your children and for yourself so that you're saving for the future. Because we believe that one day Bitcoin will hit 1 million, probably within 5 years, and it'll probably hit 100 million by the time it's time for my retirement. And so, you know, just accumulate and make sure the biggest thing is to make sure you own your private keys. If you don't own your private keys, then you don't actually own your Bitcoin. Isaiah Jackson, Bitcoin Zay, he has a phrase called "no keys, no cheese." If you don't own the key, if you don't own the keys to your Bitcoin, you don't own it. And so a lot of these people that are buying these Bitcoin ETFs, they don't own their keys. And you know, BlackRock is literally just one bill away from saying, "Hey, make it to where they can't own their keys, and then you're locked out of it forever." In terms of the freedom of it, you might have the financial side, but you don't have the freedom. Think of it like gold bars. If you buy gold certificate, yeah, what if they decide to not honor and give you the actual gold? What are you going to do about it? Are you going to fight them? So to me, owning it, the actual physical assets, the most important piece. And so owning your keys is the most important piece to having that. So you might want to get a cold wallet. You might want to do other things, but that's what they're going to learn on, in the Black Crypto Club. So we go over that a little later.
Yeah, that's really fascinating stuff. And by the way, Charles, you can tell he knows what he's talking about. And if you have specific discussions you'd like to have with him, questions you'd like to have, the Black Crypto Club meets tomorrow night. I believe it's 8 o'clock. And if you'd like to join us, go to b1crypto.com. That's B, the number one crypto.com. And there will be a much smaller number of people in that session. So if you want to come to that private meet and greet with Charles and ask him questions directly, you can certainly do that. And I can say this based on what you're saying. I mean, I was thinking about 1 million Bitcoin. That's $100 billion. That's a lot of money. And that to me is yet another reason why investing in Bitcoin, I think is the right strategy. And really it was the right strategy even years ago because there were so many legislative barriers sort of inhibiting the growth of Bitcoin, and that the price was kept, I believe, artificially low. I got made fun of because I predicted Bitcoin would hit 100,000 way back in 2020, 2021, and it didn't. But the reason it didn't was because the legislators were just blocking it so often, right? And doing these things to undermine and create what they call it, FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And then you had Sam Altman, or it's not Sam Altman, what's it, Sam Bankman-Fried, and what happened there with FTX. And it's just, but long term, it's a good long term play, in my opinion. It's something that I am investing in consistently. So I want to say thank you, Charles, very much for your time. I appreciate you, brother. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow night as well.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Charles's website is smartguytaxes.com. That's smartguytaxes.com. Also, he's going to be our special guest tomorrow night in the Black Crypto Club. So if you have an interest in crypto, bring your whole family. Don't just bring yourself, bring your kids, bring your spouse, bring your parents, whoever you want to bring your best friend. And it's going to be, it's b1crypto.com, be the number one crypto.com. We meet tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. And also, you guys will hear from me again soon. If you're not on the text list for this class, we meet every morning, 7 days a week. You can text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you a wake-up call. So text morning to 87948, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Have a wonderful day. And thank you again, Charles. God bless you, brother. All right.
Take care. Thank you.
And it's wanted to hop in really quick and talk to you guys about the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl, man, I'm telling you, Kendrick Lamar had a great performance. It was an amazing, amazing job. The Eagles, shout out to the Eagles, blow the whistle for the Eagles. They did the damn thing. I've always loved Jalen Hurts. I've been a big fan of Jalen because I admire his work ethic. He talks about his dad a lot, and you know how I feel about good black fathers. And Jalen busted his butt. He went through a lot at Alabama, and here he is, a Super Bowl champion. And he came back and actually beat the team that beat him pretty bad last time, or not terribly bad, but beat him in a way that was kind of ugly. And so anyway. That is that I saw the game like everybody else. I was a little bit sick. I had the norovirus, so I was kind of watching the game in between vomiting. It was kind of a nasty thing. You don't want me to tell you about it, but anyway, I wanted to talk about the Super Bowl and not just from what happened on the stage or on the field, but I also want to talk about the economics of the Super Bowl. One thing that you may or may not have noticed about the Super Bowl, some of you who are financially conscious have probably noticed this. If you haven't noticed, I'm going to bring this to your attention. Did anybody else notice? Give me a yes or no if you noticed this, that the Super Bowl had black people everywhere. How many of you noticed that the Super Bowl just had black people like on the stage? Kendrick, when he did his performance, there was nothing but black people on the stage. It was beautiful to watch, and he got his little dancers, from South Central and everything, and they were just doing the damn thing. And he was really representing his community. There were black people on the field all over the place. A few black people in the stands, mostly the celebrities and stuff like that. But one thing about the Super Bowl was that they had black people everywhere except for the owner's box. The only place that the Super Bowl does not allow black people is the owner's box. I'm talking about majority owner's box. From what I understand, the Super Bowl does not have one single black majority owner, not one single family that owns a majority of a team, not one single individual, nothing like that. The Super Bowl is pretty much run by the white people's club. And they've pretty much done a really good job of keeping black people out for a very long time. And it's really fascinating. The reason it's fascinating to me, the reason I wanted to bring it to your attention is because black people are among the biggest investors in the NFL. You don't think we are the biggest investors. Let me explain. The owners of the Chicago Bears or the Kansas City Chiefs, they invest, but all they've ever invested was money. All they invested was money. I want to ask y'all a question. Give me a yes or no. Do you know of any team owner who's ever gotten brain damage from being associated with the NFL? Name one owner, the owner of the Jets or of the Giants or the Cowboys. Jerry Jones has Jerry Jones ever gotten CTE from his ownership of the Dallas Cowboys? No, the answer is no. I want to ask you a question. Has any NFL team owner ever broken limbs as a result of their investment in the NFL? Have they ever lost limbs? What do you think? Yes or no? Has any team owner ever gotten paralyzed from the neck down from their investment in the NFL? I'm gonna give y'all a second to answer that question. I want to give you. I want to give you a second. I want to let y'all answer it. I want y'all to marinate on it. Has it ever happened? Really? So do you agree with me when I say that black people are among the biggest investors in the NFL? Black people, black athletes mostly, and others and their families have endured the greatest investment. Black athletes have gotten the brain damage. Black athletes have gotten the broken limbs. Black athletes have gotten the CTE. Black athletes have gotten the paralysis. Black athletes have worked their entire life, all the way from the time you're six, and you go into football camp, and they've done nothing but dedicate their whole entire lives to trying to become good enough to get on that field. Every single player on that field pretty much worked his whole entire life to get there. I have nothing but complete admiration for every single player on that field. Now, here's what I want to do. I want to talk about this for a second. I want to talk about this, what it means to be an investor. You guys know I'm a finance PhD. That's what I do. And I analyze wealth. I analyze where wealth comes from. And most importantly, as a black man, I've been a black man my whole life now. I'm gonna stick with it. It's been kind of fun. And I want to go through some data to kind of help you understand, where the NFL comes from. Because a lot of times we think that these entities that are taking all of our money, that are stealing black wealth, are just they just come out of the sky like, white man is Jesus or something, and he just makes these companies and we all go work for these companies because unfortunately a lot of our institutions, including HBCUs, are designed to do nothing but produce employees. Your job is as a graduate is to go out and find some nice white man to let you work for him and hope that he gives you an opportunity. But that's not really how economics works. Um, if you were to go and look at the purchase price of the cheapest NFL teams in history, in terms of what they're worth now and their current valuation, you would be absolutely stunned. You would be absolutely stunned if I were to tell you how much these teams cost to actually start. These teams, if you were to go through the list, I remember, I think the Green Bay Packers, y'all ready for this? The Green Bay Packers, their the current value of the Green Bay Packers is $4.25 billion. Guess how much the Packers cost when they were established in 1921? $50. $50. Anybody got $50 that you can invest on the Green Bay Packers? What do you say? The people who founded the Green Bay Packers, the visionaries who probably didn't go to college just so they can go work for somebody, they actually started a business of their own. They actually made investments into something they could pass down to their children. They bought the Green Bay Packers for $50. The Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones bought the Dallas Cowboys in 1989 for 140 million. That team's worth about $10 billion. You had teams. Let's see, what was it? Let's see. I know that there was another. I want to say it was the New York Giants. Let me see. I'm going to look for the original purchase price of these teams because the number I just got is not the original purchase price. It's the sales price. But I want to say that there were other teams that like the Chicago Bears that were bought for less than $500. So a lot of these teams, here we go. In 1925, Tim Mara bought the New York Giants for $500. The Giants are now worth $6 billion. The Chicago Bears were purchased by the Hallis family. I believe the Hallis family still owns it. Do they still own it? I believe they still own it. They paid $100 for that team. $100. That team is now worth $6.3 billion. $6.3 billion. So here's what I'm saying. You've got two types of investors in the NFL, pretty much the white ones and the black ones mostly, but you could really say rich white people and everybody else, however you want to look at it. The white investors in the NFL that sit in the owner's box, they invested a little bit of capital and they invested time. They invested commitment to their own vision. They invested commitment to their own business. They invested commitment into growing an entity that they started themselves as a family 2 or 3 generations ago. Then you got the black investors who commit their entire lives to playing the same sport every single day from the time they're 6 until they're 21, 22, 23, 24 years old, and end up getting lots of brain damage along the way and probably don't make any money at all. Your investment kind of becomes like this lottery ticket because it's very interesting how if I go into a classroom full of a bunch of little black boys who are decently talented, it's amazing how half of them will think that they're all going to the NFL when we know that pretty much all of them are not. Not one single boy in that class is going to make it to the NFL, but every single one of them is prepared to invest his entire life into the NFL. Now, if you think that I'm making this racial, it's because I am. I'm making this racial because it is racial. That whole performance by Kendrick Lamar was very racial. He had nothing but black people on the stage. So let's just talk about the elephant in the room. When I think about the Super Bowl and I think about why people watch the Super Bowl, why are they watching the Super Bowl? Well, they're watching to see the stars of the game. Well, who are the stars of the game? Who are the people that they're coming to see? Well, Patrick Mahomes, they're coming to see him. Saquon Barkley, they're coming to see him. One of the greatest running backs in the NFL history, probably greatest in the league right now. Jalen Hurts is a bad boy. They're coming to see him. They're coming to see Chris Jones on the Kansas City Chiefs. He's a bad boy. Pacheco. You got a lot of great players on both sides, most of whom were black. Now, there was the little white boy who got the interception with the Eagles. I was very impressed by that, but he was a rookie. He's 22. He's new, and nobody expected him to play that great, but he's good. He's good. He deserves credit too. So this is not 100% black, but it's majority black. So I propose this back to you. I throw this right back at you. The Super Bowl was full of black people everywhere except the owner's box. When they need somebody to entertain, they call black people. They need somebody to play the sport. They call black people. They need somebody to crip walk on the stage. They call black people. When they need somebody that's going to bring the cultural relevance to the Super Bowl, they call the black people. But when it's time to count the money, they say, okay, you Negroes can leave the room now. The adults are taking over now, so y'all can scoot along now. You can go. All right. So here is and if you don't believe that they're counting money, Let me tell you exactly how much money they're counting so you'll just kind of know what's going on. Now, mind you, I want to be clear. The NFL does have some initiatives to allow black people to have minority stakes in the teams. Like I think Ward Dunn invested about $9 million in a very tiny stake in the Atlanta Falcons. The stakes are so small that they rarely even tell you what the percentages are. I tried to find out the percentage of ownership. They wouldn't tell you. They'll tell you who the majority owners are, and they'll have some minority ownership group. So it's not to say that there are no black owners at all. There are some minority owners. So the goal is to keep you minor, to keep you as a minority, not to have majority. When we become majority, then they become scared, I guess. I have no idea. But here's some information that can kind of help you to understand just exactly how much money they are counting. Okay. So first off, let's talk about the commercials. If you were to look at the cost of a Super Bowl commercial this year, the average 30-second Super Bowl slot sold for between $7 and $8 million. So they had 102 slots to sell, which means they made $816 million, almost $1 billion from selling the ads. That's one revenue stream. That's just one of many, probably dozens of revenue streams. Two, they sold 30-second slots during the pregame show for $2 million. For this particular Super Bowl, those slots went up as high as $4.5 million. So they were selling pregame commercial spots. The Superdome has a capacity of 73,208 people. The average ticket sales price was $11,000 in 2024. So they made almost $1 billion just from the ticket sales. Also, you can keep going. Total consumer spending related to the Super Bowl in previous years amounted to 17 billion, including merchandise, food, and beverages. That's all the spending, all the money being made by the advertisers at the Super Bowl. And let's not forget the 1.4 billion that Americans were projected to wager in the whole sports betting arena. That by the way, which they're marketing heavily to black men. Has anybody noticed that? How the sports betting sites are using black men in the ads to get you to become addicted to something that is literally the worst addiction that you can have if you ever want to have any money and you don't want to go broke and destroy your family in the process. If you ever want to be a degenerate that nobody respects and have your life fall apart, go get you a DraftKings account and become an addict. If you do that, then your family will hate you. Your daughter won't respect you. You're going to lose all the family's money and you're going to be embarrassed and it's going to be painful. I'm not telling people what to do. I'm just warning you right now that those addictions are rising. Every therapist I know says those addictions are rising. Remember, in the Black Business School, we have a Black Financial Therapy Department, and they're ringing the alarm bells right now, saying that the fact that they're promoting all these sports betting apps to black men is going to be hugely detrimental to many black families. Hugely detrimental. So when you see Jamie Foxx on the commercial, Kevin Hart on the commercial, Shaquille O'Neal, I believe he did a commercial, and a lot of these other people, that is no good. That is them simply duping you into doing something very bad with your money, very unstrategic, not very sound. It's going to put you in a bad spot. But then again, who am I? If you don't like what I said, then please just ignore me. Just ignore me. I don't matter. All right. So anyway, with that being said, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching DrBoyceTV.com, the home for intelligent black people. This podcast is on Spotify. If you go to Spotify, look up Boyce Watkins. You can find the Dr. Boyce breakdown on Spotify. Also, tomorrow night we're doing a meeting in the Black Crypto Club. If you like crypto and you want to learn how to invest in crypto properly, there's a lot of opportunities there. We're bringing in another crypto expert tomorrow night. If you'd like to be a part of that group and talk about crypto and join the club, just go to b1crypto.com. B1crypto.com. B1 stands for Black First. Black First means we put ourselves first, we put our kids first, we put our community first. So if you are Black First in B1, go to b1crypto.com and you can do a free trial in the crypto club if that's of interest to you. Now, with that said, let's go back to our original premise. So the Super Bowl had black influence everywhere. There were black people all over the stage. Kendrick Lamar was tearing it up. It was a great performance. It was great to watch. The athletes were killing it on the field, just doing a great job. And so you had this, what appears to be diversity on the field. You had what appears to be diversity when it comes to entertainment. They let Jay-Z kind of pick the performers, and he picks a lot of rappers, which is fine. And Kendrick was the guy he picked. I have nothing against Kendrick. I will say. I kind of feel like I wish Kendrick had not really beaten up on Drake even further at the Super Bowl. I kind of feel like Kanye does. I told you I don't get along with Kanye very well. The conversation he and I had didn't end very well, but I can say that I agree with Kanye on one point. Kanye mentioned a point that a lot of you are going to forget because everybody likes drama. Everybody likes to see black men taking each other out. I believe that what Kanye said that what they'll do, he said exactly what I said this before, and I'm saying it again. He said that what they'll do is the labels, the puppet masters, will use one rapper to destroy another rapper, and then they'll destroy both of you. They'll get rid of both of you. And I think that, and this is not just a Kendrick Lamar Drake situation. This is a white supremacy situation. White supremacy does that. They did that with the Hutus and Tutsis in Rwanda. They do that with black Democrats and black Republicans in the United States. They do that in other countries all around the world. So they're quick to pit you against each other because they love to see you destroy each other. And then when you destroy each other, you're serving the master, and then the master cuts your head off and kills you. That's what the CIA has always done when they go to other countries. When they help the Afghans fight off the Soviets, the first thing the Afghan leader said when he met with the head of the CIA is he said, "You're here to kill me, aren't you?" And the guy said, "I'm not going to kill you today." Right. And basically what that means is that once they're done with you, go listen to E40. E40 had a song where the chorus was, "They'll find a new Igga next year." He said, "They'll find a new Igga next year. They'll find somebody else to replace you." So I think Kendrick, I really wish I could understand why he hates Drake so much, because what concerns me is if he is he is a certified blah, 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 and got the whole world singing that. Well, if he is really doing something like that, if he really is certified, then I'd like to see the certification. If he really did this, I'd like to see the evidence, because accusing another man of something that terrible is really, really heavy. Like, remember, pay attention. Let me know if you're following what I'm saying here. Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, Diddy, and Drake are kind of all accused of the same thing. They're all accused of something that apparently white men never do, which we know is BS. We know white men do it all the time. They don't become public enemy number one, but they're all being accused of kind of the same thing: sleeping with underage people, girls, boys, whatever. And R. Kelly's in prison for it. Bill Cosby lost everything. Puffy's in prison for it. So when you're accusing a man of something that could get him sent to prison, I think that is where I want to ask you, why do you hate this guy so much? And is it true? If it's really true, then I guess it's if it's true and it's proven, then that's one thing. But if you're just doing it for entertainment, because you got a crowd full of white people cheering you on as you call black people the N word and destroy another black man, I can't get on board with that. And in fact, actually, I will say this too, black people, you can never get offended when white people call you niggas, because your favorite rappers call you niggas all the time. So if I'm white, I'm confused. Like, you call yourselves niggas, so why would we stop doing it? And that's just my 2 cents. I kind of think so that's my critique. I wouldn't say I hated the performance. I like Kendrick. I really do. I like him more than I dislike him 100%. I don't even like Drake's music that much. I don't know if anybody else agrees, but I thought his music was kind of puffy and goofy and stupid. But I have to be honest. And I have to say that what would have really been powerful, the most powerful revolutionary thing he could have done, in my opinion, is to bring Drake on the stage, right? And to just say, like, we're not doing that song, but here's what we are gonna do, right? And then do one of Drake's best songs or something, right? Again, maybe I'm just being too idealistic here. Maybe the idea of black men reconciling in public is just so dramatic and so crazy. People aren't used to it. But I personally would have loved to have seen him bring Drake on the stage and join forces with him. They say the best way to defeat an enemy is to defeat an enemy, and that's not true. The best way to defeat an enemy is to make that enemy into a friend, right? And here's the deal. Here's what's and remember, I'm not a kid. I'm not 35. I'm not 25. I'm 53. I remember Biggie and Pac. I remember, just like Drake and Drake and Kendrick, Biggie and Pac used to be friends. If y'all were never friends, how come there's all these pictures of y'all together, like posing with each other? Seriously, Biggie and Pac were friends. Drake and Kendrick were cool at one point. Something went wrong. There was a misunderstanding. There was a beef. Somebody got mad. Somebody's feelings got hurt. So my point is to say that this is what happens in so many black families. This is what happens with so many black friendships. This is why so many black businesses fail. Y'all don't know this, but trillions of dollars gets lost in the black community because people can't put their egos to the side, apologize, and repair relationships. We want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, destroy everything, and the hatred and the venom and the trauma get so deep that we just go in for the kill. And I'm not saying that there aren't times where you might go in for the kill. Sure, if when it comes to white supremacy, I'm going in for the kill. When it comes to racism, I'm going in for the kill. When it comes to defending my family, I'm going in for the kill. When it comes to elevate my people, I'm going in for the kill. But when it comes to me dealing with a black man, you can't name a single black man that I've ever had a beef with. And I'll give you my own stories. Umar Johnson, Roland Martin. Martin, just people like that. You can't Mark Lamont Hill. You can't name a single black man I've ever had a beef with where I would go in for the kill for that man. You cannot name a single black man, Kwame Brown, that I've had a little bit of a beef with. Where if we sat down like men and said, okay, let me just you tell me what I did to you, I'm gonna tell you what you did to me, and we're gonna repair because I respect you enough to fight with you, and if I respect you enough to fight with you, then I respect you enough to become allies with you, which means that if we join forces, not only am I taking the weight off my shoulders of having to fight you, but I also have a powerful ally that I can go to battle with on our common interests. I literally could do that with every single person I've ever beefed with. So again, I'm not putting myself on a pedestal. I'm not dissing Kendrick Lamar. I know a lot of people want to see it that way when you don't agree with their favorite celebrity, but the reality is that I have to say that I think that Drake thing, humiliating that man on the biggest stage in the world, was just that kind of went beyond what I would like to have seen. I think that black men reconciling is, in fact, Corey Holcomb, the comedian, he and I had a little weird thing going. I don't really beef with people like that, but apparently he was beefing with me. So I got on the phone with Willie D. Me and Corey and Willie got on a three-way, and then we got online and we resolved it in front of everyone because as 50-something-year-old men, we wanted to show like you really can come back from that. You don't have to fight somebody for life. You don't have to fight to the death. And forgive me for over talking that, but I hope that you're getting my point that I really, really would have loved to have seen these guys find some way to understand who the true enemy is. The true enemy, honestly, Kendrick, it's not Drake. Drake ain't really your enemy. Your enemy is these fucking record labels that are jacking all of y'all. The enemy is all these white audiences that love to see you stand on stage calling each other niggas and killing each other. The enemy is all these people that have built a whole industry around toxic music, not your music, Kendrick, not Kendrick, but I'm talking about toxic music that's really ruined the culture, that's ruined the black community, that's destroyed us. They created the sexy reds and all the violence and all this other stuff, and is leading to people dying. A rapper dies every other week, and personally, this is, I don't know about anybody else cares about this, but this makes me sick. I mean, let's keep it 100. The biggest thing you have to brag about is your rappers. When they talk about culture, they're always talking about the culture. They're always talking about your rappers. Well, I want to ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this. Seriously, I'm a wealth guy. Answer this for me. In 50 years of hip hop, we've had how many years of hip hop? 50 years, right? In 50 years of hip hop, have you seen one black-owned hospital come out of 50 years of hip hop? In 50 years of hip hop, have you seen one black-owned school system? In 50 years of hip hop, have you seen black wealth go up or has it gone down? In 50 years of hip hop, what have we created? What I mean, really, I need to have we had one automobile manufacturer in 50 years of hip hop? In 50 years of hip hop, with rappers partnering with professional athletes and being shiny on stage and bragging about how great you are, how many professional sports leagues have you started? Again, it's not hard to do. The Chicago Bears were purchased for $100. The New York Giants were $500. How many black-owned professional sports leagues do we have? I mean, we play all the damn basketball. How come we don't have a black professional basketball league that's making money? How come y'all don't get together with all y'all 100 million? You got between all of these black celebrities, they have 1 billion followers on social media. If you wanted to create a league and create your own distribution for your content and do your own ad deals, you could easily make 100 million a year with an entity like that right off the bat. You could adopt the HBCUs and promote them on your channels and get the viewership and then go to the advertisers and sell the ads and make 50 to 100 million or more. You're not going to make as much as the NFL makes because they're good at making money, but you will be making enough money to be free. So I'm going to just tell you like this. One of the things that I just have to speak up on a little bit is I think that what happens is we get very frustrated about what we perceive to be racism. We feel shut out. We look at where other people are doing amazing things and and we don't get our opportunities. Like right now, Trump got rid of DEI and now we're all freaking out because we don't have the equity and inclusion that we had, 2 years ago. And I get that. I totally get that. But one of the things that you're seeing when you see us getting frustrated because they won't invite us to their table, what you're seeing is a frustration with integration. You're seeing a frustration with what was actually a failed policy to begin with. You're seeing us trying to solve the impossible problem. The impossible problem is that the only way I can get ahead in this world is if a white man decides to give me an opportunity. The only way I can get an NFL contract is if Jerry Jones signs the deal. The only way I can get a chance to own an asset, own a team, is if they let me own 2% of their NFL team, right? That's the only way I can get in. And that is a flawed policy, not because it can't work. Maybe white people one day will stop acting white, and maybe one day they'll become very generous, and maybe one day they'll just decide to start sharing wealth with black people. They haven't done it for 500 years, but maybe you'll get lucky. Or maybe you can go build your own. Maybe you can say, to hell with all this, we're going to go build our own. Maybe we're going to get together and take the energy behind this movement and say, okay, next time, let's go ahead and create a professional sports league with our own teams, our own franchises, so that we can actually harness some of this economic energy that we're giving to others. Because what you got to understand is this, and I'll go back to this original premise. Black people are among the biggest investors in the NFL. Just like when you go to that job every day, you are investing in that company. When you pay the rent to the landlord, you are investing in that landowner's property. When you buy consumer products, you are an investor in those products. The only difference is that you're the investor who doesn't get a return on his or her investment. That's the problem. That's the dilemma. But you're an investor. You're just not getting an ROI. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me know if you know what everybody knows what ROI is, right? ROI is where my money's a boomerang, where I throw it and then the money comes back with friends, right? I throw in 1,000, I make 2,000. I throw in 10,000, I make 20,000. I throw in 100,000, I make 150,000. That's where what money's supposed to be. That's investing. It's a boomerang. Some of y'all's money's like a frisbee. You got you out there. I'm gonna throw the frisbee, y'all, and you throw the frisbee and you wait for the frisbee to come back. And the frisbee doesn't come back because they catch that mug and they run with it, right? So you out here throwing frisbee when you're supposed to be throwing boomerangs. When you go to the mall and spend money so you can look fly and they get to keep your money, you just threw a frisbee. When you getting up and going to work every day, working harder than the damn boss to build a company owned by the boss, owned by his family that he's gonna pass to his children, and your children ain't got nothing, you just threw a frisbee. When you go and you bust your butt, you give birth to a baby, and he spends his entire life training to get to the NFL, and then he suddenly gets out there and he plays a couple years and gets some brain damage. You just made an investment in the NFL, but you didn't get an ROI. So basically, you just threw a frisbee. You threw a frisbee because the team's valuations only go up if they've got players. If they don't have players, then they can't exist. And those players are majority black, the good ones anyway. The big brands are what draws people to the game. So the Patrick Mahomeses, the Jalen Hurtses, the Chris Joneses, those are the guys that draw the Saquon Barkleys. That's what draws people to the game. So we have the biggest brands in the sport, but yet we don't own a league at all. And I know Ice Cube owns the Big Three. I know Ice Cube, and I like what he's doing with the Big Three. I think that's an excellent start. Ice Cube and we talk many hours, and he and I think alike. That's why I like talking to the guy. And Kanye made sense for about 30% of our conversation. The other 60-70%, he started to get on my nerves. But Cube was cool. I enjoyed talking to Ice Cube, but there's a little bit of a conflict, right? Because I'm not 100% on board with everything that's happened in hip hop. I'm not 100% on board with the effects that the music has had on our people. I'm not 100% on board with us entertaining white folks in this way. And I think that we can entertain the world without humiliating ourselves in the process. So I think, unfortunately, we have to accept the idea that some parts of hip hop has done more damage to the status of the black male in America than actually benefited us. And it's actually put us behind black women. Like, I think sports and hip hop is a big distraction for black men. So rather than black men working hard to become plumbers, carpenters, accountants, and lawyers, you have a lot of black men who spend their time working hard to become rappers, basketball players, and football players. And then when that does not work out, then he doesn't have anything else to fall back on, right? So again, I'll let you kind of work that puzzle out because I don't want to be judgmental, but I am trying to say that ultimately, if I had my pick, I would look toward a guy like Dr. Myron Rolle, who's another friend of mine. Dr. Myron Rolle became a great NFL player, but he also became a surgeon at Harvard because Dr. Rolle is incredibly smart. And so, long story short, if you want to look at the price we paid, the investment we made to make the NFL into the $100 billion behemoth that it is, we've made the biggest investment. We've literally sacrificed our children. We sacrificed our brains. We sacrificed our bodies. We sacrificed a lot of time and energy. All the mothers and fathers dragging their son to football practice every single day. That's your investment in the league. And the question is, and the big question you got to ask yourself is, what is your return on investment? That because remember, all those other things, there's something in economics called a shadow cost. A shadow cost. A shadow cost is kind of like an opportunity cost. Let's think of it in another way. If I spend all my time trying to get to the NFL, that means that I could have spent that time doing something else. Right. So I want you to imagine, let's do the math real quick. So imagine if you're a kid and you're dreaming about getting to the NFL because they advertised it to you when you were a kid. It becomes like the Hunger Games or the Squid Games even, right? You think you're going to be the winner, and you go in there with the other 10,000 black boys thinking you're going to be the one who gets to be the next Saquon Barkley. So because we tell everybody to keep dreaming and everything else, and you don't know much about probability yet, and you don't want to hear some old guy like me come in and tell you that it's going to be hard to do. So you don't listen to people like me. Who listens to black professors anyway? We're just a bunch of goofball nerds apparently. So you go in and you are going to football practice every day. You're thinking about football. You're carrying the football with you. You got your Saquon Barkley jersey, and you're watching every game and all this other stuff, right? You're going to practice. You practice 5 days a week, maybe 2 hours a day. So you're doing 10 hours a week of practice. You do 10 hours a week of training and practice. You do that over a 52 week year. Let's say over 50 weeks. That's what's that? 10 hours a week, 50 weeks, 500 hours a year. So in a decade, you spent 5,000 hours training to be a great athlete. So 5,000 hours. So over maybe the course of like between the ages of 6 and 18, maybe by then you maybe have spent a total of maybe 15,000 hours, because you got to also count in the time that you spend preparing for games, preparing for practice, going back and forth to practice, traveling for team games and all this other stuff, right? So you've invested maybe 10 to 15, maybe 20,000 hours to becoming the best athlete you can be. Well, the cost of that goal isn't just the time that you spent. It's not like you weren't going to do anything else at that time. That same amount of time, that same 10 or 15,000 hours, if that time was spent trying to become an excellent plumber, you'd be able to make a couple $100,000 a year as a plumber. Believe me, I know. Anybody go ever try to hire a plumber and see how expensive they freaking are? It's insane. It's crazy, right? Or that 15,000 hours that you spent practicing football could have been spent on you becoming a medical doctor, right? And so being a medical doctor, maybe you'd make a couple $100,000 a year doing that. Or that 20,000 hours that you spent could have been spent with you becoming the best carpenter that you could be. Carpenters charge lots of money, right? Redoing people's basements and all that. So you gave up millions of dollars, at least hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars, in addition to the time that you invested. Do you understand? Do you see what that means? So you got the regular cost, the cost you see and the cost you don't see. You've got the regular cost, and then you got the shadow cost. You've got the cost that you paid for the time that you spent, and then you've got all the things you could have been doing other than that. So a lot of our black boys are paying a tremendous shadow cost basically at the request of the NFL. They are basically marketing these superstars to your sons. Your sons they don't want to be the regular guy down the street, because there's nothing glamorous or cool about that. They want to be Saquon Barkley. They want to be the rapper 50 Cent or whatever, and they end up buying a lottery ticket that almost never ever cashes in for anybody. But you don't know that it doesn't cash in, because they always market the one guy who won. This is the movie The Hunger Games. If you ever watch The Hunger Games, go watch The Hunger Games, and that's the game you play. What they do is they will market the winner to everyone so they can control the masses. So they're controlling you based on hope. That's why when Barack Obama ran for president, his whole campaign was based on what? Hope. Hope. Right? It's not, your life ain't gonna get better. Don't ever think it's gonna get better. But all we need you to do, we don't need to improve your life. We just need you to believe that there's hope that your life will get better, because hope will carry you a long way. Hope and faith are something that the black community is built upon. We go to church every Sunday where the pastor tells you to keep hope alive and have faith. Am I lying? No, all you live off. Some of y'all eat hope for dinner, hope for breakfast, right? And that's what it does. And hope is a good thing. Hope is a wonderful thing. Hope is a beautiful thing when it's appropriately applied. But hope is also something that can be easily manipulated. It is something someone can use to string you along like a pimp. They can play you like a hoe. Hope starts with the letters H-O. So some of us get used like hoes because they're dangling hope over our head. So they're like, come over here, hoe. Here's some hope, hoe. And next thing you know, we're like, okay, I'll do that. Okay, you want me to do this? Right? And we're doing everything that we're told to do. We're following the path. We're following the pattern. We're following the system. We're signing up for things and putting our energy into stuff because we have this hope that something amazing is going to happen. And then what happens is eventually reality hits and you find out you're not going to the NFL or the NBA because you're 5'8". You're super fast. You were the fastest kid in your city, but nobody cares about the 5'8" kid who was the city champion in Wichita, Kansas. No, nobody cares about that, right? And you realize that maybe being the next Saquon Barkley was a lot harder than you thought, but nobody explains that. And when someone does try to explain it, they get attacked. So this what this does is it creates a horrible imbalance in the black ecosystem. You got the black males distracted by sports and entertainment. The black girls, they're not distracted by that. Black girls don't grow up thinking I'm gonna be in the NBA or the NFL. They're not thinking I'm gonna be the next big rapper. They don't say, "Well, I'm not gonna study today because I'm gonna be the next 50 Cent, dog." They don't do that. They don't say, "Yeah, I'm gonna be dunking on fools, so I don't got to go to class." Like they're not doing that. The black girls are studying. They're in the books, like their mamas tell them. They don't be paying attention. No boys, get on there and focus on your books, right? So when she's 28, 29 years old, she's looking for a husband who's on the same level as her, and she can't find one. All she finds is like these poor guys that spent all the years trying to become athletes and then didn't have a plan B. Right? And then the men complain about the women. Oh, you think you're better than me because you're educated. And she's like, I'm mad because you didn't do what you were supposed to do. And it just becomes this mess. So I'm not a big fan of, I like sports, I like the music and all that. But when I look at the whole ecosystem and I look at the price we pay, I go back to the original premise. Black people are the biggest investors in professional sports. The only difference is that we're the investors who don't get a return on investment. And if you go back to that Super Bowl, a lot of y'all thought it was the blackest Super Bowl ever. No, it wasn't. It wasn't no black Super Bowl. That was black labor. That's what you saw. Dr. Claude Anderson wrote a whole book about it. I got the book around here. Everybody needs to read this book. It's called Black Labor, White Wealth. Has anybody heard of that book? Black Labor, White Wealth by Dr. Claude Anderson. Give me a yes if you've heard of this book. Black Labor, White Wealth. That ain't nothing but America, man. That's the country you live in. Every America's always been like that. You go to any plantation, including the NFL, and you see a bunch of slaves working hard, busting each other's heads open, dancing, doing all these dances and stuff. And white people are in the owner's box sipping on like some Kentucky bourbon with their little hats on, saying, "Oh, this is so delightful. The Negroes are so pleasant today. Oh my goodness, look at Kendrick. Oh, that's Saquon. That boy can jump. He's so fast. Oh my God, he's so talented." That's what they do. Charleston, give me another drink, please, sir. That's what they do. They sit back in the owner's box watching your black ass hustling for something that isn't going to leave any kind of generational wealth or legacy for your family. Nothing. You get to say, I danced with Kendrick on the stage at the Super Bowl. That ain't going to put no money in your grandkids' trust fund. It's not. It's a reality. It's not. A lot of the NFL players, unfortunately, some of those guys who haven't gotten education on wealth building, they're going to have a big problem in a couple of years, and that's when their income drops. Cam Newton's talked about this. I appreciate him bringing this up. Where when your income drops off, and you have been making money up here, and suddenly you got child support and all kinds of other stuff to pay, and your expenses are here, and your income drops to nothing, you got to figure out what else to do. I think that's why a lot of these guys are doing podcasts and everything else because they're looking for a hustle. They're trying to find something that's going to supplement their income because they're not going to make that kind of money. So the worst feeling in the world is to become addicted to a financial lifestyle that you can't afford to maintain. And the NFL does not stand for National Football League. It stands for not for long. Not for long. Because the average NFL career is 2.3 years, I think. Maybe 3 years. That's it. So anyway, I'm not here to hate the performance, anything like that. I don't hate it. I just think that it's something that requires clarity, so we understand where the real money's at. And before I do that, before I move on, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. And not only do I talk about the economics part, I'm a finance professor, but I also put my money where my mouth is. So every morning I teach economics to anybody who wants to listen. Every morning at 10 a.m. It's a free class. It's a millionaire training camp. It's called Money in the Morning. I know pretty much all the financial techniques and everything. I understand money pretty well. That's what my doctorate's in. I taught at the University of Kentucky, Indiana University, etc. And if you want to join for free, all you got to do is pull out your phone and text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948 because that's money in the morning. That's what we call it. And I do this every single day. And or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And also, we're going to take a trip to Ghana this summer. So those of you that hang out with us and want to go with us to Ghana, feel free to text the word travel to the phone number 87948. And once you text travel to 87948, I'll send you a link to invite you to Ghana. All right. So with that being said, let's talk a little bit about why I personally don't consider this to be the blackest Super Bowl ever. I think it's it's all it goes back to allowing black people to have symbolism. I think that if black people were to ever really fight for the money, they would have a fight on their hands. I think if they were really to go in there, and I'm not just talking about the black elites, I'm not talking about just Jay-Z and these other rich people. I'm talking about people that I'm talking about some sort of infrastructure, something that creates black wealth and tens of thousands of black jobs on a consistent basis. I'm talking about industry, right? Like so, for example, if I go to Texas right now, if I go to Austin, Texas, y'all, a lot of y'all hate Elon Musk, but let me tell you what Elon Musk did in Austin. I was in my Uber riding back to the airport, and the driver, I saw rows and rows of houses, thousands and thousands of houses, dozens of rows. And I said, "What is all that over there?" He said, "Oh, that's where Elon Musk houses all of his employees for Tesla." And I think SpaceX might be in the same city too. And I remember like the Tesla, just the housing was just massive. And so industry is where you don't just have a couple of bright shiny people held up on a platform like the way they put Jay-Z on that billboard when they bought the Brooklyn Nets and they wanted to get past the black community. That's symbolism. Symbolism does not transfer. You want something that involves industry, something that involves something massive. I heard the NBA player, I forgot his name, but he was I think he was the MVP. I love this guy. He's super smart. He's very talented. He's a great player. I can't remember his name though. Is it Jalen? Is it Jalen something? I like him. I like him a lot. So if you know him, I know someone that knows him. I told him, tell him I approve of what he's doing. He talked about wanting to use his money to build a Black Wall Street. And what he really needs to do, in my opinion, is I think you need to have a board. You need to have a board, somehow help that board raise $100 million and get super smart people who are not self-interested, who are not in there trying to get themselves rich, who can come in there and really lay out a plan. Jaylen Brown, thank you, EJ. Lay out a plan where you can really go into a community. Maybe you start in Boston, since that's the city, and literally create tens of thousands of jobs. I don't think you can name a single rapper who can say I'm responsible for creating 50,000 jobs. 50,000 jobs isn't even that many jobs. That's tiny. That's small on the ecosystem. Elon Musk has probably created almost 1 million jobs. Jeff Bezos has created 1 million jobs. So where are the black Elons and the black Bezoses? I think that if I'm Jay-Z and you really want to make a contribution, then create the black Jeff Bezos. Create the guy who can go create 200,000 jobs, 100,000 jobs, or whatever, or the women, or whatever, or the board, or the team, and really do that in a way that really punches to the gut in terms of shifting the economic infrastructure of the black community. It also starts with education. I will just tell you, the public schools ruin black kids. The fact that there are 40 or 50 schools in the city of Chicago that have mostly black kids, where not one kid can read or do math at grade level, should alarm and appall you. There's nothing to celebrate about having the blackest Super Bowl ever when your babies are going to public school and they can't read. What are you celebrating? What do you enjoy being ignorant? Do you enjoy being in last place? Do you enjoy losing? Like what is it? What's happening right now? The only thing I can imagine is that maybe you're so doped up on the symbolism that you're not seeing the reality. So I personally will tell you, if I'm sitting down with Jaylen, first thing I say is, okay, how do we find some space where we can have some decent number of young people, let's say 20,000, and we're educating 20,000 kids. And we're educating them not on the BS that they're learning in public school. Some of that matters, not all of it. Reading, writing, math, all that, yes. But we're also making sure black kids have the essential skills required to be successful from an economic standpoint and otherwise. maybe health, wealth, and relationships. So we're going to make sure these kids are entrepreneurs. We're going to make sure they know how to invest. We're going to make sure they know how to have healthy relationships with each other so they can resolve conflicts and see opportunities when they emerge. Like the Kendrick Drake beef. I told you, inappropriate. It was cool. It was cool when it was a rap beef, but when you get to calling somebody a pedophile and destroying his whole career and getting people shot, that's when you go into that Biggie Pac territory. I have never felt good since Biggie and Pac got killed because both of those individuals were $2 billion assets in the black community that got destroyed at the same damn time. The only people that won were the magazines and the record labels. That's it. So no, you teach them, like, if you know how to form healthy relationships, then you know how to repair them, and you can get on the phone with your brother and say, hey man, look, I want to fix this. Can we talk about this? Whatever. Or you get a mediator, you get a Farrakhan to bring them together so they can talk it out and figure out a way they can join forces as opposed to attacking each other. I did not enjoy seeing Kendrick on that stage, destroying Drake and having the whole world dance on his grave. That didn't sit well with me. I don't even like Drake's music, but that energy is not good energy if you ask me. Um, what else? You're teaching the kids how to even start a family, how to manage a family, how to get the therapy so you can deal with the trauma, and so we're not destroying our families, right? So you're going into all the things that black people need to prosper and be successful instead of ignoring these things. We ignore the essential skills black people need to survive, and then we wonder why they're not surviving. We ignore the essential skills that a black person needs to do well in America when they're in their 30s, but yet then we wonder why they're struggling so much. See, you don't understand. See, the reason Jalen Hurts was able to win that Super Bowl was because he practiced. The reason the Eagles dominated the Chiefs is because they were prepared. The Eagles won that game because they came ready to play. But unfortunately, in our community, preparation is not popular. It's not. The hard work required, the critical thinking skill required to design a game plan and to really prepare. That's just not popular. That's not cool. People like me are not cool. I'm not one of the cool kids. I'm not. So when you say, "Boys, you ain't really into culture and all that," I agree with you. I'm not. I'm an outcast for the most part because I believe deeply in preparation. I believe deeply in strategy. I believe deeply in solving the problem, not just crying about the problem. And so, what effectively we have to learn is if we're going to conquer this white supremacy thing, if we're going to conquer this economic inequality thing, if we're going to conquer this whole back of the bus issue that black people have had for 400 years, you're going to have to think different. And what's going to really have to occur is that your leaders are going to have to make some different decisions. I don't care about $1 million Negroes dancing on stage. I don't care about $1 million Negroes sitting next to white folks up in the stands. I don't care about, I like Samuel L. Jackson, but him, appearing as Uncle Sam, that does nothing for me and my family or my kids. That's entertaining because I think he's a great actor. What I want to see are the people that can actually develop the infrastructure that can see the bigger vision. If your success as a black person does not transfer to at least 100 or 200 or 300 or 1,000 other people, then your success doesn't matter that much because it's going to be what we would refer to in economics as a perishable commodity. If your success does not translate, then your success will die when you die. Let me explain it again. If you're not building someone else up based on what you built yourself, then when you're gone, everything you work for will be gone. Do you understand? If you're not multiplying what you've done by saying, I'm going to invest over here, invest over here, invest over here, invest over here, develop systems over here, whatever, then you might as well not do all the work because when you're gone, it's going to be over. Game over. That's one of the big issues you have with black leadership because in youth, black boys and black girls are not taught how to develop infrastructure. They're not taught how to develop systems. In many cases, some of our kids are even taught how to develop egos because they watch their favorite celebrities with big egos try to outdo everybody. You watch Kendrick destroy Drake and you say, I don't want to collaborate with other men. I want to dominate other men. I want to be the boss. I want to be the king. I want to be like Rick Ross. Boss, boss, boss. I'm Big Meech. Boss. And then next thing you know, you destroy all your potential allies and you ain't got nobody. Well, then you're easy to take out. See, I believe if these labels wanted to destroy Kendrick, they could do it with the snap of a finger. All they got to do is go to all the media outlets that they collaborate with and plan a story about him that makes him look terrible. Next thing you know, he's public enemy number one, and then y'all hate him too. Just ask Diddy, just ask Cosby, just ask R. Kelly, just ask any of those guys. Just ask Drake. I think that what happened with Drake was orchestrated. I don't think it just happened by coincidence. I think that they used their systems to get extra spins of the song. If you go read the lawsuit, Drake talks about this, and I agree with that. They got extra spins on Spotify, and they pretty much hypnotized the whole world to this song. And they literally got people chanting these allegations against this man. Where I don't know if anybody else. I haven't seen any concrete evidence that this man is really a pedophile. I just haven't. I'm not saying that he can't be. I don't know. Again, I feel weird because I don't even like Drake's music that much. I'm gonna be honest with you. But I have not seen any evidence of that. But yet you were on the damn Super Bowl stage singing this. This don't happen by accident. Think about now. Process this. In this, think about this though, right? Like a person like me would not be on a Super Bowl stage. I'll never be on a Super Bowl stage because black men like me are dangerous, right? If I come out talking, Dr. Claude Anderson, Powernomics type stuff, they don't want black people to hear that. They would say that's not appropriate. Get this man off stage. This isn't family friendly. But you get another man on stage who's literally calling this black man a pedophile on the stage, like A minor, like, and everybody, and they just let that pass. They let that through. I don't think that was by accident. I think that there is a bigger plan here. And so maybe he pissed off the wrong person, whatever. That's what it is. I can just say at the end of the day, though, I hope that you'll understand the game. And I personally think that when you go back to the NFL, and I'll make my final point on this. When you look at that Super Bowl, a lot of people are celebrating on Twitter like that was the blackest Super Bowl ever. I didn't really see a black Super Bowl. I saw a plantation. There's you could go back and find any plantation in 1652, maybe on a holiday or something. You're gonna see slaves out there dancing and singing. You might see slaves out there competing in a sport, like cracking each other's heads open for the entertainment of white folks. And you're gonna see white folks sitting in the back, sipping on mint juleps, enjoying the slaves' activities. They're gonna be like, "Oh, dance for me, boy," or that girl, she's a big, strong one, ain't she? Right? That's literally there's literally nothing about that Super Bowl that differs from a plantation. That's what, and then any money that gets made, most of the money ends up going into the hands of the white folks. I reiterate some of the financial realities of the Super Bowl. And remember this, black people are among the biggest investors in professional sports. We're the ones who get our heads cracked open. We're the ones who get brain damage. We're the ones who get paralysis. We're the ones who give birth to boys that sacrifice their entire lives that they could have spent learning how to have a family. They could have spent those years learning how to be lawyers, doctors, or anything, but they spend all their time learning how to be football players. 99.9% of them don't make it. So we are the biggest investors in the NFL, yet we are the lowest beneficiaries. So here is just to run through the numbers really quickly so you'll understand this. Fox sold about 102 30-second slots for $8 million a piece for the advertising. They made about $1 billion on advertising. They sold a bunch of slots for about $4 million for the pregame show. That made them about $500 million. The Superdome has 73,000 seats that sold for over 11,000 a piece. They made almost $1 billion from that. There's also a lot of economic activity from the corporations that market during the Super Bowl, none of whom have anybody in their families that's actually playing in the game, but they're marketing Doritos and Coca-Cola and everything else. That leads to about 17 billion in economic activity. Also, if you want to go back in time and look at what it takes to start a professional sports league, remember this. The Chicago Bears are worth about $6 billion today. They were purchased by the Hallis family for $100. So all the black people that think we can't start our own league, all you have to do is have the same patience and vision that the Hallis family had when they bought the Chicago Bears for $100 and actually give a damn about your children and grandchildren because they started that professional sports league with a bunch of mediocre white folks. You know that we could do it with all these millionaire, billionaire Negroes we got. I don't understand why they haven't gotten on the phones with each other and figured out how to start their own league with their own distribution, their own everything, but then whatever. That's what they're doing. I'm not judging. Also, the New York Giants were purchased for $500. They're now worth $6 billion. So big things start off as small things. That's the point. If you really want to be the boss, you have to pay the cost to be the boss. Paying the cost in investing typically means you're paying the cost with time. It's hard to build true economic strength without the value of time. If you think that you've developed economic power and you have not invested time, chances are you've been deceived. When you think you have power, but you haven't invested the time, typically what's happened is you haven't received real power. You've just been given the perception that you have power. So when I become a rapper and I overnight get a multi-million-dollar contract and I'm on the biggest stage in the world, I'm perceived as having power, but really I don't have power because I do not control the power source. Do you understand? That I am on the stage and I'm the loudest person on the stage, but I do not own the stage. I did not finance the stage. I did not build the stage. So what can happen is that when they get done with me, they can take the stage away because they actually put in the time to develop the infrastructure to allow the show to happen. So instead of trying to be part of the show, instead of us always trying to get into the show, I'd like to meet the black people who want to go put on a show. Tyler Perry, as much as I can tell you that his movies just drive me crazy sometimes, that man built a stage. He built a show. Tyler Perry used to sleep in his car so that he paid the price to develop a platform. He developed brands. Even that Medea crap. He developed all that on his own. And now this man has real power. He has real economic power. And so ultimately, when you talk about a lot of this, you got to make sure you just know the difference between symbolism and actual power. I didn't see a lot of actual power. Maybe Kendrick for sure, and maybe Jay-Z because they let Jay-Z do whatever. But if they decided to shut Jay-Z and Kendrick off completely, they wouldn't be involved with the Super Bowl at all. Or if somebody else becomes commissioner and they're a Donald Trump supporter, then next thing you know, you'll see country music stars or Taylor Swift performing in the halftime show or something. I'm sure there's enough people complaining about that. So anyway, that's it. That's my 2 cents, guys. I think that the one big solution is I think we got to educate our kids different. If I ever come into $1 billion, very first thing I'm gonna do is develop an educational system, because a lot of the reason that we miss these things is because we're so sorely miseducated, to the point where we don't even know exactly which way is up, which way is down. And if you're talking about building wealth and legacy and all that stuff, you have to even know what wealth and legacy look like. And it doesn't usually show up in symbolism. It shows up in substance and real economic value. So anyway, that's it, guys. I'm about to get out of here. You can join us for class tomorrow. Feel free to text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. It's free. It's money in the morning. You can text morning to the phone number 87948 on your phone. Also, if you want to join us for the crypto club tomorrow, we meet tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. We do crypto in it. So if you're a crypto investor and you want to learn from the best, go to b1crypto.com. That's b1crypto.com. And also, we do actually educate kids in the Black Business School. So if you have a child and you want them to learn economics from someone like me, remember, I'm a black man. I'm pretty radical, but I do know my stuff. Feel free to go to kittyboss.com. I did a training. Doesn't cost that much. It's called How to Turn Your Child into a Millionaire. What most people don't know, and they don't believe me when I tell them this, is that it is super easy for me to explain basic things you could do right now that will almost guarantee your child will be a millionaire. It definitely guarantees they'll be financially secure. So I did a whole training on it. A lot of you liked it. I encourage you to feel free to take a look. You can go to kittyboss.com, KIDDIE, kittyboss.com, and feel free to take a look at that. I guarantee it'll change your perspective. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And if I offended anybody, I didn't mean to offend you, but I can't apologize because I don't apologize for nothing. I just do my thing. So love you. See you soon. Have a good day, everybody. Peace.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Laura Lalaki, international real estate agent and your host for today. And we've got a hot topic that's all about love and money and protecting your assets. Rapper Lil Baby recently made headlines by saying legal marriage is off the table for him. He claims it's the only way to protect his wealth and a test for true love. Now, this has sparked a lot of conversation about prenups, legal contracts, and whether marriage is about love or business. So today we're digging into the money side of the relationship and how to protect your finances and whether prenups are the answer and how to have these conversations in a way that's fair for everyone involved. So let's talk about love, money, and legal contracts that can make or break it all. And all I can think now is that Prince song, Love or Money. I am here with my royal court, Marla Laston, TV and film producer, Athena Gardner, our CPA and wealth coach, and Tierra Williams, producer and actress. And we have a lot to say. First of all, it's Monday, everybody. It's Monday the 13th. We are marching on in this year. We would love, love, love to hear what you have to say about this, because you know we don't just talk at you. We talk with you. All right. So we want to see what you got to say about this. But let's go ahead and kick it off with this video.
Marriage is a big jump. That's like, I mean, that's sharing finances, that's sharing emotions.
That's why I ain't sharing my finance.
Oh, so if you even thought about marriage, instantly it's prenup.
I don't even prenups, like, and now young people don't even be knowing, like, prenups don't mean that. There's no thing that you can marry a woman and then she don't get nothing. It's ways for her to get something regardless. So once y'all get married, man, I'll give a girl $10 million ring, $10 million wedding, no paperwork. That's my offer.
So I mean, so we not married.
I vowed to death do us part. We married.
Just no
paperwork. You know? And that could change when I get older, but I don't really see that.
Because it's just a sheet of paper.
No, it's not just a sheet of paper. It's something that actually stands. And if we sign it and all that, now we got to go through the worst of it. And I'm not thinking of the worst ever, but I still got to think of that type of stuff.
What about if you, God forbid, go back to prison and then, you know, you can't see her because you're not.
I wouldn't give a damn. Yeah,
now, what if you're in the hospital and you can't see her?
I wouldn't give a damn, man.
Okay.
I think he's got it twisted, y'all. I think he's got it twisted. It doesn't matter if you have that paper or not. So I'm sorry. I know that there are a lot of couples that I have friends that have done this and it never turned out right. So here's my initial question, quick rapid answer to all of my queens here. Would you consider being married without the legal paper? Tierra?
Yes.
Athena?
Hell no. To the no.
Marlo? Your turn, Marlo.
I don't know. I need more information, y'all. I don't know what this is. I don't know.
No, in the middle.
I need more information. I gotta phone a friend.
I think what's happening is here they're confusing a lot of things, because there is a spiritual aspect to it, a traditional aspect to it, and then there's also legality. But you don't necessarily have to have the legal part of it for a woman to be with you. It's called common law, and it also depends on what state you're in. So if you have been together for a certain amount of time and then you split up, you don't have to have that legality. It's still considered common law. So Tierra, do you think that love and money should be kept separate, or do you think that they naturally overlap in a relationship?
I think they naturally overlap, right? I think people tend to, it just depends on the setup, right? There's people that get married they are put together for business transactions, right? The arranged marriages of the world. There is no love. That love is created afterwards. In America, we got to love first, and then we go forward with the other things. So, it just depends on the way you look at it.
I think so too, but immediately we got a response back that JDW said, why no? And I'm pretty sure that's for you, Athena. Why no? What are you gaining?
So I come from a traditional household, and there's certain expectations for me and my culture and my parents and my family and the values that I hold. I am not tying myself mentally, spiritually, emotionally, physically, birthing children, sharing time, space, and energy with a man, especially the birthing children part, because children are more of a commitment than marriage, in my opinion. But we all up and down that slip and slide, and where has that gotten us as a group generationally, as far as wealth is concerned and advancement in society? Nowhere. We just posted a video about George Fraser saying how our marriage rates are going to be close to 16% from the 34% it is, and the implications for what that has in our community. So I don't care if you are the richest man on earth, and your money is stacked taller than the Burj Khalifa. I am not going to allow a man to clip me, have children, spend time, all this other stuff, without having that legal recognition.
I agree with you on that. I agree on that. And so that's a question that I want to lead to you, Marlo, because listen, psychologically, if you know that you don't have that, you in your heart honestly don't flow with that. But then again, the infidelity rates are so high. We hear about that all the time. We've heard of recent things that are happening within the actress world who ended up sending a cheating video to her family chat to let everybody know her husband fooled around on her, and they've been married for a long time. So, do you think that it really matters if you have that legal paper or not? You're still responsible for what your actions are?
I think the way that people behave, it doesn't seem like it, right? Because people act single in marriage. People be married acting single, so I don't know. I think the behavior is very individual, right? It's on the person, because to be in a marriage, to be committed, it requires a lot of self-control. It requires you to say no to certain things that you may want to do certain things that you absolutely have to do. And I think that when you, somebody like Lil Baby, when you have this, the world is my oyster mindset, and people open doors for you, and things are just seem to be endless, I can see why he would say that he doesn't want that, right? Because his whole situation is fleeting. Fans are fleeting, girls are fleeting. The whole thing is like kind of touch and go. So it's individual, but I think if you're looking for a future set foundational partnership, then marriage is the way to go. There isn't another recourse, because in death, you say, well, I'm not going to say divorce, right? In death, you'll be left holding a bag of nothing for all of your contribution and effort and work, right? So what outcome do you want, right? You think about the outcome that you want, and then you move forward accordingly. That's what I think.
Well, here's what I found interesting. In the interview, he talked about, what if you go back to jail? And he was like, I don't give a damn. What if such and such? I don't give a damn. Well, to me, you already done shot everything down. I don't need your $10 million ring. I don't need your $100,000 wedding. Your attitude tells me everything I need to know. But I want to pull up some of the comments that were put up on Instagram about this interview, because I think they're very interesting. So let's kind of check out what some people are thinking outside of us. So T says, successful men just got wise. It's about to be a lot more single moms and women who got to hold their own weight. The days of taking niggas, changes how they want to spell this, to the bank are over. Right? I mean, really? Are you kidding me on that? That one took me straight out, y'all. Fran says, I hate to say it, but he's right. And then Mr. Unapologetic says, yep, just stay single and protect your assets, fellas. Okay, that's enough of that right now, because I want to get right back into this, because I don't think you are. All of that is still up in the air. Especially if you're procreating and you have children, there is nothing different. You are still going to have to take care of those children. I think that their thinking is backwards, and it just doesn't make sense. And they think that they're protecting themselves when in actuality they're hurting themselves. Because what if he ends up going to the hospital and he has no paper saying that his partner is to take care of him, and he doesn't have anyone else to speak for him immediately? His partner can't step in and say, I have the legal right to, this is what he wants. So, there's a whole lot of things that is involved in this. So my question to you, Tiara, is what's your opinion on prenups? Are they a sign of distrust or smart planning?
Well, before we get there, I just want to say, in Lil Baby's defense, in the beginning, he said, this may change. My mind may change about this. He also said, I'm not mad at the idea of getting married. He said, I think he wants to marry Jada. That's the thing. He wants to marry her. He just doesn't legally want to put himself in a situation, because I think that for rich men and men that, have done well for themselves, this whole, like, she wasn't with you shooting in the gym, but she's going to take half, this whole idea, let's not act like women don't get in situations to then take advantage of rich men. Like, let's just sit there for a second and not act like every woman is like us. right? Women that'll hold you down, come in, and there's a lot more women out there that are like that, that'll take advantage, that'll put him, drag him, whatever, than women like us. Now, he happens to have a woman who is an entrepreneur. Jada is she has her own success in her own right. And I think as long as they can figure out for themselves what this relationship looks like and decide, there has to be an agreement between the two of them. What I hear is, I don't want the government in my business, but if I'll do whatever you want, I'll give you a $10 million wedding, a $10 million ring, but I'm just not doing their paperwork. But let's figure it out between us. He seems generous. He's not saying you can't have none of my money. He's not saying that. That's not what he's saying. But I understand from that perspective. Now, do I think that prenups can put protections on situations? Absolutely. Again, some women ain't with you shooting in the gym. You should have a prenup. You know, what is she bringing to the table outside of sex and looking like a Instagram model, depending on the woman that you choose, right? So I think while he's this young, and opportunities are endless, he has this young lady that has been with him, they have a child together, all of that. I think we should look at the whole picture and not just say, like, listen to like the little sound bites that make us emotional, and just say, like, this might actually not be what we're making it out to be.
I can agree with that, and I can go with that. I'm usually very open-minded, but what I'm finding is this younger generation wants it all. The young ladies want it all from them a lot of the times, and it's tough to get them to want to do things, because you do have a lot of ladies that just bounce around the people who have the money. And then I'm also seeing men saying the same thing, because we've had many different shows where we've talked about men and having all these baby mamas, and I think that it leaves a void for humanity in there. I still think if the child grows up and sees that daddy's name is not on the birth certificate or whatever, or however they choose to do it, now you have a whole nother generation that has to heal from certain traumas. My days, when I was born, my parents weren't married. Okay. And another thing, I ain't afraid to say it now. My daddy was 35. My mother was 18. And at that time, you weren't allowed to put the father's name on the birth certificate if they weren't married. My father snuck to do it. That's how important that it was for him. So I don't know how I feel about this, other than, yes, you have to make it for your own self. But what are we instilling in this generation that should be important about the institution of marriage? And we're going to get back into this conversation. We'll be right back.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
Simple, easy. All you got to do, use this little device right there, this one right there, and tell it that you want to be notified every time that the Fly Nubian Money Queens go live. And you do that, text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Okay? That's really, really simple. It's really simple. I love getting my notifications every day. So I want to dive back into this. Athena, I know you deal with taxes, but this also is a part of marriage, right? So do you really think that people understand what prenups are, or do you think they understand how they work?
I think much of what is happening is that we take these situations and try to apply it to the average common person. And that is not true. So with prenuptial agreements, most people don't get them because they don't have anything to really protect over before they even get married. So that is the thing. And then I think there's this misconception that, all right, as long as I don't get married, that there will be no financial consequence. if you plan on staying with her long term, that is automatically a common law marriage, which is fully recognized in about 10 states with full recognition and limited recognition in others. So even if you end a common law marriage, it is still considered legally blinding. And to end that relationship, a couple may need to go through a formal divorce process just as they would with a traditional marriage. So my issue with us as a community is that it always seems like we're trying to find these loopholes to avoid being the adults that we need to be. And being married does require you to be an adult, because there are consequences when you don't, one, take time to vet and choose a proper partner, but two, do things to cause damage and harm to a relationship to where someone would want to leave you, and you face the financial consequences that you may face. Now, prenups, if you are a man of wealth, which most men aren't, right? Because what is this? 6% of U.S. Black adults make 100K or more. So this is a conversation, once again, that most men in this chat, like Limitless, does not qualify for. But for the ones who do make 100, 150, 250, 500K, if the apprehension is money, then of course you can put a prenup in and have some form of protections. But I always find, and I discussed this on a podcast recently, is that what especially in the situation of men, what is being asked for, the emotional support, the love, the cook food and clap cheeks like cooking with Kaya, all of that is supposed to be the premium value. But as soon as it comes to the brass tacks and the relationship got to end, that had no value, that had no significance, that was of no consequence, and only the dollars matter. So I think people need to have clarity around what is the real value. Is it that do I need to just keep working my job because you have this fear that I'm going to take everything? And if the money is really what the value is, and why you need me here. Because once again, yes, you are doing this, but you can listen, there's people who had $200 million generational homes that are homeless today because of a fire. Right? You do not know what the life may bring you. Just like Lala said with DNR rights, you want to find someone you can weather storms with and provide values that you may not know that you need. And what I find, especially with our community, is that we wait till we 50, 60, things gonna start turning down. I need to make sure I can find somebody that can push this wheelchair and sign this paperwork if need be, this power attorney, this healthcare surrogate paperwork, because I was just focused on this money, which the IRS, the tax, the government, or a wildfire can take away in 2 seconds. So we need to really get back to basis, foundation, community, love, and respect, and being an adult instead of trying to come up with these alternative relationships and nonsense and avoiding to do the things that we have to do.
I have to agree with that. I think we do have to get back to basics, but it also depends on how it's everybody's personal right to make the decision of how they want to lay that out. But overall, I think we have gotten so far from just the humanity basics that we are lost, and it's going to take us a long time to get back. Now, Eric Younger said, a man is to be a protector and a provider for women and children. Yes, I agree, Eric. However, the question is, do you have to have that piece of paper to make that valid, or do you feel that it can be done without that paperwork? So, Marlo, I have a question for you. So what should people look for in a prenup to make sure it's fair for both sides?
Well, if I may be blunt, when I was married, I married the percentage of men that did not need a prenup. So I have no idea. I know that from watching prenups from afar, it seems as both people have to be involved, right? I've watched enough Basketball Wives and Real Housewives to know that when the two are going through the prenuptial process, right? You got to be aligned in that, right? Because you're saying on top of this governmental contract, right? Because that's what the marriage is. You sign your government paperwork, we married. On top of that, you have this legal binding document, right? So I think anytime you get into a legal agreement with any person, place, or thing, you need to be paying attention. You need to understand, you need to stand your ground. And you need to know what you want to, what best results, right? I think people do stuff And they don't think about the results. You don't think about what's on the end. What is it that you want to get out of it? Do you want to leave with all your things, right? Do you want to leave with the things that you came with and ensure that that person does the same? Do you want to leave with what you came with, what you built on your own, and then things that y'all got somewhere in the middle? Y'all want to split that up amicably? Like, what is the purpose? If it's only to protect your little pot of gold, then it's going to be contentious, right? If you really want to marry me, if we are in love, fairy tale, blah, blah, blue, right? Then we need to go to the lawyers, right? Have a mediation where everybody understands what they're asking for, what they're getting. We need to also sit down and say, hey, in 10 years, we might not think the same way. Should we, if we're still in this here union in a decade, you probably should renew that contractual obligation that you made with that person. But we like to do things so frivolously and unimportantly, and everything is just a silly fight or anger and madness that we're really not thinking things through. And I think that a prenuptial agreement, it protects the people involved. That's the purpose of it. Protects your finances. And I think that you have to go into it, stating your intentions and not pretending on some love BS or some pressure because your mama said you need to get a prenup or your homeboy said. No, you need to go in there with clarity because it's the person that you're supposed to be rocking with the distance, right? And we need to go in there as a unit. That's your first, that's what you are. Y'all are a unit. I ain't married money, but I understood the concept of the married and things of that nature and partnership. I think that we got to prioritize partnership, and people are not doing that. People all into bodies and faces and jobs and status and all the bullshit that, like Athena so eloquently pointed out, burns up in the fire. Right? Get to what is important.
Right. And I also think that can be tied into what a lot of people are not doing now is the premarital counseling. I think I think whether you do it with a minister or whether you go to a therapist or whatever, I think that is a huge part of what people need to do. I'm happy to say we did. It brought up things and for those who are just joining the show and don't know who we are, I've been married for over 30 years, but a part of that was we did go to marital counseling before, and we ended up talking about things that we hadn't talked about before that was important to us, and had those things aired out, and then really had tough decision talking about them. So I think that's really important. But I would like to go to some stats because I want you to kind of look at how this is looking in today's world, and how that looks for our society right now. So the financial transparency in relationships. Financial infidelity. Approximately 43% of U.S. adults who have combined finances in relationships admit to committing financial deception, such as hiding purchases or accounts. And we all see the stuff like people be showing, I'm going to hide my husband. I'm going to hide these bags until my husband is not in the house, right? We see those. Impact on relationships. A 2018 study shows that 76% of married couples involved in financial infidelity say the experience negatively impacted their relationship, and 10% got divorced over it. Then generational differences. Younger generations are more prone to financial infidelity, with 67% of Generation Z and 57% of millennials admitting to such behavior, compared to 34% of Generation X and 33% of baby boomers. I think that's something for us to think about, but I know that we have to go to break. I would love to hear some more comments from our family who always joins us out there. I would love to hear what you have to say, not just us. Come on, talk about it. But we'll be right back after this break.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
Get your money right. FlyNubianMoney.com. Listen, it's 2025. That bell's done tolled. We done knocked down that final countdown, and we are in this new year and halfway through January. So if you have not looked at your finances, this is the perfect time to do it today. Right now, today, go to FlyNubianMoney.com. We have a lot of resources there for you, because if you don't know where to start, this could just well get you started. You know, I always like to say that if you have a goal, but you don't even see where the starting line is, you can't even see the goal. So you have to start somewhere. And maybe some of you are afraid to even look at your finances. Sometimes we just like, oh God, I just did Christmas. What the heck is going to happen, right? But if you find that you need a little bit of help, that's what our website is for. So go to FlyNubianMoney.com, get your free resources, and then start your financial journey. Now, Limitless, I love you, but guess what? I'm not going to be dealing with that right now. You're acting like the man is the only one that has any kind of benefits to marriage. But I also know that women the same way. Look at the cases of I'm gonna throw a kink in this, y'all. Look at what Janet Jackson did. The only reason that Janet Jackson got married is, you know darn well, her prenup was like $500 million, and if she had a kid and they stayed married for 5 years, she got money, and that's what she did. And the minute that she served her time with that billionaire and had that baby, she backed out. Okay, and the only reason she got married is because for her, the legal part, the paper was the part. But what good did it do? So yes, that's a billionaire situation, but there are women that also are much more financially stable than men. So this is not a one-way street, Limitless, and we're not having that here today.
Well, I also just want to add that I forgot the book that I read, but remember the book that we discussed here on, and I forgot it because I brought it up, but it was saying that basically a married woman or a woman in relationship automatically adds 15 hours of, unpaid labor to her schedule, managing schedules, making dinner. A good woman, anonymous, a good woman, Limitless, is who I'm talking about. Not a woman that's sitting around like twiddling her fingers and just like, whatever, I'm just here. I just want your money. Like, we're not talking about those women. We talking about the women that hold it down, that work, that are partners, right? So you can talk about what a woman doesn't bring to the table, but we all know what a good woman will do. Even if you're successful, I think, Limitless say he has 5 investment properties, and good for you. If you got a good woman with you, she's gonna 2x, 3x that. Y'all gonna walk away with something way bigger, because that's what a woman does. You give her a situation, she's gonna elevate it. A good woman is gonna elevate it. So let's stop playing like women ain't out here changing men's lives and holding it down. A lot of billionaires that we see, a lot of successful men that we see would not be the men they are without their women. Quit playing.
Exactly. And that's what we are talking about. We are talking about good women. So, but I am going to tag on to what you said, Tia. So how do you think Little Baby's stance on marriage reflects concerns about protecting wealth?
One more time.
When we elevate.
Ask me that question one more time, because you were going in and out.
Okay. How do you think that Little Baby's stance on marriage reflects the concerns about protecting wealth when you just sit up there and said that we elevate? A good woman will elevate.
Yeah, I think he gets the benefit of a good woman. That's why he looks over at her and says, I'll make her my wife, but we got to have another agreement between us, as opposed to me signing this paperwork. And so if the young lady is with it, then, to each its own. They have a situation that they figured out for each other. What I've seen in my lifetime is that marriage doesn't always work. Let's be honest, y'all. Marriage doesn't work for everyone. It's worked for Lala. It works sometime for Marlo, because Marlo's gonna get married again. It's gonna work, right? So it works, but it really takes 2 committed individuals who see a vision and a goal. I'm gonna tell you, one of the things that I absolutely will not do is marry a man without a vision. Marry a man that can't see us. It's like, I'm gonna get in your car and I'm gonna support you, but where are you taking me? Where are we going? If the answer is nowhere, and then, so I'm gonna just say this, maybe Little baby got a vision. Right now, he's very young. Like, I mean, if this man was 40 years old with this same conversation, it would be a problem. But him being in his 20s, I'm not too worried about it because he seems like a good kid.
He's
So
30.
he's 30. Okay. Well, you know, he'll figure it out in 10 years or so. But like he said, he might change his mind. Who knows? But he seems like a good little dude. So hopefully he figures it out.
Actually, he
He's
does.
gonna do
'Cause
what's best for him.
You know, I read up on him, and Jada he gave her something before he went in, and she tripled it and doubled it and then gave it back to him when he got out of jail. So, and he has said that, you know, he may rethink that as well. But I think that there is a fear because we hear so many terrible, because that's all you hear. You only hear the terrible stuff. No one ever really wants to report on the good stuff. That it is putting a fear into these young adults. Now, Big Mac says, I honestly don't care about the money. I'd rather hand over my check and tips to my significant other, and she can handle the finances. Okay, Athena, I'm going to ask you, is that something that you would be willing to do in a marriage?
With Big Mac.
With Big Mac?
Hand over them tips, Big
Shout
Mac.
out to Mr. Machiavelli. You know, I was on his podcast the other day. We was talking about 50-50 and why I don't support it. But anyway, I'm not in the mindset, the mood, or have the constitution to be basically profane to men and begging them to see the value of marriage. Ladies, get along and align with people who see the value of the things that you value, right? If you don't want, I should not have to be telling you the adding 10 more years to your lifespan and, you know, increase in tax benefits and all the litany of things, right? Because your mindset is already saying that this is something that you don't want. Right. So even if I was coming with the litany of things that there are, because it shows that married men out earn, make more money, have decrease in loneliness, decrease in depression, longevity, all these other things, right?
They live longer. They live longer.
What is the value of 10 more years of your life, right? But I'm not, if you want to not have that, you have deserve and have the right, and women are signing up for it, because obviously all these ladies are being baby mama left, right, and center and have no problem without not requiring a ring first. So you just align with who is on your mindset. And I think that's what we need to do with this conversation and stop arguing or pretending to people who are not allowed. We're trying to convince people to do stuff that they want to do, right? And that is why, as a Black community, we don't get the respect that we always breathing down the nose trying to get, because a lot of us aren't doing respectable things. Okay, a lot of us are not doing respectable shit. But then we get upset when people act and do certain things. So y'all need to line up where y'all want to line up, right?
Exactly.
Y'all need to line up where y'all want to line up. Everything about the government in a business, and I make $125K in rental property. You can still have a street urchin mindset and make $125K in rental property. Like, I want to debunk the myth that dustiness is only a financial aspect. I've dated plenty of rich men that make more than $125K that had a dusty mindset, and I had to leave them in the dust where they was at too, right? Because at the end of the day, what I feel is happening is most men, okay, I understand the fear of being financially abused and taken advantage of, and there are precautions that you can take in place. But to then say and diminish a woman's value because it may not be financial, and then to even put that in perspective, when it comes to Black women specifically, most Black women are not hypergamous, because most Black women are contributors in their household or contribute more financially. So that is why I always say, why are we having this conversation? Because this conversation don't apply to us. And then when it seemed like Becky, Marisol, and Ling Ling are trying to come up on y'all, blatant in your face, like Travis Hunter and all these other situations, nobody have a problem. Nobody have a problem. But let a woman like little baby mama want to get married. She already had a kid for you, all this other stuff. It's a problem. And it's a mindset that is degenerate in our community.
Oof. I don't know what to say. I don't know if I need to fan myself or I don't know where to go after that, because she did lay it down. But now listen,
Blazing.
she was not playing with that answer. So Marlo, all right, we'll follow up with this one. But listen, we are talking about
Rude and unusual punishment right here.
Right, right. Well, listen, little baby is worth. Let's pull up his worth. I think he's like 8 million is what his worth is right now. So this is a different game for people who have money in this thing. So, Marlo, do you think that regular people like us apply the same principles of wealth protection to their relationships?
I mean, I think you should protect what you have, even if it is a pair of knocked around Air Force Ones, right? Like whatever you have, if it's yours, take care of it, honey. I'm an advocate for that. But I think that what we haven't touched on today is really a cultural issue, right? I don't know Lil Baby's and Jada's parental status, right? I don't know if they know they both parents, daddy, where he is, mama and daddy ever got married. I don't know what that is. But I know that we have generations of young people who've not seen marriage. They haven't seen granny married. They haven't seen mom married. Maybe auntie kind of looked like she was married, but then you saw uncle on the other side of town doing stuff. So you don't know, like as a kid, I think that older generations, mine included, have not done a great job of showing responsible relationship to young people. And I think that what he said, and I like the fact that he was clear enough to say, hey, down the line, this may change, but right now where I am, I'm not trying to do that. And I think they don't see the value in it because a lot of people didn't see it. A lot of people didn't see marriage. So how you value something that appears to be a fairy tale? How do you value something then? It seems like a fairy tale. Then you get into this industry and the same girls that wouldn't speak to you on Peachtree Street are chasing you in Los Angeles. It doesn't make any sense, right? So I think that there's this distrust, but there's also you have not seen it. And what you've seen is a lot of people act crazy. You've seen a lot of women who will let you knock them down and you leave $1,000 on a dresser and they good with that, right? And $1,000 you made $10,000 just by showing up somewhere. So I think that there's just a lot of mixed value messaging that young people are getting. And I think that this is him expressing the mixed value messaging, the gold digger culture that I don't know if it exists, if it's real, if it's not, people be capping. I don't know what, I stay in my little hole, so I don't know what the hell going on outside. But I think that he's just reflecting a lack of reverence for marriage throughout certain pockets of Black culture. Obviously not all, right? Everybody's different. But when we look at our marriage numbers, there's certainly been a decline in the 30 years that Lil Baby has been alive. So I think that, a lot of factors that are at work and culture is certainly one of them.
I agree. And let's also talk about matters of the heart. Nobody wants their heart broken, period. And I think a lot of that also outside of people's money and wealth and pockets, some people are also protecting their heart, because a lot of times when these relationships fall apart, it's because someone done cheated or someone is not as dedicated to the relationship as the other. And matters of the heart can cause you to also want to hurt the other party. And whether that is financial or spiritual or whatever, everything goes hand in hand. We are all made up of different things. And we have to understand that matters of the heart usually is the root of this. Okay, so let's take a little break and we'll be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes, we are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
So you already know that you don't want to miss a show. We love to hear your comments, and I know that sometimes you just get busy. Life be lifing, but you want to know what we're talking about. So all you have to do is just head on over to Spotify. Make sure that you download that, then look for us. Look for us, Fly Nubia Money, because you can take us on the go. If you got to take that jog, if you got that business meeting that you need to do, then you can catch us later. But make sure you go over there and give us a 5-star rating so that other people can find us as well. Now, with that being said, that business meeting may be holding you back from seeing us. But hey, who's doing your work while you're in that business meeting? It's really easy. You need some help. Delegate. Okay, so you can do that by emailing us at our magic email address at info@realvirtual.net, info@REELVIRTUAL.net. Let us help you concentrate on more important things while we help you get the back end going and rolling. All right, seamless. It's completely seamless. So, all right, now listen. I do have a question. Let's talk about the future. Now, we do have, I am married on the panel. We have, Marlo, you're engaged. Okay. Look at she said, that's how I feel about my husband too, Marlo. He's mine. I'm going to keep him. So, Tierra, you're single. So I want to ask you, how do you think, as an unmarried woman at this time, how can you plan for the future with your possible spouse while still protecting individual finances? Because, honey, I know you talented and you got a lot of things going on. So listen, you got things to worry about too.
Yeah, I can't worry about the man that's coming and potentially coming. I have to, he'll come whenever, he's sent to me. Whenever the moment is right and he's been attracted to me is when I'll meet him. In the meantime, what I can do about Tierra is make sure that Tierra is whole, Tierra is secure financially and spiritually, and my mental health is right? So like there are all these things that I can do just to make myself better as a person, have more empathy. I listen to a lot of men, I listen to a lot of my married friends, I listen to a little bit of everybody, just trying to get the lesson and understand it. And so, although I am dating and seeing different people and just doing my thing, right? There's a certain kind of man that I would want to attract, and they have to have the right spirit for me. And so until that man comes, then I'm just going to be here just preparing. And to be honest, I'm not saying I don't need a man, but I'm just saying if the right person, if the right person doesn't come, if I don't meet the right person, which I will, but if they didn't, I think I would be perfectly fine with that too. Maybe. I just have some friends, honey. Look, I just have some friends. But
I get it because you know what? You can't put your whole life on hold while you're waiting for that possible partner to come along. You're not sitting back twiddling your thumbs. So I'm going to pose the same question to you, Athena. What does that look like for you? How would you want to plan your future with your future spouse while protecting your finances? Because you are a very successful businesswoman.
Listen, there's a lot of things I want to say, but this is not the platform to say it. So I'm going to leave that stuff behind the curtain. What I will say is this. We never discuss the financial abuse women face when there is an income disparity and the man makes more. A lot of times in those relationships where the man is the high earner, like Lil Baby in his situation, there can be a lot of financial abuse done to the partner who does not have the money. They have less say so, or more restrictions or confinement, or have to live in this fear of voicing an opinion or making certain requests, or diminish themselves to acquiesce because the fear of this person leaving them, replacing them, or treating them as disposable because of the wealth that they have happened. So everyone is always concerned, especially in a situation when the man is the breadwinner, about, and that's right, for him to have a concern of financial abuse, but that goes both ways, because financial deception is about 45% of couples, and in a lot of those scenarios, from experience, you will meet men who have means, who will place you in this emotional as an emotional slave, right?
Yes,
So,
Athena.
so that happens a lot, and that is oftentimes why I've just dismissed men altogether, right? So I just want to say that, as far as pertains to me, I do not care if you are the richest man in Babylon, and if your money is higher than the Trump Tower, Burj Khalifa, wherever. I'm not being no emotional slave. I'm going to be able to voice my opinion within the relationship, and I am not dating anyone with no street urchin degenerate mindset who will think it is okay to waste my time, energy, love, and spirit, and not commit to me in the ways that matter with fully, and only want me to be a baby carrier and a wife appliance. Being a wife is work and a duty, and I know that because my parents have been married for 40 years, and I've always said that being a wife is work. And that is why I have held such a high standard, because I understand and know that the sacrifices I ain't going to need to cultivate, I need a man that can match me. And I will die 6 foot in the grave alone and single before I crawl and be in the dust with no goddamn street urchin. And I know it is hard, ladies, because we want love, but you cannot have no dusty ass man have you on no 12 years of slave timeline and accepting all kind of nonsense to deal with his ego and emotional issues that he don't want to deal with. Let somebody else fall for that bag and deal with the trauma. But I want a lot of Black women to know and understand their worth and rest, and just, exit out the group chat in certain conversations and let the man figure it out.
Amen. Amen. Let the
Tiara,
church
you
say
got something to
amen.
add? Amen. Gotta get my church family there. Tiara, do you have anything else to add to that?
Well, I being in Hollywood and being around a lot of successful men, that's what I see, Athena. Men that use their power to assert it over the woman, to make her insecure, to make her feel I mean, some of my friends are literally trapped in the house and just waiting for the man to come home, and it just oh my God, that's what that sprang up for me. But I also wanted to add to that is that I have a cousin who was murdered 2 years ago by her husband. And my cousin was very successful. This is another aspect of it. She lifted him up, dusted the dust off him, and put him in position. She helped him build a business. She ran a business, a successful business. In 2020, he lost that business because he wasn't managing it correctly. And he asked my cousin to put himself as a co-owner of the business that she was running. And she said no. And so after that, I don't know. I don't know what happened, but I obviously he started to resent her and hate her and all the things. And she said, some days she would wake up and he would just be standing over her. Just there's signs, right? And so finally she left the situation, and he lured her back to the house after 2 months of her being in a hotel. And he had 2 shotguns, and what happened next. But I just think it says something about the person that you're laying with. They were together for 16 years, right? And so I think that there's this resentment that never goes away. There's this jealousy, there's this envy. So even women have to be very mindful of the men that they choose. It's just important. And so I just always think of my cousin, and I would never want to be in a situation like that either, where I'm with someone and I got to just be like, it's okay. You were my dispatcher and I hired you to work at my company, and then I made you. Not made you, but I made you. You know what I mean? So, so that's what happened. And so I to add to that, women also be mindful of that too. Don't be desperate.
Yes, you and someone in chat actually said, know your worth. We all do, not just women. Men need to know their worth too. But women, you don't have to just assume that you have to need a man, period. That's not saying I don't need a man. It just means know your worth. You don't have to just take anyone to make you feel like you are worth something, because your worth is not tied to someone else. Your worth is tied to you, and it is invaluable. Invaluable. So we're going to take a deep breath. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Are you ready to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into income? So my name is Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA, wealth coach, and also a Fly Nubian Money host. And I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to bring you this exclusive training called Idea to Income, how to supercharge or elevate your current business and using the power of AI. So in this training that is exclusive only to the Fly Nubian Money Club, you will learn how to take your brilliant business idea and turn it into a money-making machine or elevate a current business if you have one already. You will learn the AI tools that will help you supercharge your business, save time and slash costs. And then you will also have a plan and a strategy in how to execute that flawlessly. So if you're interested in that, please be sure to sign up at theflynubianmoneyclub.com, and I will see you in the training.
Oh, now you got our guy. Listen, y'all, we are rolling on this Fly Nubian Money Club. Athena, tell us about it.
Listen, all right, I know we've talking about a lot about money today, and I know most of y'all ain't got none. So y'all need to come to this training called From Idea to Income on the Fly Nubian Money Club, so where I will help you take your brilliant business ideas and show you how to turn that into cash flow using the power of AI. We're going to utilize my expertise as a CPA and a wealth coach combined with AI to come up with the strategies and plan for you to either create a business or elevate a current one and how you can get income in fast. Okay. So I want you guys to sign up at the Fly Nubian Money Club. I know Lala did a perfect training and Constance did another one. My training is coming up, but our goal is to help you to get to the level of income so you ain't got to worry about no little baby, whether or not he want to put a ring on it, because you stacked up too.
Amen. 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 FlyNubianMoneyClub.com. Come on.
Yes. I need my church lady hat today.
And for those of you who have not signed up yet, I think there's still a trial going on, correct?
Yes, there's a 30-day trial right now. Constance just blessed us, y'all. If y'all missed, we had 400 people in the training on Saturday. Her blueprint to get to 7 figures for your business or personal brand was amazing. Do you hear me? Like, she taught us and walked us through the entire thing. The training is 2 hours long. You can sit and rewind, go back, write notes. I mean, there was so many gems. So, and then we'll also, for that free trial, also give you access to Lala's training, where she taught us how to buy property, domestic and internationally. And also that, I mean, really, Lala, you set the bar. You set the bar up here, right? So it just gets better and better and better. Y'all, FlyNubianMoneyClub.com.
Listen, my goal for my training is to peel those eyelids back, honey. Y'all about to really walk out trying to do something this year, okay? And clearly, we need to do that because we can see the government ain't gonna come to save you if your house on fire or nothing. So everyone needs to sign up for FlyNubianMoneyClub.com and get these trainings so you can elevate yourself and your wealth.
Right, because last week was Quitters Friday, right? I'm gonna hold on to this Quitters Friday for as long as I want to. Everybody, at least 80% of people that set New Year's resolutions quit last Friday. January 10th.
I busted the myth. All of my
January 10th. So my question to you is, have you quit already? Have you given up on yourself already?
And guess what? If you did, that doesn't mean that you have to just commit to defeat. All you do is you get up and you brush your knees off, y'all, and keep moving forward. Maybe you just need to reassess. So that's exactly what you need to do with Fly Nubian Money Club. I'm telling you, you're getting some valuable information. So don't miss out. FlyNubianMoneyClub.com. Now, this hour has gone so fast. I think this is a very interesting conversation. I think we also got a little bit of laughing out of it, but it is very much a serious conversation that we really should have for ourselves, our house, our family, our household, our communities. What does that look like for us? Okay, what does that look like for us? Is a piece of paper that important? Or are we okay to move on without it? So Marlo, I'm going to ask you first, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you, please?
So my final thoughts are, be intentional, right? whatever you choosing to do, you want to get married, you don't want to get married, just be intentional. This idea of planting your seed all over the earth and neglecting those children and leaving society to deal with the runoff is crazy. This idea of thinking that you can adopt the lives of celebrities who live very different lives than us a lot of times, like just in terms of access, and they got people doing shit for them. Stop. Focus. Get in your own lane. Be intentional about your money, about your work, about your love, about your kids. It's time out for silly season. It's time out for throwing drinks and Real Housewives bullshit. All of that, throw that away. Intention is going to be the name of the game from here moving forward. Be intentional. If you're looking for me, you can be intentional about looking for me because my Instagram handle is right there on the screen. And you can follow me, and I will start tracking my dietary woes as I attack a goal of my own, where I am trying to, I will enter a amateur bodybuilding competition. So I'm changing my mindset so that I can change my body. So if you want to roll with me, holla at your girl. I'll be over there. Or Marlo. That's me.
Oh, she gonna be over there too, y'all. We following her. We watching her do her thing. We gonna see her do her thing.
It is sexy.
She is doing the thing, y'all. She is on a really fun journey that we all have our pom-poms up for her, Marlo. We are cheering you on from the sidelines. We are watching you and excited for you, and we are going to watch you succeed. You already busted the Quitter's Day, babe. You already busted the Quitter's Day. So, Athena, what is your final thoughts, and where can we find you, love?
The final thoughts I have is that we need to be adults. Listen, if the Palisades, LA wildfires have not taught you everything, is that you can be in a high mansion today and on the street tomorrow. Okay. We do not know when, what time, what hour, what situation is going to cause things in life. And now's the time to really hold fast, build community, and focus on the things that matter. Love, respect, commitment. Black people, we want all these things, yet very few of us are doing the things necessary to advance us. And we are a collective. So the small can't do it for everybody. The small can't do it for everybody. However, if you are a woman specifically and you don't want to worry about the emotional and financial abuse that you may experience within relationship, or having to beg a man to choose you, and you want to rest comfortably and enjoy the wealth that you deserve, you can head on over to elevatewithathena.com and check out my Goddess Guide to Money. And it will lay out for you money, abundance, and relationships. And as a woman, how you need to incorporate that within your life, whether you are marrying or dating a street urchin or a wealthy man like Lil Baby. If you want to find me on my programs, my social media handles, and my podcasts are available at the link elevatewithathena.com. And be sure to sign up for the Fly Nubian Money Club, because my training is up next, and I will help you take your idea and turn it into income.
That's what we need. We all need to be making sure that we are taking care of our financial households, because ultimately we are the ones who have to look for us. We can't depend on the government. We can't depend on others. You have to make sure that you protect your financial house. All right. As well as your mind and spirit as well. We are all about protecting it all, because we get one ride around this rodeo, and we want it to be something pleasurable, fun. And at the end of your life, you could say, I did that, instead of I wish I coulda, woulda, shoulda. Now, Tiara, what is your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we all just have to do what works for us. I've learned to mind the business that pays me and that is my own. We are all still trying to figure out this thing called life, still trying to figure out what the right steps are for us. And so I think we have to, when we're watching other people just kind of play out their lives, we got to kind of give them grace and say, okay, well, that's their perspective. That's where they are. That's their capacity, right? But it also makes me think, the comments have made me understand that there are men out here that are hurt, Clearly, we've had a lot of conversation from Limitless and Anonymous about what Black women don't bring to the table. That lets me know that likely they, either the two of them are ugly and bitter and without a big penis and without, like, they just got all the energy that tells me that don't know want a woman don't want you. They don't want you. They don't want you. That's not the man that we want. That's not the energy that Black women want. So I just wanted to say that really quick, that Limitless is our Dusty of the day. If there's a, if we got a donkey of the day, we're gonna call Limitless our Dusty of the day, because it's obvious. Go ahead and take your crown, sir.
Dust.
You are Dusty AF out here, and we don't want it. We don't want no parts of that. But listen, all jokes aside, if you are interested in, if you're interested in coming to the Fly Nubian Money Club, we would love to have you. I just want to keep reminding you all to move forward and put yourself in a position. I am currently in Los Angeles. The city is burning. People are lighting the city on fire. Just to be, what makes these wildfires scary and different is that people in the city are just getting on a whim and lighting the city on fire. So you don't know if it's your neighbor lighting the city on fire, lighting bushes on fire for no apparent reason, just for wickedness, just to be evil, so that's what makes this scary. There are no dry vegetation. It is wintertime. It is 50 degrees outside. That's, whatever the news says is not what it is. So I just want to just encourage you all to be safe, be blessed, and really just start to think about, ladies, think about your own finances, and just making sure that you're taking care of you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that we all agree with that. Now, listen, here's my final thought. It all comes down, once again, to, I say it every time, communication. If you want to be an adult and you want to live in a certain relationship and you want it to go the way that you want it to go, you just have to sit down and talk about it. Don't make assumptions before moving forward. You need to be on the same page. There is a reason my husband and I have been married for over 30 years. Yeah, we were good friends before then, so we had good communication then. We understood each other. But just as I said, even knowing him from the age of 14 until we got married at 23 years old, when we had our marriage counseling, it brought up things that we didn't talk about, but we were grown enough to know that we needed to actually chat about them in order to make us successful in a marriage. And one thing that we did decide, and we looked at each other in the face before standing in front of that preacher, is that we wanted to be one of the couples that made it. We wanted to be the rocking chair grandma and grandpa, okay? That was important to us. So when things came up that were bumpy, we made sure that we reminded one another of what was important to us in the first place to help us get over that hurdle. That's what you have to do. Stop blaming, stop shaming, stop thinking that there's no one out there for you when you don't want to communicate. Communicate, communicate, communicate. Simple as that. And I've got a lot of good free resources for you as well. And now you can find it on my website at www.laurakey.net. If you're thinking about moving abroad, I got you. Let's talk about what that looks like. Let's talk about what that means in your life and some things that you may be facing that you didn't think about. I have a free quiz that will help you assess if that's something that you want to do, and that is on my page. Now, with that being said, also on my page, just as Tiara has mentioned, I am an agent in Los Angeles, California, as well as other states, but I have many clients in LA who have lost their homes. They've lost their homes. I've had 4 clients lose their homes. So listen, if you want to help and you don't even know where to begin, you can also go to my webpage. There is a free resource button for you that you could see who needs donations, where people are getting fed, who needs what, who needs shelter, who needs water, pets, elderly. You have to think about everything. So there is a resource page there for you. I don't ask you much. But I am asking you today, please go to that resource page and do something today to help someone else. Because if the shoe were on the other foot, you would want that help as well. Okay. So today's discussion has been extremely eye-opening. Yeah, it really has for me. Whether it's Little Baby's stance on legal marriage or the importance of protecting your wealth, we've covered a lot of ground. So love and money are deeply connected, but that doesn't mean that have to be at odds. With the right conversations, legal protections, and mutual respect, couples can find ways to build love and wealth together. So thank you for joining us on Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Laura, international real estate agent, and I was your host for today. And remember, whether it's about love or money, making informed decisions is the ultimate flex. Stay safe, stay informed, and we'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be blessed. Bye.
The dust.
Get out of here.